At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced, and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
Anybody just looking for a little bit of history, 1978 they started this Ruatanapa Dam and finished it in 1981. 1981 was the very first rowing regatta rowed on this here in blistering conditions and brilliant water conditions. Max Smith is the man that was responsible for getting this basin up and running, and if you go and take a look at the McRae Lounge, you'll see a lot of the photos of the building of the dam. We're looking at 2 to go through. They've gone through the first 500. They're going past Alcatraz Island. That's the island that we put all the naughty people in. There's not a great deal separating those centre crews. 1, 2, 3. Just on the outside, just dropping away for Tony a little bit, just dropping away from the rest of the field. We should have Timaru, Avon, Takapuna and Wanganui, Aramaho. There's nothing separating them, running into that second 500 from the island through to the 1,000-metre peg. Nothing separating them at all. 1, 2, 3, 4 crews all lined up. You could put a you could put a bob line across their bows and there'd be nothing, or just a slight drift off out of the second lane, which is Avon 1, just starting to drift ever so slightly in the second 500. And of course, Petone just back off the pace by 2 or 3 lengths at this stage. They move on the next buoy line they get. The coxswains will be very aware of it. The race plan will be listen to the coxswain. Put your experienced coxswain out there. If you've got a crew that you think that you're right on the verge of getting into the final, put your experienced coxswain out there. Make sure that he gets them through. A coxswain's as good as 2 to 2.5 lengths to any crew, any good coxswain. Just starting to move, and that's through it in from the outside. That's Takapuna Grammar. Takapuna Grammar looks as if they're just starting to do a little bit of a push through this second 500. Well, they're just about ready at the 1,000-metre peg. Going with them on the outside of them is Aramaho Wanganui. Petone still 3 or 4 lengths off those leading 4. Then we come down the inside. We go to the crew from Timaru, and Avon just about a length and a half off Timaru as they go through that 1,000-metre peg, or they're well through the 1,000-metre peg now, and it's coming from that second in from the outside, Aramaho Wanganui. They're trying to bring Takapuna Grammar with them. Takapuna Grammar, Avon just about 2.5 lengths away from Takapuna Grammar, maybe 3 lengths from Takapuna Grammar, and ahead of Avon is Timaru. Looking for 2 to go through. Timaru's the one that'll be challenging. Who's got the best 1,000 metres? Who can row their second 1,000 faster than their first 1,000? There's nothing between those 2 North Island crews, Aramaho Wanganui and Takapuna Grammar. Oh, it looked on stage it was Aramaho Wanganui. Takapuna Grammar's coming back. This means intermediate heat number 1. Oh, I tell you what, there's absolutely nothing in it. It almost looks like it might be Takapuna Grammar, but if it is, it's only by about a canvas at this stage. They're just about ready to go through the 500 metre to go mark. 500 to go, both those 2 crews, they're dragging Timaru with them. And we know Timaru, we've seen it yesterday, they can crank those hands up very, very quickly inside the last 500. So don't leave Timaru out of it. They look as if they're about a length down at this stage. There's still nothing between the 2 leading crews. I go for Takapuna Grammar, only just over Aramaho Wanganui. Aramaho Wanganui is just starting to move now. There's a little bit more urgency coming from them. You can just see the hand speed come up. They're up on about 36.5, maybe 37 now to try and bridge the gap on Takapuna Grammar. Have got a good half length on them. It's Timaru. Look out on the outside. Look out, Aramaho Wanganui. Timaru's going to wind it up. Timaru's winding it up now. Come on, guys. We've got to wind it up more than that. It's right there. Timaru's got a chance of getting into that qualifying final as well. Oh, they're coming now. Aramaho Wanganui are coming back at Takapuna Grammar, and Timaru are coming at them. Timaru are coming at the whole lot of them down on the inside. We knew they can finish quickly. Look at the young stroke lad. He says, let's go, guys. The coxswain's head turned to say he wants more out of them. Timaru's going to go right to Takapuna Grammar, and it's still nothing between Aramaho Wanganui. It's Timaru over the top of them. Timaru over the top. Oh, there's still nothing in it. It's Aramaho Wanganui, Timaru, and Taka Grammar's coming back again. Only 2 to go through. At this stage, they are locked together. It's Timaru, Oh, wow. I haven't got my computer going, so I don't know who it was. I'm picking. I don't know. I just don't know what a way to start the second day off. Takapuna Grammar, I can just about guarantee have got 3rd. They needed to be in the first 2. If you're around Gren and you can hear me, is there any chance you can, if you're free to pop up and boot my screen up for times? All right, the second heat has out of lane number 2, Hawke's Bay 2, Porirua out of 3, Canterbury out of 4, Hawke's Bay 1 out of 5, and Waikato out of 6. Through that 1,000-metre peg we go. We look as if we've got another, not as close this time, but not a great deal separating all crews. Second in from the outside, Hawke's Bay number 1. Look as if they've got an advantage over the 2 inside. The outside there, Waikato, though, just back off the pace a little bit, Waikato. Inside the leaders is Canterbury. They are about 2.5 lengths down from the leaders. Ahead of them is Porirua and Hawke's Bay 2. Just slipped off a wee bit. So it comes down to Porirua and Hawke's Bay 1. Through that 1,000, they're in that third 500 now, and it's clearly sitting out in front is Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay doing a good job out in front. I'm just going to get a clock on them for you to see what they're doing. They're on 35. So Hawke's Bay are on 35. They're getting a little bit of pressure put on them now from Porirua. These two crews have sorted themselves out. They're a good 2.5 lengths clear of the crew from Canterbury. There's the only challenges. Oh, I just seen a high ore come from Porirua. Porirua would be about 1.25 lengths down off the leading crew, which is Hawke's Bay number 1. Canterbury trying to shove their nose in between them. That's like putting a slice of cucumber in between the meat and the lettuce. They're about 2.5 lengths down. Canterbury looks like they're going to be set to go through the repechage along with the crew on the inside, Hawke's Bay 2, and then Waikato on the far side. Inside the Golden Boys goes the leading crew, Hawke's Bay number 1. Toby, Josh, Reuben, Riley and Ballantyne's in the Coxon Street. Oh, it's Finn. It's young Finn Ballantyne Woolley. They're going to go down and take the buzzer in this, the second heat of the men's intermediate Cox 4. Porirua is going to qualify as well. Canterbury, unfortunately, along with the Hawke's Bay number 2 crew and Waikato, are going to have to go through the repechages, and they'll quite possibly get them later on today, most likely, or very early on Thursday morning. Just caught a deep one in the Hawke's Bay 2, just caught a deep one on the bow side, got themselves running again then, but they'll go through the repechage as well. Clean and cut. Women's Club Coxless Pier. Women's Club Coxless Pier, a couple of grades down from the Premier Years. We're looking at first 4 to go through the semi-final, which tells us there might be 3 heats. Yep, 1, 2, 3 heats of the women's, so big entries in the Women's Club Coxless Pier. These boats are reasonably difficult boats to row, difficult boats to steer as well. If you're a novice spectator out there and wondering how they do steer, they sometimes can use foot steering. Some of the Coxless piers will have a tiller and they can use foot steering, and a lot of them will quite possibly just do it with one pulling a little bit stronger on one side than the other. Very difficult to keep on course, and of course these are the boats that the New Zealand selectors like looking at. thanks. It's coming out of lane number 4 as they come down into the last 500. It's lane number 4, which is the colours of Waikato, very early in the game, showing their colours up again. Francis and Madison from Waikato. They're sitting out in front. They're watching everybody else. You can keep an eye on it. They know very well that they've got to keep 5 crews behind them if they want to be in the front. Got to be in the first 4 though, so they'll be quite comfortably sitting there. I would imagine not being put under any pressure, that there will be a little horsepower left in the boats for when it comes to the semi-finals. If you're a spectator in today, make sure that you book up a day for the semi-finals. That's the last chance to get into the finals, and that's the racing that's really hard going, because people want to get to that final and they'll give everything to do it. So that's the day to come along and watch some of the good racing out here at the 2025 New Zealand Rowing Championships here on Lake Ruatanava. That's the Lake of the Two Monsters. And they're certainly not affecting the course or the water on the course. So Waikato. I'm just going to say do all their training on the Waikato River, but I don't know if that's correct. Made a few mistakes yesterday, so we do apologise, especially to Canterbury and Ashburton with the Women's Premier Singles. So if there's any of their supporters out there, I do apologise for getting it completely wrong regarding Shannon Cox. Down towards the 100 metre line they go. Yeah, under no pressure whatsoever. I've got them clocked at 30, right on 30. They've just dropped it to 29. So they're doing a very easily powerful combination by the look of it. Going down, there's nothing coming right in behind. We're looking at 4 to go through. We come down on the inside of Waikato is North Shore. They'll qualify. Right on North Shore shoulder is Canterbury. So there's your 3 crews, and then it's between the 2 outside crews, which is Auckland, Hawke's Bay 1. Who's going to qualify? We've got 1 qualifier. Here's the 2-3 qualifiers. 4, it's going to be Hawke's Bay or Auckland. Auckland with the advantage of about a canvas over Hawke's Bay. And they will be the 4th qualifier, unfortunately, Hawke's Bay. And the crew in the middle, Nelson, will have to go through the repecharges. Never hurts to have an extra day and go through the repecharges, depending on how many races your coach has got you entered in. Yeah. Thank you. We're looking at 4 to go through. We go through to the second heat. Avon 2, Waikato 4, Avon 1, Hawke's Bay 2, Waikato 3, Nelson 2. 4 crews to go through, just through the 1,000 metre peg. We can give you the time of the Women's Club. Yeah, the Women's Club Coxless Pier. You've just gone through in 8:15. Thanks, Green. Lane 6 are going along pretty well. That's a Waikato colours, but it's coming out of lane 4. And that's the colours of Avon. So Avon is sitting in front, just like the first heat. Avon, they'll have a 2.5 length advantage over Waikato. Right out wide, going pretty well, is that Nelson number 2 crew right out wide, just on their left shoulder, back by a couple of lengths is the Waikato number 3 crew, and then right alongside them Hawke's Bay 2. So all those crews have got a chance of qualifying. In fact, all crews have got a chance of qualifying. It's just a matter of who's going to push it hard over this last 400 metres. Even down on the inside, Avon 2. Avon 2's dragging with them Waikato's number 4 crew, but it's Avon number 1 sitting out in front. The red with the gold, with the yellow braces off the Avon River in Christchurch, and they are going to head down towards the yellow boys in front. From there, we're looking maybe down the inside. Maybe their number 2 crew, Avon's number 2 crew, got a chance of qualifying. They're dragging with them Waikato 4. Then in the middle of the course, Hawke's Bay and Waikato 3, all got a chance. They've just got to take it, and they've got to go now if they want to be in there. Otherwise, it's Repechage Day, and if you don't qualify on Repechage Day, it's out the back, rigging boats. It is Nelson's got a chance on the far side as well. Now I think it looks like it's going to be Waikato's number 3 crew that could miss out. Right in the middle of the course, Hawke's Bay, you've got a chance. Forget about Avon, they're sitting out in front. That's their number 1 crew. Then we go for the second qualifier. It's going for Avon's number 2 crew. So Avon are going to go 1-2. Then we go out to Nelson and Hawke's Bay in the middle. But here's Waikato. Waikato's 4. Waikato 4 trying to pick up off Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay now trying to swing the hands. Look at the stroke of Hawke's Bay. They really want to put it on Waikato. They know very well that this is a semi-final row coming through to the last 20-odd strokes. Avon 1's taken it out over the Avon number 2 crew, Nelson only a canvas away, and then it's Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay a good half length over Waikato's 3. And then Waikato 4. So the 2 Waikato crews will have a repechage against each other. Good racing again. That first heat, I just told you they went through in 8:15. We'll pick up the second heat for you as soon as we can and let you know how the progression's going as far as the times go. Your third heat with 4 to go through, and there's only 4 in it, so Starbait and Clover's scratched out of it, so the 4 crews that are in the third heat don't have to race. They'll all go through, which is North End out of 2, Waikato 2, Columba College 4, and Oamaru's number 1 crew. I think it's my first call for Columba College for out the regatta, so welcome along Columba College out of the mighty Dunedin. 8:16 the second heat, so the first heat was 8:15, the second heat 8:16. It's going to make for some good racing in the Women's Club, Coxless Pier, that's for sure. It's just a matter of now that these four crews will qualify, and it is the colours of Columba College that's sitting out in front. Got a very strong senior squad coming out of Columba College, which they've shown down here in the South Island at all regattas. Oamaru on their right-hand shoulder looks to be about 1.25 lengths down, and on their right-hand shoulder it is, and then on the left-hand shoulder it looks like the colours of Waikato, and then we have to go 2 or 3 lengths back to the crew from North End. All these 4 crews will just qualify straight through to the semi-final, but to get the lanes that you want, Columba College sitting out in front, Isla and Cara. Emily and Isabella do a brilliant job with the senior squad out of Columba College in Dunedin. And again, they're carrying on their fortunes as they head through to the Yellow Boys. They bring Waikato with them. So all these crews, you can just about guarantee won't be at full power. And saying that, Columba College really look as if they are working that boat. They're letting the boat do the work, and they're picking it up. They're just using the water as a leverage. They're dropping the blade in and passing. Instead of trying to pull the blade through the water, they're trying to pull the boat past the leverage point where they hit the water. So if you're a novice spectator, that's one good way of looking at it. You're using the water as a leverage to pass the boat past the leverage point. Nothing between Waikato now and Oamaru, and those 2 crews will go across the line together. Columba College gets the first buzzer and will go down as the winner of the third heat of the Women's Coxless Pair for 2025. Waikato just nudging ahead of Oamaru on the line, and then it's finished off by the crew from North End. So another one in the semi-final for you, Jazz. Good work. We'll just get the time on them as soon as they come up and see what's going on. Men senior coxless quadruple sculls, well, they will sizzle through the course in about 6.5 minutes, 6:35 to 6:40. They will sizzle through the course. We're looking at 2 to go straight through the final. Tells us that there will be 2 heats of them, and they're well down through the course. We have Avon 2 out of 2, Dunstan 2 out of 3, Dunstan 1 out of 4, Waikato 1 out of 5, and Wairau Composite with Nelson out of lane 6. This is the drop-down grade from the premiers, from the elite class in New Zealand rowing. This is the grade. If the guys break their status in this grade, they go up and row premier the next year. So it's a very, very competitive grade, and you'll find that the senior crews can go through the course just as quick as the premier crews. And they've got a star-studded lineup coming out of the Dunstan 1 crew. I know that. Matt King and Sam Barnett and Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clotworthy. You saw them all day yesterday racing well. Still looking for that time of that last heat. We've got the 2 Dunstan. It's the Dunstan. It's their number 1 crew that's just sitting in front over the Waikato crew on their right-hand shoulder. There doesn't look to be a crew outside that, so the composite crew may not be rowing. It's Wairau Composite crew. So it's the 2 Dunstan crews in the middle of the corner. No, it's Waikato, Dunstan, then Dunstan, and then down on the inside is Avon. So it's Waikato with a slight, there's nothing between them. Dunstan and Waikato together. Could be just a very slight advantage to Dunstan Arms number 1 crew. Waikato on their right-hand shoulder, a half length down. Then we go 2.5 lengths back to Dunstan's number 2 crew. They're locked up with a crew on the outside. It is the Wairau combination on the outside. Just back off the pace a little down the inside is the Avon 2 crew, and just slightly ahead of them is the Dunstan number 2 crew. So it's Dunstan Arm, the star-studded lineup of Dunstan Arm. These young fellas, King, Barnett, O'Meara and Clotworthy, under the guidance of the head coach off the out of the Lake Dunstan Rowing Club sheds. And that's based on Lake Dunstan on Clyde. And they are sitting just out in front by about 3/4 of a length now. They've just opened it up after they went through that final 500-metre tag. We're looking at the 2 crews to go through, and it looks like it's going to be Waikato are going to get the second qualifier. Dunstan trying to put a little bit of pressure on Waikato to eliminate the river charges if they can. These guys have had a lot of racing so far yesterday. So they'll be wanting to eliminate the river charge if they can. The number 2 crew hasn't done it, and they will go through the river charge along with the Avon crew on their left-hand shoulder. And out wide is the Wairau Composite crew with Nelson. Dunstan just cruising down through. Beautiful, tidy-looking crew for a premiers, for the seniors. They'll go through and get the buzzer, and they're a length clear of Waikato in the end. We go back 1.5 lengths to the Dunstan's 2 crew, 3/4 of a length back to Avon, and 1.25 lengths back to Nelson Composite with Wairau. The third heat of the women's coxless pair that went through in 8.16 as well. So we've got an 8.15, an 8.16 and an 8.16. So mark that down on your day sheet as being a pretty tidy final. Or it'll be semi-final, which is the women's club coxless pair, and the times are so quick, close in the 3 heats. Just be interesting to see what sort of time those quads go through, and like I say, they'll go through in about 6:40, maybe slightly under. Oh, they've gone through in 6:21. Dunstan Arm have gone through in 6:21, and that is quite a swift time. I didn't think they would go under 6:30, and there they go and push it out to 6:21. Wow, that's the crew to look out for in the final. Second heat's on its way, just about ready to hit the 1,000-metre peg. Avon 1 is out of 2. Cure Boating Club out of 3. Aramaho Wanganui out of 4. Auckland out of 5. Waikato 2 out of lane number 6. Out wide, just drop off. The outside lane is off by only about a length at this stage. Not separate. Oh, there is a crew that has dropped right off the field. It looks like it's coming out of the second lane. It's Cure Boating Club. So Cure Boating Club are way back, and that's quite unusual. So I'm picking they have got problems out the back door. Either that or they're just using it as a blowout row. But you've got to still race, even if you're using it as a blowout row, you've got to be seen to be still racing it. Otherwise, you can be red or yellow carded for it. It looks like it's coming from down the inside. It looks like Avon down on the inside. This is their number 1 crew. It's got Jimmy, Ben, Peo, and Nathan in it. And they are swinging along very nicely. We're going to get a click in the foyer and just see what they're actually doing. This is a classy looking quad as well. Big tall guys out of this Avon squad, this good Avon squad off the Avon River in Christchurch. Just on 33.5, so they've got a beautiful rating for a strong crew. And they're sitting out in front, and there's no challenge is going to come from them whatsoever. We go out to Aramaho Wanganui. They're the leading up the rest of them. That's going to be the second qualifier. Auckland on their right-hand shoulder. They've got a chance of pushing Aramaho Wanganui, and I think you'll find Waikato too are just a little bit too far back. And we'll just see if there's a problem with the Cure boat. They are all rowing in the Cure boat. Avon heading down towards the Gold Boys. Avon sitting out in front. They're just cruising. How impressive were Avon in that Premier 8s yesterday. Gosh, and the time, 6 minutes. So Avon will go down to the 100-metre buoy line, still sitting in front by a good length and a half, almost 2 lengths now. There's nothing now between Aramaho Wanganui and Auckland. We're looking for a second qualifier. Auckland's put real pressure on Aramaho Wanganui and got themselves most likely a canvas in front. Aramaho Wanganui have all of a sudden woken up to the fact that they've been overrode and they're trying to come back at them, and they're coming back at them very quickly indeed, but the lane's going to come up too soon. They left it too late. Aramaho Wanganui, you left it too late by a foot. You have got to go earlier than halfway through the Gold Boys. They're going to have to go through the repercharge heat for that. Oh, that's a mistake, guys. Be interesting to see what the time is. That Avon crew looked just as classy as the Dunstan crew in the first heat. Cure Boating Club just cruising through now. They'll be in what we call the 3rd division. So obviously they had a few problems up the lake further. The program moves on to race 119. It's the Women's Senior Coxless Quadruple Sculls. It's a preliminary race. And novice spectators out there wanting to know what Millsy's talking about, a preliminary race. It's virtually would be a straight final. There's only been 8 crews entered in it, and the course is a 10-lane course. So generally it would be a final, but they can't row it as a final because concertinas take that out, and it makes the program concertinaed in a little bit, which makes it a lot tougher for crews to get changing over for different crews and that. So they actually race it, and then they're racing for lanes. So the fastest time here, the winner here will take the lane number 4 tomorrow. And then the second fastest time will go into 5, the third fastest time will go into 3, and then it'll just skip over from the inside to the outside. And when they come down through the course in the final, you should have a flared effect, a bit like an arrow, coming down through the course with the fast crews in the middle, spreading out to the slower crews to lanes 8 and lanes 1. In some cases, you'll get it that somebody has just been coasting or foxing a little bit in the heats and still made the finals, and they have gone and drawn lane number 2 or lane number 1, and all of a sudden they're up and amongst the medals. Very rarely that happens, but it can happen, depending what the coaches are wanting from the crews when they go into the heats. Waikato 2 come out of lane number 1, Avon 2 alongside them. Then Waikato 1, Dunstan Arm 1, Cure Boating Club 1, Avon 1, North Shore it is, and 7, and Bay of Plenty Coast Composite with Tauranga out in lane number 8. If you're just a new spectator to come down this morning, you missed out most likely one of the most exciting races we've had at the regatta so far, and the very first race of the day in the men's intermediate fours, where there would have been a photo finish for the 3 of them. So you've got 3 in from the outside is Avon. Avon starting to show their colours at this regatta. Avon got, like I just mentioned, got a very strong senior and premier squad coming out of the Avon River. We're looking Dunstan Arm right in the middle of the course, right on their left-hand shoulder is the crew from Waikato. They are the first 3 crews at this stage. And then on the top side of Waikato, North Shore, and then just way back, Bay of Plenty Coast Composite. They are way back off the pace. And also right down on the inside, the crew was Waikato 2. Those 2 crews really are not going to be in the firing line for getting the quick lanes, that's for sure. It's going to come from lanes number 2, which is the Avon number 2 crew. No, it's not Avon number 2 crew, it's Waikato. It's the Avon crew that's back off the pace a little bit. So Waikato 2, I can't see Waikato 2. They're supposed to be in lane 1, and I can't see unless they've taken the wrong turning and ended up at Ashburton. So it is Waikato on their right-hand shoulder, a length and a quarter down Dunstan Arm. These 2 crews have, and then Dunstan Arm's locked up with Avon out towards the outside crew, and Avon's bringing along with them the North Shore crew, and on the left shoulder of them there's the Cure Boating Club, but they're down off the pace a little bit with the crew on the inside, which is Waikato 2, it's Avon 2, and the way back is Bay of Plenty Coast Composite with Tauranga. So it's Waikato, Dunstan Arm, Avon, they're all going together to get a quicker time if they can. If not, they'll be quite happy to just go in those centre lanes. They not necessarily want that lane number 4. Dunstan Arm swinging along very nicely in the middle of the course. The women's senior coxless quads. This is one drop down from the premiers. In Waikato, they look as if they're doing no work whatsoever. They've got a beautiful run on their boat as they head down towards the buzzers. The same with Dunstan, a nice, both tidy-looking crews. All 3 crews, mind you, it's senior grade, so they should be that good as well. They get the buzzer, 3/4 of a length back, 3/4 of a length back again, and then a length back to the top side, which is North Shore. In the middle, we go Cure. Down on the inside, we have that Avon number 2 crew, and back off it a little bit, Bay of Plenty Coast. The men's senior quads went through in 6:26. So the first heat went through in 6:21. That was Dunstan Arm, and then Avon's number 1 crew went through in 6:26. So exciting race will come up with the men's senior coxless quads as well. Gosh, we're going to get some great racing at the semi-final day. That's the day to come along, guys. Bring your lunch, make sure you have your dogs on a lead, and you take your rubbish away with you. Milford are the main sponsors of the live streaming, guys. We appreciate your sponsorship, and there's just the odd one or two sponsors on the Premier races. Also out the back, we've got the guy who's been flat out. He was there for hours last night fixing oars, so if you've got oar problems, obviously you go along and see him. There's the boats, there's the Seacraft boats there. There's a boat on display with the Seacraft boats. You've got the other boats there. You've got Vera's over there with Lazaro. And don't forget, Vera says that keep it in mind, the under-17s at Mardi Cup, the under-17 singles for male and female at Mardi Cup. Lazaro are donating a new skiff to the winners of those races. So, coaches, pick out your best under-17 single sculler and see if you can get the new boat into the sheds. Women's Intermediate Coxed 8, preliminary race only, out of 1 is Oamaru Composite with Tauranga. That's a strange composite. Oamaru from down here in the Mackenzie country just about, and Tauranga up there on the east coast of the island. Waihopai, well, great to have Waihopai having an Intermediate 8 on the water. Waihopai out of Southland, of course, that's Burt Munro area. Down there in the mighty Ariti River, that's where they grow pineapples down south. That's because the weather is so hot down there. Dunstan Arm from Central Otago, of course. Petone out of Wellington, North Shore out of Auckland. Mercer, I think, is out of Auckland as well. Cure Boating Club off the Waimap, wherever out of Kaiapoi. And they have got a strange composite crew as well, so it's Cure Boating Club along with Auckland. That'll have something to do with Alex Kennedy and Armin Sabota, I would imagine. So we look down the course and it looks like that outside crew as well. It looks like the Cure composite crew right on the outside. It's coming out of lane number 7. It's Cure, the composite crew with Auckland and Cure. And they have said goodbye. They almost look as if they're in a different heat of their own. That is a big lead for an 8-packer. As they head into the last 500, they are well out in front. So it's the outside and then the inside. It's the 2 composite crews. Because it's now the Oamaru composite with Tauranga. They're up into second. Way back down the course, Waihopai feeling the pinch a little bit. They've just rowed all the way up the Ariti River to get into the channeling system and just stuck in behind them. Dunstan Arm in the middle of the course, trying to bring Petone with them. Petone, and then we have North Shore, and ahead of North Shore, Mercer. But look out wide, look at the big lead that this crew, composite crew from Cure Boating Club in Auckland, sitting right. Who's lucky enough to do the coxing here? Annabelle Scott, Alex Kennedy and Jason Williams doing the coaching. Alex for Cure Boating Club, and I imagine Jason Williams will be the other composite, which is the crew from Auckland. And they must have paid the starters to give them a start. That's a big, big lead for an 8. Just too good for this field. Head down, the big strong lads too. Those Auckland boys in the back end of the boat, they are big and strong. They go down and they'll get the buzzer over the composite crew down here, which is Oamaru composite with Tauranga. Tauranga and Oamaru together, they'll take the second buzzer. Dunstan's going to get the third fastest lane. And then we go out to Mercer. Come in the middle to Petone. In behind them, it's North Shore. And then the crew from Waihopai. But just interesting, 7:17 Waikato's Women's Premier Quad went through in 7:17. The composite crew gets second. Dunstan Arm takes the third buzzer. Mercer, North Shore, Petone's just gone across North Shore and Waihopai. Very impressive row from a composite crew, one half from Cure Boating Club, one half from Auckland, but just too good for the field. Two very strong fours, I would imagine. The men's club eights, there must be two heats because the progression is the first two are going to go straight through to the A final. Out of the first heat in lane number 2, we have North Shore. Then we go out from them, Auckland Composite with West End. Avon out of lane 4, Wairau Composite with Cure Boating Club, Waikato, then Wellington. Good to see these big 8-packers coming down through this mighty course on the Lake Ruatanapa. It looks like the Avon 8, showing the Avon colours right in the middle of the course. They want the fast, no, they want to qualify. It's not the fast, not a preliminary race, it's heats. Just shows you how big the entries are here for the 2025 New Zealand Rowing Nationals. This is club grade and there's two heats of the club 8s. And Avon have said goodbye in this heat as well. Not as big a lead as the crew from the women's intermediates, the Cure Composite and that women's intermediate 8. This is not as big a lead here with the crew from Avon. On the right-hand shoulder of them is the Wairau Composite crew. They're up into second. They're looking to qualify. We're looking for 2 only. There's a little bit of pressure going on them from the gold of Waikato. Waikato on their right-hand shoulder, but still a length and a half down, and that's a big journey to try and pick up inside the last 250 metres. Waikato are under pressure from the crew from Auckland Composite, and Auckland Composites are under pressure from North Shore, but they're not in a challenging position to go straight through to the final. They'll all have to look at reps, but it's just too classy out in front from Avon. Through the 100-metre buoy line they go. Gosh, what a beautiful balanced crew. There's no shorties there. You could put a split level across the top of their heads and the little bubble would be right in the centre. The tandem rig 8 of Avon goes down. They'll go straight through to the final for 2025 with a chance of picking up a title. Right on their right-hand shoulder is Wairau Composite with Cure Boating Club. They will go through. The rest will go through the reps, which is the Waikato crew, then the Auckland Composite crew, then the North Shore crew, and then out wide the Wellington. The women's intermediate 8s, were Cure Composite with Auckland, went through in 7:21. That's not a bad time either. That's pretty good time for a women's club 8. So well done, Alex and Jason. You've teamed up a really good fast 8 there. Right, the second heat. We've got Chow University. Welcome along, Chow University and the connections. Glenn Sinclair, of course, that have got them over at the varsity in Otago. Glenn's done a really good job of showing them around and teaching them the sport of rowing, which they continue on from Japan. St. George's Composite crew with Waitemata. Wow, first call for you there, guys. St. George's Composite crew out of lane number 3, Oamaru out of 4, Avon 2 out of 5, and Hamilton 1 out of lane 6. It's coming out of lane number 2, which is Chow University. And they are swinging along really nicely down on the inside. And they look as if they've got quite a good advantage over the rest of the field, which is Oamaru. Oamaru in the middle of the course, and then trying to stick their nose in between University and Oamaru is the dark St. George's Composite crew. And then, unfortunately, the Hamilton crew, I just don't see that either. The Avon crew just back off there a little bit from the crew in the middle of the course. So we go back to the leaders, and it is Chow University. Oh, these boys will be tickle pink in winning this. This is a really good performance. So Glenn's done a good job. That's not you in the coxswain seat, Glenn, is it? So Chow University one of the international crews here. And they're going to go down into the Gold Boys sitting in front of the rest of the squad. They've got about a 2.5 length advantage over Oamaru. So they're going to be the first two qualifiers. A little bit of pressure going on Oamaru on their left-hand shoulder. The composite crew from St. George's in Waitemata as they head down to the 100-metre buoy line. This is a tidy-looking crew that they've got. We saw their fours racing yesterday. They weren't as prominent as this crew, that's for sure. But they're nice, tidy. I was having a talk with the guys yesterday. They're really nice guys. Glenn, it's a pleasure for Glenn to be able to handle them. He says they're really good learners, really good listeners, and they've gone out and cleaned the 8 out. What a great performance from Chow University. Oamaru, they'll be the next qualifier. Unfortunately, going through the reps, it's down on the inside of Oamaru. St. George's composite crew, and on the other side of Oamaru is the Avon crew. They'll go through the reps, and also back further we got the Hamilton 8. Well, 6.15, the men's club 8s went through in 6.15. That was Avon's number 1 crew over Wairea composite, 7 seconds away, and they'll be the two qualifiers. 6.15 for a club 8, that's not too bad a time either. It tells me there might be just a slight tail breeze. We'll just have a wee look. No, there's not, and that's a pretty good time for a club 8. Right. The Women's Premier Coxless 4, sponsored by Grassroots Trust. Preliminary has been cancelled. Their start time was 8:42. So we now go on to race, if you've got a day sheet, race 124. So 123 won't be rowed. The men's premier, this is the elite class at New Zealand Rowing. Men's Premier Coxless 4, sponsored by Grassroots Trust, preliminary race. Waikato and Avon. And that's the two crews that are out here, and Avon is ahead of Waikato. Zachary Rumble, Flynn Watson, Oliver Welsh and Ben Taylor. Ran summer, the summer squad, Logan Keys doing most of the work with this squad. And on their left-hand shoulder is the crew out of Waikato, Callum Tilbury, Jack Cooper, Joshua Vandevich and Campbell Crouch. And if these guys were going at hot speed, they would go through this course in... well, the seniors went through just earlier on in 6:21. These guys won't be much quicker. I would say they'll be 6:18 somewhere around, or they won't even be that. They'll be 6:18, somewhere around about there. As I was saying earlier on, the seniors can go through the course just as quick as the premiers can, and of course there's no pressure on this crew. So it'll be interesting to compare the time with the seniors. I think Dunstanarm won the seniors in 6:21. It's just like a demonstration row as they head down towards to get the buzzer. Nobody looking out of the boat in those two crews. Not even the coxswain, because there's no coxswain out there. Welcome along if you've just come off the highway. If you've got any lunch with you, please, we'd appreciate it if you took the rubbish away. If you've brought your friendly pet with you, it must be on a lead. There's no other option. It must be on a lead. Parents and spectators are not allowed over in the boat park. Just keep that in mind. And if you want to know where you are, of course, you're at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals. 6:22 they went through in, so there they go. They're 1 second slower than the seniors. So the Avon crew, the Premier Coxless, oh, it's a Coxless 4. Oh, wake up, Millsy. So that's Coxless 4 race, so that's pretty swift time as well. So the times look quite smart coming out of the 2,000 metre block.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Championships in April, here's what you need to know. There are singles, doubles and quadruple sculls. The boats have bows which cut through waves and a stern which drains water. Let's talk about the beach sprint finish where your fastest athlete guns it out to the finish line.
Well, imagine doing a 500-metre sprint on the rowing machine, absolutely maxing out, and then turning around and jumping out of a moving car and trying to run. That's basically what you're trying to do.
The boats are going at I think we were going at about 12 k an hour into the beach, and you've just done a 500-metre max effort. To get your feet going and jump and land on the sand and keep going is quite an art, and it's not something that I've mastered. All the action from the New Zealand Beach Sprint Championships will be live streamed thanks to Milford partnering again with Rowing New Zealand and Altitude HD capturing some epic drone footage. The drones will go up, there'll be good vibes on the beach, and I think it's going to be a big part of the Olympic program in the future.
Through to the final from the repechage. Looks like there was down to 2 heats. Now this first heat, Kua Boating Club's coming out of 3, Wairau 2's coming out of 4, Dunstan Arms 2 crews going out of 5, and Waikato 2 crew going out of 6. So we'll take 2 from each of these 2 heats, which will take them straight through to the final, and you've already got 2 crews through the final, so it looks like it'll be an 8-boat final for the men's under 22 single sculls. We can use up to 10 lanes here. I don't know whether they use, I doubt, would be very surprised if they're using 10 lanes for the finals. I would imagine you'll only be using the 8 lanes, and obviously the under 22s, they'll be using the 8 lanes. Alex Fletcher coming for Kua. Wairau's got Liam Collins, Henry Clotworthy from Dunstan Arm, Riley Wills is for Waikato 2, and Avon 1, Sam Wilson has been scratched. This first heat will be immediately followed up by the second heat, when you've got 2 Tauranga crews scratched out of lanes 2 and 3. So they're obviously going to concentrate on the under 22 double. Dunstan Arm 3 will be out of lane 4, Waikato 3 will be out of 5, Wairau 1 will be out of 6, and Auckland 2 out of 7. Two crews to go through to the final, rest out the back de-rigging boats. They've gone, they're in the second 500, they haven't hit that 1,000-metre peg yet, nothing separating the 3, or there's just a slight drop-off, only by the Wairau number 2 crew. So there's Wairau number 2 crew's just got a slight drop-off there. The other 2 crews, the 2 outside crews eyeballing each other, that's Dunstan Arm 2, that's Henry Clotworthy and Riley Wills from Waikato 2. And then down on the inside of those 4 scullers is the Kua Boating Club's Alex Fletcher. There's not separating the 2 outside scullers, and Fletcher on the inside, not a great deal separating. Liam Collins just back off the pace by about 1.25 lengths at this stage. We've got to be in the top 2. It looks like it's coming from the outside lane, which is the crew from Riley Wills from Waikato. He looks like he's got an advantage now over Fletcher from Kua, and then we go to Dunstan Arm in the middle of the course. Henry Clotworthy and Liam Collins, the other sculler from Wairau, just off by about an hour and a length and a quarter as they go through the 1,000-metre peg. The water conditions absolutely top-notch again. The 2 monsters are chained to the bottom of the lake. That's where we want to keep them for the week. So it's at the outside, it is the outside crew, that's Waikato 2. Riley, he wants to make sure he gets into that final. We're looking at our first repechage heat. Then we go to Kua Boating Club. There's not much between Kua Boating Club and Dunstan Arm. Dunstan Arm trying to get up on Kua Boating Club to take out that second qualifying berth. Wairau just in behind them. They're single sculls. You can move these boats within 20 strokes. You can come from a length behind to a length out in front, depending on what your race plan is. But I think the race plan here at this stage is to just qualify for the final. It looks very much like it's the Cure Boating Club guy that's in front. There's absolutely nothing between them. We'll go Cure Boating Club. Then we go Waikato. Then we go Dunstan, trying to put some pressure on Waikato, trying to bring Wairau with them. Cure Boating Club, like we said before we came on here, Alec Fletcher back at Cure Boating Club. That's where he's got all his building for his rowing under the guidance of Armin Sabota and now under the guidance of Alex Kennedy. In fact, I think he used to row with Alex, I'm not too sure. So it's Cure Boating Club, then Dunstan now. Dunstan have moved away from Waikato on the far side and it's now gone to Dunstan, the two. Then Waikato is a length and a quarter back, and then we go another couple of lengths back to Wairau. But it's Cure Boating Club off the Waimak River in Kaiapoi. Very strong squad they got here at the Nationals for 2025, along with Dunstan Arm. Very strong squad they've got here at the Nationals as well. These two crews will go through to the final, and this is the first of your repechage heats. Coming up to the yellow boys, just sitting out in front, doing it so easy, is Alec Fletcher. Oh, he's right down on his rating. He's way down under 30 strokes per minute as he heads down through the Golden Boys. He doesn't have to do anything else. This is an extra row that he quite possibly didn't think he was going to get. Be the same with the Dunstan rower. There was a chance they could have got through to the final, but this is a star-studded lineup of under 22s for the Nationals for 2025. I just got the one more heat to go through for the of the repecharges, and then Kirsty's coming on. Alex Fletcher goes down and he'll take the buzzer. So there's your two qualifiers. The Dunstan boys just opening up a gap. Henry's just opening up that gap a little more. Big push in the last 500 metres from Liam Collins from Wairau. He's really tried to get up there, but too far back. But he's just right only in the canvas of the Waikato sculler. And that's the way the first of the repecharges go. Right, one more for me, guys, for the morning, and then we'll hand you over to Kirsty. Great to have Kirsty in the tower helping us out after being down here. We call Kirsty a South Islander now. Men's under 22 single, the second heat, repechage heat. The two crews in lane 2 and 3 have been scratched. That's Tauranga. Like I say, they'll be concentrating on most likely the under 22 double. Dunstan Arm 3, which is Matthew, the young fella, Matthew King. He's only about a year out of school with that. Waikato 3, Jack Henry. Wairau 1, Ashley James Fitzgerald. And Auckland 2, Logan Turrell. They're in that third 500. The starters, and it's Wairau out wide and Dunstan Arm in close. And then the colour in between the two of them is the Waikato sculler. So Waikato trying to put some pressure on, but I think these two that are sitting out in front, which is out wide, which is Wairau 1, so Auckland can't be there. Oh, yes, Auckland's there. He's just back off the pace by quite a wee way. That's all. Waikato in the middle. He's trying to bridge the gap on the Wairau sculler. It's Dunstan Arm that's sitting in front. Only just Dunstan Arm, mainly a length lead. Coming towards the yellow boys. It's the outside. It's Wairau, Ashley James Fitzgerald. That's the guy right out the outside that'll have to watch any pressure coming from him. And it's coming from Waikato's 3 crew, which is Jack Henry from Waikato 3. Dunstan Arm will hit the gold boys in front by a length and a quarter. Auckland, quite a wee way back now, and then once this race is over, we've got the finalists for the under 22s. And like I say, this is a real tough grade, this grade. Wairau just starting to push it a little bit harder, wants to bridge the gap on Dunstan Arm a little bit. Of just going away now from the crew from Waikato. It's Jack Henry from Waikato as they head down towards the 100-metre buoy line. Wairau, the Dunstan Arm boys, quite happy to just let the Wairau fella come up alongside him. He's pushing a little bit harder. He's just slightly a little bit quicker on the hand speed. The Dunstan boy just woken up the fact that he's getting pretty close and decided he wants to win it. He has a wee look across. He's just keeping that half-length lead over him. He's picked him up. There's absolutely nothing as they went through that row of boys. There's nothing when they went through. In fact, Wairau's put his nose in front and go down or get the buzzer. Dunstan's come back at him again, and Dunstan is going to get the buzzer. Great racing. They'll all go through.
Thanks, Russell. And Russell just did the first hour and a half. I'll bring you through till 11 o'clock. This should be the women's under-22 single sculls rapid charge. First four will go through to the A final. We've got Lexi Timpson from Waido, Grania Walsh from Waikato, Atlanta Bruce from North Shore, and Emma Spittle from Dunstan Arm. That's the four scullers I've got on the sheet in front of me. And it looks like it's the inside and outside lanes, so Lexi Timpson and Emma Spittle, but we are looking for four, so if Waikato 4 is not there, then all four are looking to go through to that final. So we've got Dunstan Arm down on the inside as Wairau number 1. Then we go over, we've got North Shore, Atlanta Bruce, and then we come back inside to Grania Walsh from Waikato. This is how they'll come down through the last 250, where the change of boys changes to yellow. And it is these two scullers on the inside and outside lanes 2 and 6. Lexi Timpson from Waido, coached by Kay and Matt. And then Emma Spittle from Dunstan Arm, coached by Simon Smith. Beautiful conditions here on the lake as we start these rapid charges on day 2 of the New Zealand Rowing Championships. We welcome all our live stream viewers from around the country and overseas, supporting family and friends. And we hope you're enjoying the scenery here in the South Island. It's a beautiful lake to be racing on, and we're very lucky to hold the championships here. So down we come towards the finish. And it is still Dunstan Arm and the red boat on the outside, holding on to this margin over Wairau's Lexi Timpson down on the inside. Through the 100 comes Emma through now. and she'd have about a length and a half now over Lexi Timpson as we see Atlanta Bruce try and close that gap and pull up closer onto the stern of Lexi Timpson. But there is clear water between these four scullers, and crossing first will be the young lady in lane 6, Emma Spittle. She'll take the win here in the repechage of the women's under 22 single. So well done, Emma. She crosses over first. Second place, about 3 or 4 points higher on rating, is Lexi Timpson from Wairoa, and then a length and a half back is Atlanta Bruce from North Shore Rowing Club. And then we go back to the sculler that's just cruising down in lane number 3. That's Grania Walsh from Waikato. Are you all right? Back out on the course, we have the women's intermediate Cox 4 repechage 1 here. Only one repechage here, the women's Inti 4. We have 4 to go through to the A final. We should be looking for North Shore Rowing Club in 2, West End in 3, Aramaho Wanganui in 4, and Avon Composite with Dunstan Arm in 5, and Petone in lane 6. There's the live stream up now. Aramaho Wanganui have had a sensational regatta so far through the heats, and they are here leading repechage, the repechage number 1 of the women's intermediate Cox 4. They have about 3/4 of a length over the Avon Composite crew over the right-hand shoulder. That is a composite with Dunstan. And then we've got quite a good race between Petone and down on the inside. That might be North Shore or West End. Can't quite see who that crew on the inside is chasing them. West End, I think that would be. So we are looking for 4 to go through. We've got 5 crews there. So we've got 4 looking for the A final. Big push coming from Aramaho Wanganui right now. So Lauren, Abigail, Ruby and Ruby with Morgan Wood, the coxswain, pushing super hard there to get a break on the Avon Composite crew as they go past that 1K. They've gone out to 3/4 of a length now, and then we go back to Clearwater down to West End and Petone. Probably a length and 3/4, 2 lengths down to West End, who are doing a big push on Petone at the moment. Not much response from Petone, so West End go into 3rd by about 1/4 of a length over the Petone crew out there in lane 6 in 4th place. So now we see Aramaho Wanganui pushing for Clearwater on the Avon Composite crew with Dunstan. They might just be getting that Clearwater inside that 3rd 500 now as these ladies push down and really work on that technique, try and protect their position that they find themselves in. And they've gone out to Clearwater over Avon with a length and 1/4 clear here in the women's intermediate Cox 4 repechage, one and only repechage in this before we move into the women's novice double scull. So that's a really good third 500 from Aramaho Wanganui. Axel should be pleased with this. They're sweeping really well, these girls, very relaxed, really letting that boat run, obviously really well coxed, and they've really broken away from that Avon Dunstan composite in this third 500. West End trying to pull themselves up a little bit closer on Avon, but these three pretty well set in their positions now as they come down towards the last 500 metre mark, and it is Aramaho Wanganui starting to row away with this supercharge now. Probably slightly unlucky not to have gone through in those heats with a lead like this, but showing their fitness in this third 500 of the supercharge and looking very well drilled. These girls, really nice length as they come forward, getting around that handle onto their feet, and the boat's not dipping much at all. So really good work there from Aramaho Wanganui, and good coxing there from Morgan Wood, pushing away to a lead like this. This is they were overlapped at the 1K, and now they've gone out to about 2.5 boat lengths. So pretty impressive there from Aramaho Wanganui. Second place, we go back to the Avon Dunstan composites, still holding a clear water advantage over West End Rowing Club. West End pushed away pretty clear here from Petone. They've done what Aramaho Wanganui did into that third 500. They've pushed about 2 lengths clear of the Petone crew. And then from there, we go back to North Shore on the inside. So we're coming down to the last 250 metres now. It's Aramaho Wanganui holding on to the lead here. They're going to take this win pretty comfortably as they come through to the closing stages here. They might have some more races today. This might be their only race, but they look like they're conserving some pretty good energy on 32 rating. And they're pretty comfortable just to protect that position as they come down towards the 100 left to travel. Avon looking strong there with that composite with the Dunstan rower. They will hold on to second place ahead of West End. West End have got a similar margin over Petone, and then the North Shore crew right down on the inside, a fair margin back. So through the 100, beautiful swing in that Aramaho Wanganui crew, looking really tidy as they come inside the last 100, really swinging nicely out to the feet there at the catch, and the placement is nice and smooth, really liking the way those girls are swinging into that finish as well. So lovely boat run in the Aramaho Wanganui crew, and then we go back to Avon Dunstan. They are sitting in second, about 2.5 boat lengths back, and then we come back to West End with quite a strong finish actually to hold on to that third place. Just make sure we give some support to this North Shore crew as they come down, working really hard here to race well at the New Zealand Nationals. Their race is not finished yet. They are coming down to the 100 metre mark, and from here we will swing back to the women's novice double. We have 2 rapid charges, only 2 to go through to the A final of the women's novice double. North Shore coming down to the line now. That will complete the last rapid charge, the only rapid charge here in the Women's Intermediate Cox 4. Back out in front of us on live stream, Women's Novice Double Sculls. This is the rapid charge number 1. Looking for top 2 to go through to the A final. The rest will go through to B final. We should have North End in lane 3, Canterbury 1 and 2 in lanes 4 and 5, Oamaru in lane 6, and lane 7 is Wellington number 2. Again, looking for top 2. All of these crews have raced through the heats and find themselves in the rapid charge of the Women's Novice Double Scull. Looks like it's pretty clear cut to me for first. There is room for second and third to close the gap and have a bit of a race on in the third 500 to get themselves into the A final, but it looks like Canterbury are going pretty well here. And according to the day sheet, it's not Canterbury 1, it's Canterbury 2. So it's Natalie Walsh and Lauren Hitt going really well here. And then their teammates, Canterbury number 1, are sitting in second place, which is great to see. That would be pretty cool to get 2 of their crews into the A final of the women's novice double sculls. They'd be pretty chuffed if this was the result. We've got a big push coming from North End down on the inside in lane 3. They're trying to put some pressure on Oamaru. And then back a little bit, Wellington number 2 in lane 7. So it's the 2 Canterbury crews at the moment trying to hang on here as they come down through the 750. Beautiful conditions here on the lake for the novice doubles. And we have got this Canterbury crew swinging really well for novices, very, very tidy, and doing a really good job here to have a clear water advantage as they come down towards the last 750 of this Repechage number 1. Sitting on 32 rating, so that's pretty much where you want to see them with a gap like that on the rest of the field. And this is the crew in lane number 5, which on the day sheet is Canterbury number 2, not Canterbury number 1. Their teammates are about 2.5 lengths back on their left-hand shoulder in lane number 4. They are desperately trying to hang on to that second place because Oamaru is chasing hard down on lane number 6 on the right-hand shoulder of Canterbury number 2, back a little bit. So we're looking to see Canterbury 1 and 2 at this stage progress through to the A final of the women's novice double scull Repechage number 1. And I'd say Josh and his team would be pretty happy with this result. That's quite a margin there for Canterbury number 2. They've done a really good job here. I'll be interested to see their time as they get down to the finish. They're still sitting, they've just looked like they've dropped that rating back to about 30. So for those on live stream or not too familiar, this is about as low as you'd want to go in a final or in a repechage. You'd probably expect somewhere between 30 to 34 on the rating, but they're not under any pressure, and what they're doing is probably quite smart, conserving that position to get themselves into the A final, not do anything silly as a novice double to try and take it up and shorten up their boat speed. So Canterbury number 2 looking very dominant here in repechage number 1 ahead of Canterbury number 1. They're well inside the last 500 metres of this repechage. Repechage number 2 is already on the track, and down we come now towards the last 250, and it's all about Canterbury number 2, Lauren Hitt and Natalie Walsh. They're not going to get caught from here if they keep it clean and tidy, and their teammates look like they've broken away from that challenge from Oamaru. So it looks like it's going to be a Canterbury double here, 1 and 2 getting into the A final of the women's novice double sculls on Friday morning at the New Zealand Rowing Championships. So a good race here for the Canterbury Rowing Club. Still sitting on 30, Canterbury number 2. Their teammates probably a couple of pips higher based on what I can see out there at the moment. They're on 32.5, so trying to close that gap, but they're not going to get anywhere near their number 2 crew as they come down to the 100, and it's looking really good for Canterbury 1 and 2 to go through to the A final of the women's novice double sculls. Big push now as these other crews realise that they're deep inside the last 250. This is their last chance to go into the A final, so they're pushing really hard on Canterbury number 1. And we see the inside crew, North End, pushing hard, and Oamaru as well, also trying to close that gap. But we're inside 80 metres to go now, so I think it's going to be pretty tough from here. And North End just having some steering issues here. They're going to have to, they've gone outside their lane now as we see Canterbury number 2 cross the line and take that win to go into the A final. So well done Canterbury 1 and 2, or 2 and 1, into the A final of the women's novice double. Back out on the course is repechage number 2 of the women's novice double scull. We have Wellington, Waikato, Aramaho Wanganui number 2 and Waikato number 2. And it's looking pretty clear. Massive advantage here to Waikato number 1, Beth Williams and Ayla Klein. They are looking pretty good here in the third 500 with about a 3-4 length lead over Aramaho Wanganui. Sophia Sua and Dempsey Shika, Aramaho Wanganui number 2, but it's Waikato with quite a margin here, about 2-3 boat lengths over Aramaho Wanganui. Those two clear of the other two crews, so it's looking pretty set that these two will go through to the A final, and they will join Canterbury 2 and 1. 9:02 was the time for Canterbury number 2, and we'll see what Waikato come through in. So good sculling there from Waikato. This is quite a dominant result. This could be a good 20-second win here as they come down towards the last probably 400 metres of this repechage. And it's Waikato Rowing Club number 1. Nice and smooth. They've got that rating really down. In fact, they're under 30 rating. They're around 29. So these girls just doing what they need to do to get into the A final. They might have another race today. And they've been given their instructions by their coach. And it's really paid off here with quite a large advantage here over Aramaho Wanganui, who are also well clear of any challenge to go through to that A final. So just sitting on 29 or 30 is Waikato, that crew that you can see on their right-hand shoulder in the lane over from them, lane 5. That's Aramaho Wanganui number 2. Their number 1 crew is already in the A final, and this crew will also go through. So this is a great effort from Aramaho Wanganui and Canterbury to have 2 crews in the A final of the women's novice double sculls on Friday morning. Aramaho looking a little bit higher on their race beat there, doing a little bit more work through the water, and they are sitting on around 34, so about 3 or 4 points higher than what the Waikato crew were, but Waikato might have been a few pips higher as they came through that 1K. Down we come to the 100, and it is Waikato Rowing Club with about 3.5 lengths now over Aramaho Wanganui. Through the 100 they go, sitting on around 30 rating. Really comfortable here, swinging well together, and they'll take an easy win to make the A final of the women's novice double sculls, which puts them in the hunt on Friday morning. So well done, Waikato. Great result there to go through to the A final of the women's novice double. Also, Aramaho Wanganui, they are going to go through as well. So great effort from that club to have 2 girls in the 2 crews in the A final. And then we will come back down to the other 2 crews that are racing, Wellington and Waikato number 2.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients, so we are all invested together. Whether it's KiwiSaver, investment funds, wealth management, or advice, speak to a team with world-class expertise who are committed to the pursuit of outstanding results and are proud to have brought you today's live stream. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
Novice double, the last 2 crews to finish there, and then we go back to the men's club double who are down at the 1K already. We're looking for Waikato number 3, Otago Boys High School number 2, West End 1, Mercer 1, Waikato 4, Hamilton 2, Dunstan Arm 3 and Vashon Island number 1. So we're looking for 2 only out of these 8 to go to the semi-final, and unfortunately the rest of these crews will be eliminated from the event. Quite tight racing here for 2 only to go through. I can tell you that, Waikato were a good 33 seconds ahead of Canterbury. 8:31 they came home in, so quite a bit faster there in repechage number 2. Anyway, back to the men's club double. We are looking at perhaps West End. Rui Kerr and Brad Salthouse could be leading. Just got to see my colours here if that is them. No, it's just outside of there. Mercer, Cameron and Jack. Sorry, Brett and Leanne, trying to get my colours there. But it's Mercer Rowing Club looking really good here to make the semi-final of the men's club double sculls. Chasing hard is West End. And then we go 2 over them. Then we've also got Waikato. So good work here from these men's club doubles. They're all fighting really hard to get through to the semi-final, because if they don't get in this top 2, they will be eliminated from this event. That's a close-up view of the Mercer boys. South of Auckland they train, down past the Bombay Hills, and they are just opposite our training shed, Counties Manukau, which is over the river from the Mercer team. So good work here from Mercer. Then I'm looking at Hamilton, that's Nick Taylor and Alex Vandervet. They are pushing for that second place, trying to hold on from the challenge from West End. And then over on the far side, that might be Vashon Island that are also trying to push up. But I'd say Hamilton have gone out to clear water here over West End, sitting in third. West End are going to have to do something literally now if they want to pull in this Hamilton crew. Hamilton are a length and a quarter off the Mercer boys. I think Mercer have done enough here to hold on and get themselves through to the semi-final position as we come down through the 250, the change from red to yellow in the boys, and they will know as they see that change of colour that they're inside the last 250 of this repechage. So Mercer on their way to the semi-final. They'll be pleased with that. Cameron and Jack doing the work here, and Brett and Leanne will be down there somewhere watching these boys racing. Then we're looking for that second place, but here comes West End. West End having a go at Hamilton. Hamilton are holding on here. They've still got that 3/4 of a length over West End, and I think West End are chasing hard, but I think they're going to run out of water. I think Hamilton might have the gas to hold on here as we come down to the 100. It's still Mercer Rowing Club. Nice length in the Mercer boat. Through the 100 they go. Now it's only coming down to Hamilton and West End. West End have got to take that rating up. The Bowman's got to go up. Hamilton are holding on here. They look like they're going to hold on to the second place, but the win, no doubtedly, is going to stay with Mercer Rowing Club. Mercer will go through to the semi-final, and I would say Hamilton's done enough to hold on as well. From Hamilton, we go to West End, Vashon Island, then we come inside of them to Dunstan Arm, and then back inside to Waikato, and then back down on the inside to Otago Boys High School, and then inside of them is Waikato number 3. So well done, Mercer, to Cameron Preston, Jack Simmerling, to the coaches, Brett and Leanne Henry, and then to Hamilton number 2, Nicholas Taylor, Alex Vandervet, and their coach, Gavin Lanham. Otago boys just coming down to the line now, and then just down with about 150, 60 to go is Waikato number 3, Richard and Tristan. So we need to wait for them to cross the line to see what their time's going to be. But I tell you what, deep into that third 500 is repechage number 2. We've got Avon Rowing Club in lane 1, Waikato 2, Wellington 2, Mercer 2, Canterbury 2, Twizel 1, Hamilton 3, and North Shore number 1. Men's club double sculls, top 2 into the semi-final. The rest will be eliminated from the event. Wellington's Sid McQueen and Oliver Florence, they are going quite well. 2 over from them is Canterbury, Sam Clark and Noah Visser. And then right over on the other side might be the other Hamilton crew of Merlot Moons and Johnny Butler. So we've got 4 crews here vying for 2 spots into the semi-final. This is game on in repechage number 2. We are just looking for the official time of the first. Oh, we just got to wait for this Waikato crew, the first repechage to come through. But boy, we've got a race on our hands for 2 spots here as we come down towards the last 250 in repechage 2 of the men's club double sculls. Who's going to take this out? This is a race for the line here. We've got Canterbury, we've got Wellington, then in the middle we've got another Mercer crew. Can Mercer make it 2 from 2? And then we've got Hamilton on the outside. They're going to have to sprint. 7:09.90 was Mercer's time. And down we come deep here into the 250. And we've got a race on our hands. There's definitely a leader here, but who's going to get second? We've got 3 crews going for second. Mercer's pushing up. Hamilton might be sitting in 4th now. Then we come down on the inside to Wellington. And then we've got this Canterbury crew holding on. They're watching them all close up. Sam Clark and Noah Visser. Mercer. Oh, here we go. There's only 2 to go through. Mercer's going to have to find another gear because it's Wellington and Canterbury at the moment. Inside the last 100 they come. The boat speed coming from Wellington. Wellington and Canterbury holding on. Mercer in third. And then we go over to Hamilton in fourth. Coming down to the line now. 2 crews go through to the semi-final, and then neck and neck. It's Canterbury and Wellington neck and neck. Mercer sitting in third, and it's going to be super close on that line. It could just, they went over together. It's going to be Wellington and Canterbury with Mercer in third, but Wellington and Canterbury have got themselves into the next stage of racing, into the semi-final of the men's club double. Great finish from Wellington down on the inside. That was a superb last 150, 200 from them. Great charge from Mercer as well, but just fall short on the line there of also going through. We've got Waikato number 2 coming down. They've got about 80 metres left to travel. As mentioned before, the time for Mercer number 1 was 7:09.90. And we just await the final time once this Waikato crew crosses the line to give you Repechage number 2's time. Great finish there in the men's club double sculls. We're starting to see things heat up now as they come down towards the finish, knowing that crews will be eliminated. So it's all out there to play. They can't hang around and take the risk or conserve energy. It's either you make it through or you don't now, as we head into day 2 of the New Zealand Rowing Championships. So we can confirm that Wellington came through in 7:06.98, so that's just a little bit faster there than Mercer, but only by a couple of seconds. So they will be pretty close as they go through to semi-finals. We should be moving into the women's club double sculls now, and we have got 2 repechages, 3 repechages, 4 repechages. Goodness me, big event here. So we're only looking for 2 to go through to the semi-final. And repechage number 1, we have got Waikato number 2, Dunstanarm number 4, Hawke's Bay 1, Dunstanarm number 2, Auckland 1, and Bay of Plenty Coast number 1. This is the women's club double, repechage 1, top 2 into the semi-final, the rest eliminated from this event. And this is repechage number 1. Beautiful live stream pictures there. Very, very lucky to be able to showcase this amazing course to the rest of the world and show them how lucky we are to race down here at the New Zealand Rowing Championships on this course. Right, let's go out onto the water. Looks like Dunstan potentially going really well here. Let's have a look at the other crews. Quite hard in this shade to pick them up, but I'm just having a look. Hawke's Bay right up there. Inside of Hawke's Bay is Dunstanarm number 4. So Maggie and Lola from Dunstanarm number 2 I'm picking up. That might be lane number 5 holding on to the lead here. We're looking for 2 to go through to the semi-final. So with a lead like this, it's about 2.5 boat lengths. It's going to be pretty tight for that second crew to get through. And I would say it's either side of Dunstan. It's going to be Hawke's Bay and Auckland. Probably the other way around, actually. It'd be Auckland over Hawke's Bay at the moment, holding on for that second position to go through to the semi-final. And the Hawke's Bay are going to have to make a move now if they want to pull in this Auckland crew. So Libby Winhager and Megan Ritchie, coached by Mike Harrison. And just as I say that, it looks like they are pulling up to within half a canvas there. So Auckland, yep, there we go. That's what I thought was going to happen. The bow girl from the Auckland crews just looked over her left-hand shoulder. She's seen that move from the Hawke's Bay girls, and there's just a bit more urgency on that leg drive from the Auckland crew, which is exactly what's going to be needed, because there's some good run coming from Hawke's Bay there, but Auckland are counteracting every move they're making as we come down to the last 500 metres of this repechage number 1 in the women's club double sculls. So the leaders sitting in clear water with Dunstanarm number 2, Maggie and Lola, coached by Simon Smith. He's got a massive team here at the New Zealand Nationals, and Dunstan have got a clear water advantage here over Auckland, who have got about 3/4 of a length now over Hawke's Bay. There's 4 repechages to go in this event, so it'll be quite good to see how this plays out in the coming 20 minutes or so. But we know that we know that this is a Dunstan Arm massive lead here. These girls are very, very comfortable, 2 to 3 boat lengths. And this tough Hawke's Bay crew are not done yet. They're having another go at Auckland. This is a great move from Hawke's Bay. No response from Auckland. Are Auckland done? Are the legs done here? Are they burning too much? Because Hawke's Bay's just put a massive move in over Auckland. And I thought Auckland was holding the second place here, but Hawke's Bay's really put the hammer down, and they're going after this Auckland crew to try and get themselves into that semi-final. So this is a really good move from Hawke's Bay in the closing stages of Repechage 1 and the Women's Club Double. All the while we see Dunstan Arm rowing away with it here. They're not going to get caught from here. This is lane number 5, Maggie Hepburn and Lola Ritchie. They're going to take this Repechage pretty comfortably, but Auckland are going to have to do something pretty special here because Hawke's Bay has just snuck through that open door and rowed away from them here as we come down to the 100. So it's Hawke's Bay that's looking pretty good. Ratings really low. They're only on about 27, so they might get a bit of an upset if Auckland take that rating up because they're coming through the 100 now and now. So that's only about half a length. So Hawke's Bay are going to have to take that rating up if they want to hold on to this. But Dunstan will take the clear win here in the first repechage of the Women's Club Double Sculls. Well done to these two ladies, Maggie and Lola. Comfortable winners here, and a very, very tidy last 150 there from the Hawke's Bay Rowing Club, Libby and Megan. They go through into that second semi-final spot ahead of Auckland Rowing Club, who come through for third. Then we go back about 2 lengths to Dunstan Arm number 4 in 4th place. Then we come back down on the inside to Waikato and no Bay of Plenty Coast there. So we'll just await the final time there. But Dunstan Arm very clear winners in the Women's Club Double Scull repechage number 1. Repechage number 2 on the course now. They are into the third 500, which means they're past the 1,000 metre mark. We have Twizel in lane number 2. Lane 3 have scratched out. Aramaho Wanganui number 2 in lane 4. Waikato 1 and 5. Avon 1 and 6. And Whakatane number 1 and 7. I think that's the first time I've called Whakatane at this regatta. I haven't been on the microphone when they've been racing, so looking forward to seeing how they go. And again, same progression, top 2 to semi-final. The rest will be eliminated from the event here at the New Zealand Rowing Championships. I can tell you that Dunstan Arm came home in an official time of 8:05.12. And here we watch these two crews coming down. That looks like Waikato. Peyton Barnard and Kate Stewart leading this repechage now of number 2 in the Women's Club Double Sculls. About a length and a quarter back is Aramaho Wanganui number 2, Ruby Armishaw and Ava McDonoghue. They are sitting in second. So those two crews looking really good here to progress through to the semi-final of the Women's Club Double Sculls. So it's Waikato Rowing Club, train up there on Lake Karapiro. They know that course really well, just down at Flynn Cove, where all the officials' boats are stored, and they have certainly done the Ks up there on our other international course in New Zealand, where we do a lot of racing at Lake Karapiro in Cambridge. So it's Waikato. Waikato a length and a half clear of Aramaho Wanganui. Aramaho Wanganui have got about 3 or 4 boat lengths now over maybe Whakatane, Avon, and down on the inside to Twizel. So these two crews pretty set to go through to the next stage, the semi-finals of the Women's Club Double Sculls. And it is still going to be Waikato. I can't see them being caught as they go through the 250. They've still got a clear water advantage over Aramaho Wanganui. Fairly similar ratings in these two boats. Both crews still racing, keeping an eye on, Waikato is keeping an eye on what's going on in that Aramaho crew. But while you've got clear water, you're probably a little bit more relaxed. You can work on your boat run a little bit, and you're well prepared to make a move if you need to. Still sitting on 33 is Waikato. Aramaho Wanganui probably on 33, 34. both still racing pretty hard down to the line. And 34-35 for Aramaho Wanganui, but Waikato got them completely covered as they come down to the 100. Lovely swing in that Waikato boat for Kate and Peyton, and these two girls doing a great job, these ladies, as they come through the 100, a length and a half clear of Aramaho Wanganui, who have got about 3 or 4 boat lengths clear of Whakatane, Avon and Twizel. Last 3 or 4 strokes for Waikato. Peyton and Kate will take the win. Into the semi-final they go, and joining them will be Ava and Ruby from Aramaho Wanganui. And unfortunately, end of the regatta for this event for Whakatane, Avon, and down on the inside, the Twizel girls, Marley and Hazel. Okay, so we move into rapid charge number 3, and just before we do that, we can confirm that the time for Waikato number 1 was 8:15:21, and rapid charge number 1 was 8:05 for Dunstanum number 2. Out here in rapid charge number 3, we've got Canterbury, North End, Waikato 3, Rotorua and Nelson, and you can see on the course there that looks like Waikato, and then Rotorua, I think that is, in second place. Those are the 2 crews looking pretty good here as we come down to the last 500 of Rapid Charge 3 in the Women's Club Double Sculls. From there we move into the Men's Intermediate Cox Quad and then the Women's Premier Single Sculls. So about a length and a quarter just to the Waikato ladies, and that is Senga Hickson and Caitlin Foote. They are holding on to the lead here over Rotorua number 1 in lane 6, Frances Hazeldine and Lucy Gaston. They are in second place. From there we will come down to North End, Nelson, and back inside to Canterbury. So 2 to go through to the semi-final. The rest will be eliminated from this event, the Women's Club Double. I'm sure they might have another event to compete in, but everyone putting it on the line here to try to get through to the next stage of racing. But looking pretty comfortable at this stage as we come down into that 250. It is Waikato and Rotorua. So Waikato based out of the Waikato Rowing Club on Lake Karapiro, Rotorua obviously based in Rotorua in the North Island. Not much has changed here. I wouldn't say Waikato's pushed away. I would say that Rotorua is trying to pull up, if anything, as we come down towards the last 100. But I do think that these 2 crews are looking pretty safe at this stage to go into the semi-final stage. And it will be the end of the campaign for Canterbury, North End and Nelson as they come down through that 100. Probably a little bit too much of the runway to catch up here and pull in Rotorua. They're not going to catch Waikato, but they'd have to go after Rotorua to secure themselves a place in that semi-final. So the green boat of Waikato inside the last 100, as is Rotorua now, and these 2 heading towards the semi-final progression for the Women's Club Double Sculls here at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals. Sitting on 32.5 is Waikato. Just having a look at Rotorua, I think they've taken their rating up, but just rowing a little bit shorter through the water there on 35. But these 2 comfortable to progress through to that next stage. And then we'll have North End come through for 3rd, Nelson through for 4th, and Canterbury will come home in 5th. Last repechage of the Women's Club Double Sculls is in just coming past the 1,000 metre mark, and we've got Hawke's Bay number 2, Hamilton 2, Waihopai 1, Star 1 and Hamilton number 1. Those 5 crews looking for a spot into the semi-final of the Women's Club Double Scull, and that is repechage number 4. And they are into the third 500. Let's go and pick them up on the course, and it is looking like it's Waihopai's Lila Jack and Ella Norman. Pushing hard on the outside, Hamilton and Star. So Rowan Giles and Sarah Healy for Hamilton, Olive Squire and Lola Story for Star. But there's Hamilton now. Hamilton looking pretty good. So Waihopai, Star pushing hard but sitting in third place at the moment. Down we come towards the last 500 metres. You can see over on the bank, that's the 500 to go. And it is Hamilton. Rowan and Sarah are holding on here. Waihopai just on a length back on them, if not starting to get overlap on Hamilton. So Waihopai trying to pull them in, and if anything, trying to push away from Star to secure that second place into the semi-final progression of the Women's Club Double Sculls. So down we come into the last 500 metres. It is Hamilton and Waihopai looking really good here to qualify in the last 2 spots into the semi-final position of the Women's Club Doubles. Hamilton just rowing a little bit of a shorter stroke there, sitting on 31. We've seen some really different techniques and ratings here in the club double. They've probably been rigged quite differently. Their coaches will have a specific setup that they want to use, and we're just seeing some different, like quite a long reach and a high rating in that starboat. Might be on some shorter oars, but not quite getting the same send or power that these other 2 crews are displaying here from Hamilton and Waihopai. Down to the last 250 we come, and it is still Hamilton. In fact, Hamilton have now pushed away from Waihopai. They've gone out to clear water. It wasn't just 1 length now, it's gone out to about 1.5 lengths, and that's a good move from Hamilton. Hamilton have really just stayed nice and loose and long, and are really sending their boat quite nicely as they come down to the last 100, and they can't afford a mistake, but if they stay like this, they will win it comfortably over Waihopai down there in lane number 4. From Waihopai, we go back to Star, and then we come back inside to Waihopai and Hamilton. Or Hawke's Bay number 2, sorry, Hawke's Bay and Hamilton. Right, down we come, probably the last 40, 50 metres left to go. Open water here for Hamilton Rowing Club, so good work from Rowan Giles and Sarah Healy. They're going to take this win into the semi-final, and about 1.25 lengths back are the Waihopai ladies, Lila Jack and Ella Norman. They're not going to get caught for second, and then we come back to third, which is Star. Star are a couple of, not quite a couple of boat lengths back, but they're sitting in third place, so that will be the end of the event for them, unfortunately. Then we come back to the Hamilton number crew 2 for 4th place, and Hawke's Bay number 2 for 5th in lane number 2. Repechage number 3 came home in a time of 8:22, which is quite a bit slower than the other 2 repechages. But that will complete the repechages for the Women's Club Double Sculls, and we have got the men's intermediate quad coming up now. There's only 1 repechage of this, so we're looking for 4 to go through to the A final, and then we move into one of our top events on the program, the Women's Prem Single Sculls. amazing footage there on live stream for our international live stream viewers. You are seeing our beautiful picturesque Lake Ruataniwha at its best as we have the men's intermediate quad repechage 1 of 1. Progression 1 to 4 into the A final. The rest will go to B final. We're looking for Petone, a Waihopai composite with Invercargill and Otago, Timaru number 1, Dunstan Arm composite with Cure Boating Club, Mercer, Waikato and Hawke's Bay. So 4 to go through to the A final, and then 3 will go through to the B final. And what a beautiful picture there we've got of these scullers coming down. That looks to me like it's Mercer Rowing Club, an aerial view of these men coming down. Daniel Liam, Joshua Vaughan and Daniel Nota is the coxswain. And we just saw one of their doubles go through, so Brett and Leanne having a good half hour here as these crews come through the 1K. Just over the right hand shoulder of Mercer is a Waikato Rowing Club and also a Dunstan Arm composite, and then inside of them would be Timaru in a big battle with Waihopai composite with Invercargill and Otago. So Mercer looking pretty good here, but they can't afford to make a mistake because they're still only just on a length back or 3/4 of a length back to these other 2 crews, and then there's a race for that 4th place into the A final down on the inside between Timaru and Waihopai composite. So these guys are all closing up now on Mercer. Mercer under a bit of pressure to maintain that lead because this race between the 2 crews either side of them, Waikato and Dunstan Arm, Dunstan Arm composite, are pushing them up onto overlap on Mercer. So they've got 750 metres left to travel here. Quite a low rating there for the Mercer crew, only 32, but these 3 crews still looking pretty good to go through to the A final. And I do think it's going to be a race between Timaru and the Waihopai composite down there in lane number 2 to get themselves into that A final. But that race between lane 2 and 3 is pushing them up onto the Waikato lads out there in lane number 6. Just watching this push from the Dunstan Arm composite, they've come up to within half a length of Mercer now, and there hasn't been a response from the Mercer crew. Mercer had just over a length here, but what I'm watching is this Dunstan Arm composite with Cure pushing up and up and up, and they're going to overtake Mercer if Mercer don't do something here. Mercer looking pretty good for the final at the moment, but they're under pressure to lose that lead by the Dunstan Arm composite crew of Liam, Ethan, Brennan, Jed and Fred Phillips, the coxswain, coached by Simon Smith and Alex Kennedy. They've come down to within a canvas of Mercer Rowing Club, and then the Waikato men of Ashika, Ethan, Theo and Jasper. George McIntosh is the coxswain. He's pulled themselves up to within half a length of Mercer as well. So it's game on now as we come down inside the last 500 metres. There is a real race here for this A final, because I don't think Mercer, if they stay like this, they're not going to hold on to this lead, because Dunstan Arm are coming up right on top of that bow ball of Mercer, and then going with them is Waikato, and then we've got this dogfight down on the inside between Timaru and Waihopai composite. Only one of those 2 crews is going to go through to the A final, and the other crew will go through to the B, and it is at the moment Timaru by literally just a bell ball, because there's a big fight from Waihopai, Invercargill and Otago trying desperately to hold on here and get themselves into the A final. Oh, here we go. Dunstan's hit the lead. Here comes Waikato. Waikato trying to roll over the top of Mercer. Mercer finds themselves in 3rd place now. This is what I said was going to happen, and Mercer has stayed on that rating. They've only just gone out now, so Dunstan have rode through them. The Dunstan and Cure composite have rode through Mercer. Mercer under pressure now. They're finding themselves in 2nd or 3rd place, and then we've got that big race down in the mid, down on the inside between Timaru and Waihopai composite. Who's going to go through to the A final? I think it's going to be Timaru at the moment. I think they're going to take that 4th spot, but they're closing up on Mercer. They're pulling up on Mercer as we come down inside the inside the 100. Down we come to the finish. It's Dunstan. They've gone into the lead. Waikato's gone through to 2nd now. Mercer's sitting in 3rd, and Timaru's sitting in 4th ahead of the Waihopai composite. Those are the 4 crews that will go through to the A final of the men's intermediate quad as we come down to the line. Dunstan Arm composite with Cure takes the win. Then we go over to Waikato. Then we go back to Mercer, and then Timaru will go through for 4th, only by about a 1/4 of a length over the Waihopai composite crew. So great racing in the men's intermediate Cox quad. Right, we've got a treat for you now. This is the Women's Premier Single Sculls sponsored by Milford. Repit charge one of two. I was going to say two, but the second one is cancelled, so there's only one there. So we are looking at West End, number 1, Holly Chaff in lane 1, Hannah Matahaere from Otago University in 2, Stella Clayton Green from Hauraki Plains in 3, Lisa Shaynard from ESR Theatre from the Netherlands in lane 4, Catherine Glenn from Avon in 5, Ella Kossel from Waikato in 6, and Rebecca Lee from Cambridge in 7. Fastest time by about 5 seconds from the heats is sitting with Lisa Shaynard over Catherine Glenn. So you would suspect those two would look quite good, but then it's going to be game on for the other two positions into the A final of the Women's Prem Single sponsored by Milford. There you've got a beautiful view of these ladies as they're coming down the course, and you couldn't rule out any of these champions. They're all amazing scullers. Maybe Hannah back a little bit from Otago Uni. That's West End on the far side by the umpire boat. Then you've got Stella Clayton Green in there. Lisa Shaynard sitting right up there in the lead. 2 out from her. That might be Ella Kossel that I'm looking at from Waikato. She'd be sitting in second. So it's Lisa Shaynard, Ella Kossel, Catherine Glenn, and just looking on the outside of her, that's Catherine and Stella Clayton Green, sorry. Those are the 4 that I'm looking at that are looking pretty good here at the moment as they head down towards the 1,000 metre mark to go through to the A final of the Women's Premier Single Sculls at the New Zealand Rowing Championships. So just having a look at what Ella's sitting on in her rating. That's the boat closest to the camera there. And Ella Kossel is sitting on around 30.5. Lisa Shaynard is 2 boats over in the middle. I'm suspecting she took a dirty stroke there on the stroke side, but watch out for her in the third 500. She's sitting on 32, 33, looking to push into that lead now as we come down to the 1K, and that is Lisa Shaynard from the Netherlands, a international Olympic sculler on our course here at the New Zealand Rowing Championships. A privilege to have her here racing at the New Zealand Championships, and through she goes into the lead. She's hit the lead over Ella Kossel now. Catherine Glenn sitting in 3rd, Stella Clayton Green sitting in 4th, and Holly Chaff from West End is in 5th. Then we go over to Rebecca Lee, and then back into Hannah Matahaere. So into the third 500, this is where they're going to fight for spots. We'll see if Holly Chaff can push up there on Stella Clayton Green. And we're just looking at Catherine Glenn trying not to let those other two scullers get away from her. And Lisa Shaynard is just under pressure here from Ella Kossel. Ella doing another move on Lisa down there. And so it's lane 6 versus lane 4 at the moment. And then we've got lanes 3 and 5 going hammer and tongs. That's Stella Clayton Green and Catherine Glenn. So Ella Kossel pushing hard again on on Lisa Shaynard as they come through. Down to the 750, it's still Lisa over Ella. Then we go back to Catherine and back into Stella. These 4 have all got overlap on each other, so they're still pretty tight as they come through that 750 metre mark. And it's Lisa Shaynard, our international guest from the Netherlands, holding the advantage over Ella Kossel down there in lane number 6. From Ella, we go back inside her to Catherine Glenn, and now a big push coming from Stella Clayton Green in lane number 3. So let's see what happens here with these international scullers as they close down towards the last 500. Can anyone put Lisa Shaynard under pressure? It's Lisa at the moment. Catherine Glenn just starting to wind it up a little bit now, and going with her is Stella Clayton Green. I think they've broken away from West End down there on the inside, so it's going to come down to these 4 scullers on the ranking that they finish over the line in. Catherine Glenn. So here we come down inside the last 500. It's still Lisa Shaynard holding the advantage over Ella Costal. Ella Costal still sitting in second, but a little bit of an advancement here. A bit of a move coming from Stella Clayton-Green, putting some pressure on Catherine Glenn, but it's still Lisa over Ella. Then we go back to third place, Catherine, and then we go back to Stella Clayton-Green. And so all of these athletes have raced internationally for New Zealand and the Netherlands, I might add. Lisa has not raced for New Zealand, but she's racing in New Zealand at the moment. She's holding on to this lead at the repechage of the women's premier single sculls as they come down towards the last 250. Ella Costal trying to push up on Lisa Shaynard. Lisa holding on here. And we've got some Olympic reserves racing at the moment out on the course. Lisa Shaynard was at the Olympics racing for the Netherlands. And we've also got Ella Costal out there, Stella Clayton-Green, Catherine Glenn, all international competitors for New Zealand. Down we come. Oh, Ella Costal piling on the big strokes here, trying to put Lisa Shaynard under pressure as we come down towards the line. These four scullers will go through to the A final. Is Ella Costal going to roll over the top of Lisa Shaynard as we come down? These two are locked together, barrel ball to barrel ball as they come down to the line. Netherlands versus New Zealand. It's going to be Lisa. Lisa will just take it over Ella Costal, and then we see a really great finish there from Stella Clayton-Green. She'll come through for third over Catherine Glenn. Then we go over to the outside. We've got Hannah Matahaere and Rebecca Lee racing each other, and then Holly Chaff just fading back a little bit here down on the inside. But it will be Hannah Matahaere who finishes a little bit stronger than Rebecca Lee on the outside, and then back down on the inside to Holly Chaff from West End.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Lake Ruataniwha in the Mackenzie district at the base of the picturesque Southern Alps is the southernmost rowing course in the world. Rowing teams have travelled here from all over New Zealand to race in this idyllic location. Athletes warm up from the boat park at the western end of the lake, row past their supporters and into the start blocks of the 2,000 metre course at the eastern end of the lake. Crews hit top speed in the first 300 metres, fighting for early dominance. They then settle into a rhythm, maintaining a base speed through the race's middle. Around the 900 to 1100 metre mark, decisive moves test opponents' stamina and rhythm. As fatigue sets in, the strongest crews emerge. In the final push, lactic acid builds, ratings rise, and gold medals are decided.
Here we go. We've got Dunstanarm number 4 in lane 2, Cure in lane 3, Wellington in 4, Dunstanarm in 5, Aramaho Wanganui number 2 and 6, and Petone 2 and 7. The qualification is top 2 will go through to the semi-final and the rest will be eliminated from the event. It's Dunstanarm number 1, Charlotte McKenzie and Charlotte Crosby, who have gone out to Clearwater. Charlotte McKenzie was one of my rowers at St Cuthbert's in Auckland before she moved down here to row with Simon at Dunstan at the end of her school year 13 last year. So she's come down to Dunstanarm, but was one of our novices at Counties Manukau and St Cuthbert's. So here she is doing really well for the Dunstan club here in the women's intermediate double. Just over their right-hand shoulder, chasing hard is Aramaho Wanganui number 2, Ruby Hoekstra and Lauren Davies. And then we are looking at Wellington's Amy Harvey-Green and Isla Ramsden. Those 3 crews through the 500 are the 3 that are looking to qualify just at the moment. Actually, we need 4 crews to go through to... No, it's 2. Just 2. Sorry, I'm looking at the event before it. 2 to go through to the semi-final. It is only 2 that will go through. We're in the second 500 here. Dunstanarm have started really well. And also just with half a length is the Aramaho Wanganui crew over Wellington. But Dunstan pushing out to a length and a half here as they head down towards the 1,000 metre mark. We'll just have a look at some of the ratings on these girls, just see if the rating and race plan is similar to the other crew that is chasing. 34.5 in that Dunstan crew, so they've really gone out like a rocket here in a double. Then we look at Aramaho Wanganui, they are sitting on 32, so a little bit lower there. We'll see if Dunstan can sustain that rating in the third 500. Then we go back to Wellington. So Wellington and Dunstan on a similar rating. Aramaho Wanganui looking dangerous there. If they're sitting 3 or 4 points lower and they're holding on to that second spot and they're right in the hunt, that could play into their favour in this third 500 if they take that rating up and attack and go after Dunstan as they go past that 1,000 metre mark. And I think they are pushing up. Dunstan are holding on here. So it'll be Dunstan that will go through the 1K in first place here and repecharge one of the women's Inti double sculls. Then we go back a length and a quarter to Aramaho Wanganui in lane 6. Then we go back on the inside to Wellington in lane 4. Then back inside, that might be Dunstan or Cure. I can't quite see who that crew is with the shade down there. But down we come towards the 1K and it's still swinging nicely for Dunstan Arms. So the two Charlottes, Crosby and Mackenzie, looking really good here, coached by Natalie Wilson and Leon Morris. And Natalie and Leon should be pretty happy with their girls as they come down to the 1K. So Charlotte were third in their heat of the women's Inti double, but they were also the bronze medalists in the South Island Championships. And that will be why they are one to watch here in this repecharge. Through the third, into the third 500 they go. It is still Dunstan, followed by Aramaho Wanganui, down to Wellington, and then back on the inside, that's either Cure or Dunstan Arm number 4. I just can't see who that crew is as they come through the 1K mark. It's Cure. So let's see what happens in this third 500. Can Aramaho Wanganui close that gap on Dunstan? If anything, I would say Dunstan's actually pushed out further ahead here. So the bronze medalists from the South Island Championships doing a really good job here. They find themselves in the repecharge, but they're making up for it by pushing towards a semi-final berth, and then it will be game on from there tomorrow to make sure they try and secure an A-final spot. So it's Dunstan Arm number 1. They have got a clear water advantage here as Wellington trying to row over the top of Aramaho Wanganui. It is only 2 to go through to that semi-final, so the big play here is going to come down to these two crews in lane 6 and 4. It's going to be Aramaho Wanganui versus Wellington. I think those two crews are going to be untouched to be rolled over into that second spot, into the semi-final position. Here they go through now. It is still sitting with Aramaho Wanganui, who have got about maybe a quarter to half a length over Wellington, with 750 left to travel. And Dunstan have still got a length and a half clear of Aramaho Wanganui. I think Wellington are going to have to do something pretty special now. They're going to have to roll over the top and take that rating up if they want to challenge Aramaho Wanganui. Aramaho Wanganui, exceptionally fit program up in the North Island there, and I've seen them sprint well towards the finish of several races yesterday and today. So they are in a dangerous position here, but Wellington do a lot of ergs up there. They stay really fit, but they're going to have to do something pretty soon here if they want to roll over the top of Aramaho Wanganui. I think Dunstan looking pretty secure here. The two Charlottes, as they roll down towards the last 500, they've extended their lead now over Aramaho Wanganui. They're going out to a length and 3/4 here, nearly 2 lengths over Aramaho Wanganui, who are holding on to about half a length over Wellington. So repecharge 1 of 4 in the women's intermediate double sculls here, as we head towards lunchtime on day 2 of the New Zealand Rowing Championships on Lake Ruataniwha down in Twizel in the South Island. Morning, Teddy. So inside the last 500 we go. These are 3 crews that are vying for 2 spots into the semi-final of the women's intermediate double sculls. It is certainly going Dunstan's way, and it looks like we're now seeing this crew from Aramaho Wanganui pushing out on Wellington now. I think they've gone out to clear water over them, which is probably a relief for Lauren and Ruby as they look to secure that second spot into the semi-final of the women's intermediate double sculls event. So Dunstan look like they're trying to take that rating up. It's not necessarily needed at this stage. You're looking pretty comfortable to me. So well done to these two ladies as they come down towards the 100 metre mark. And here comes Wellington again. Wellington's not done with Aramaho Wanganui. It's game on. One of these two crews is not going to make the semi-final. They're going to make the they're going to either make the semi-final or be eliminated from this event. Is it going to be Wellington or Aramaho Wanganui? I thought Aramaho Wanganui had done it, but here comes Wellington. This is a great sprint from the Wellington girls. Super impressive from the Lower North Island here, taking on Aramaho Wanganui as they come down to the line. And it's Dunstan. Dunstan take the win, so well done to Charlotte McKenzie and Charlotte Crosby. Very comfortable winners here in this Repechage 1 of the women's Inti double. But here comes Wellington. What a great finish from the Wellington girls in the last 150 metres. They've rode over and through Aramaho Wanganui, and it's going to be Wellington that will go through to that semi-final over Aramaho Wanganui. So well done, Wellington Rowing Club, Amy Harvey-Green and Isla Ramsden. What a great finish from you two, and into the semi-final you go. Great racing at the finish stages there of the women's intermediate double sculls, and well done to Dunstan Arm and to Wellington Rowing Club. Then we come back to the inside. We are watching Cure come down to the finish. Then we go over to lane number 7. We've got Petone out there, and then down on the inside is Dunstan Arm number 4. So Repechage number 2 of the women's intermediate double sculls down by the 1,000 metre mark. We just wait for the official time of Repechage 1 that was won by Dunstan Arm number 1. We have North End number 3, Twizel 1, Petone 1, Tauranga 2, West End 1 and Waihopai 2. We are looking for 2 to go through to the semi-final. The rest will be eliminated. Looks like Tauranga going really well. Kaya Booney and Catherine MacGyver. They were third in their heat, and I think it was top 2 through, so not too surprising to see them sitting up there in the lead, coached by Richard and Craig. So Tauranga looking really good here. There we go. Now we've got the view of the crews there racing in the Repechage number 2. We'll just look for the official result of Repechage number 1. Haven't seen that come up yet, so we'll give that to you for the 2 Charlottes. But out here in front of us, we have Tauranga leading this second Repechage of the women's Inti double. Let's look for that second place as to who's going to join them at this stage. Probably Petone. And then we've got Waihopai out there in lane number 7. So that's who it's going to come down to. 8:28.77 is the time that the 2 Charlottes did from Dunstan Arm, 8:28. And we'll see how this goes as Tauranga come down inside the last 500. Tauranga and Petone, and it's going to be up to Waihopai to do something pretty special to pull them in. So down we come towards the last 250 metres here of Repechage number 2 in the women's Inti double sculls, and it is Tauranga in the lead here, and then we've got Petone, who have really pushed away now on the crew from Waihopai. So Alma Steinfeld and Georgia Beerling have done a great job here in lane number 4 to secure that second position into the semi-final. From there we go out to Waihopai's Billy Joe Crooks and Mackenzie Milne, down on the inside to Twizel's Lucia Yates and Marley O'Keefe, and then we go over to West End's Tarani Emosia, Elise Callahan, and down on the inside to North End's Eliza Edwards and Emma Baskerville. So probably about another 6-7 strokes there for Tauranga. They've got a length and a half now lead over Petone. That's the 1-2 into the semi-final. So well done, ladies. Waihopai will come through for third place. And then, as mentioned earlier, back down to the local girls, Twisel's, Lucia and Marley will come through for fourth. And then we go over to West End and back down on the inside to North End in lane 2. So well done. Tauranga and Petone are going to join Dunstanarm and Wellington into the semi-final stages of the Women's Inti Double Scull. Hang on. Right, repechage number 3 of the women's Inti Double Sculls. Down we come inside, almost inside the last 500 now. We've got North End 1 and 2, Union 2, Mercer 2, Otago 1 and Waihopai number 3. So repechage number 2 was home in a time of 8:32, 4 seconds slower than repechage number 1. Out on the course, we are looking at a pretty dominant display here. I don't think this crew is going to get caught. And once again, the Mercer team will be happy to see Hinamoa and Brooke doing very, very well here. About 3 boat lengths lead now over Union, and that's Union number 2's Charlie and Michaela. They are sitting in second place. Then we come back inside of them to North End number 1, Brianna and Annie, and then we will go over to Otago, Maya and Olivia. Then we come back into Waihopai 3 and out to North End number 2. So down inside the last 100, or not quite, about 130 to go, but it's going to be the Mercer ladies that will come through and take this wind. And it is Hinamoa and Brooke that are going to be very comfortable leaders here. So I'll just bring this race through, then I'll hand over to the wonderful Chief in Command, Ian, of the South Island commentating team, and he will bring down, maybe if I just do the last repechage and then hand over to the Coxless Fours. Yep, sounds brilliant. And then we can just keep the flow going with this Inti Double that are just doing so well, these young ladies. So repechage number 3 has just finished. We just saw Union and Mercer go through, and repechage number 4 is on the track now, and we are looking at Waihopai 4, Dunstanarm 2, Mercer 1, Tauranga 1, Waikato 1 and Dunstanarm number 3. I'll see you soon. Looks like Waikato to me going really well. Zoe Middlemiss and Alex Sorensen. They are out there in lane number 6, and they look like they've got a clear water advantage here, potentially over Tauranga number 1, Carolina and Lara. Who's missing? All right, just trying to get our bearings here. Someone's missing, but it's not on any sheet that I can follow, so I'm going to guess that it's Waikato and Mercer that's doing really well. Sorry, Mercer, I was calling it as Tauranga. But it is no doubt about these two crews coming through now. It looks like Mercer's doing a really big push, Katie and Alexis, coached by Ashley Clatt. And then we've got Waikato's Zoe and Alex out there in lane number 6. It looks like those are the two crews that are looking good to qualify. Could be missing Tauranga there. Not sure that they're there, because there's only 5 crews out there and I've got 6 on my sheet. But nonetheless, let's focus on who's going to get the qualification here into the semi-final. Then I'll hand over to Ian, who will probably be all over this compared to me with the men's club 4 and the men's senior double, of which I'm really looking forward to watching. But I just really appreciate the opportunity to be up here and calling the events here at the New Zealand Rowing Championships, and it's great to be back here with the team up in the commentary booth. I've really enjoyed my time here, and was great that my crew could qualify straight through so I could spend some time up here. But out in front of us, as they are looking to qualify themselves, it is these Mercer ladies and Waikato. So it's Mercer that's had a really good last 500 metres here in the repechage number 4, the women's intermediate double sculls. So great racing here from Mercer number 1, Katie and Alexis. And they've gone out to almost just on a length now of the Waikato ladies, Zoe and Alex, out in lane 6. Those two are not going to come anywhere near being caught for these semi-final berths, so they will go straight through as they come through the 100. So it's going to be Mercer and Waikato. Then we go back about 3 to 4 boat lengths now to the Dunstan girls, and then over to the other Dunstan crew. So it'll be Dunstan Arm number 2 over Dunstan Arm number 3, and then we come back to Waihopai number 4. So here comes Mercer down to the line, about another 4 or 5 strokes. They're going to end up about 3/4 of a length ahead of the Waikato ladies, who will come through for second. They will also qualify for the semi-final here of the women's intermediate double sculls. And then we go back to Dunstan 2 and 3, and then back into Waihopai, who unfortunately will all be eliminated from this event. And let's hope they've got something else that they are racing in for the rest of the week. Right, that's me until about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So I'll hand over to Ian. And up next is the men's club Coxless 4.
Kirsty, you're always welcome. You're an honorary South Islander and a great mentor for those of us that aren't all that long in the tooth as far as commentating goes. This is the men's club Coxless 4 race, 146 in lane 1, Hamilton 1, lane 3, St George's 2, lane 4, North Shore 2, lane 5 is Hawke's Bay 1, lane 6 is North Shore 1, lane 7 is Avon 4, and lane 8 is Waikato 3. We'll get to the crews as we get further down the track, but we're looking for 1, 2, 3 and 4 to head through to the semi-final, and it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crews out there. So someone's not there. We'll work out who's there. Lane is just as they should be. We can see them right out in the middle there. It is Hawke's Bay 1 out in the lead there, just sitting out there, probably 2 boat lengths over back to Hamilton and be running second in lane 1. Then we go right inside them to St George's, North Shore, right on the outside. I think that is Waikato out there, Waikato 3 it is. So I think just inside of them might be Avon's there, I can see that. Just looking for North Shore. Might be North Shore that's not there by the look of it. So it is Avon starting to move in there too, but right in the middle there, Hawke's Bay, Charlie Moorhead, Logan Ballantyne, Woolley, George Nelson and Adam Vanderpeet, coached by Matt Mannington. They're taking the advantage here. They'll get one of those 4 spots as they head through. Still there with Hamilton down there in lane 1. Kahukura Hagi, Alex Van de Vega, Nicholas Taylor and Logan Morris. They're just holding into second at this stage. And then we go across to Waikato, but it's a nice push starting to come through down there from, is it North Shore in there? Yeah, it is North Shore. Still trying to work out who's not there. So North Shore holding on to fourth. Nice, coming down in lane 2 is Hamilton, continuing to move up alongside Hawke's Bay. Inside from them is St George's. Then we go to North Shore across out to, it's North Shore number 1 that aren't there. That's who's not there. And then Avon and then Waikato. So it's continuing to push up onto Hawke's Bay is that Hamilton crew. St George's just inside of them. Siang Yu, Chow, Noah Curtis, Lucas Duthie and Luca Tonna. Then we go inside to North Shore just ahead of them, which is Jackson Pitaganaru, Matt Lipton and Cruz Erdman with Jacob Lorcan. But as it is going to be holding on nicely out here is Hawke's Bay number 1. Just holding off. They've gone again, have Hamilton up on them and then go to North Shore back to St George's. Those are the 4. Just going to miss out is Waikato on the outside, Waikato 3. Back in there is Avon number 4, just going through 2 and they will be eliminated. Such a cruel word, isn't it? 100 metres to go now for the Hawke's Bay crew. Matt Mannington will be breathing a sigh of relief. Going along too nicely is the Hamilton crew. Gavin Lamon will be quite happy with them. And then 3rd and 4th being fought between the North Shore number 2 crew and of course just out from them is St George's down here in front of us. They will head on through these 4 crews to the semi-finals. Over there goes Hawke's Bay. Hamilton to go through. North Shore number 2. Could be their 1 crew. No, number 2, and then it is St George's down here in lane 3. That is the men's club Coxless 4. We move on to the men's double sculls. This is the repecharges here. 1 and 2 will go through to the A final. The rest through to the B final. Race 147, they're well along here. They're into the second half of the course, just coming up to 750 metres to go. In lane 3, Dunstan Arm 3, Josh Bartlett and Angus Lowe. In lane 4, Avon 2, Jimmy Middleditch, Scott Shackleton. In lane number 5 is Clifton 1, Clayton Potts and Liam Cox. They did well on the single yesterday, those 2. Lane number 6, Avon 1, Will Johnson and Jonty Thompson. And then we come back and out to lane 7, where it's Auckland 2, Harry Newbury Lee and Logan Tyrrell. And as coming those 2 Clifton boys doing well out there in the middle there, just inside of them is Avon 2, Jimmy and Scott, coached by Liam Barraclough and Alice Drummond. They'll be going up past that Avon tent pretty shortly. Right next to them, Dunstan Arm number 3. 1 and 2, you're going through to the A final. The rest of you are heading to the B final. So we'll see how they head off on there. This is race 146. It is the men's club Coxless 4. No, it's not. It's the men's senior double sculls, race 147. I'm just giving you a time for the previous one while I was looking at. So 6:58 they went through race 146, the men's club Coxless 4. Just under 500 metres to go out here in Clifton. Rating nicely. Just in the last 250 metres, they've really pushed out, have Clayton and Liam. So taking a very handy lead into this. 2 boat lengths clear now they'll be of Avon. Back to Dunstan number 3. Then we go out to Avon 1 and then Auckland 2. Great shot there on the live stream. Almost out to 3 boat lengths now as they go past that 1500 metre peg with a nice Milford signage there. We do thank Milford for their supporting of this live stream. It's fantastic and great to get the coverage for those drones. And Altitude High D doing all the work down there with the production. It's really high quality and it makes a big difference to the viewing experience, particularly for those of you who are at home. Working from home, I'm sure. 3 boat lengths almost now for Clifton. We head on down now. This is the first repecharge of the men's senior double sculls. All under control with Clifton here. The battle's going to be for that second spot, isn't it, between Dunstan and Avon, the 2 South Island crews fighting it out. So Avon have pushed just about 20 metres ago and starting to wind up now is Jimmy Middleditch and Scott Shackleton. So will Josh Bartlett and Angus Lowe, plenty of experience in that crew too, look to counter and come back at them. They've now started to move their hands, get more drive going, try and get some more run on your boat. You want to have a look out, Scott, because these boys will come at you. Clifton have got it all under control though, Clayton Potts and Liam Cox. They come on down now, 120 metres to go. Boat moving nicely, great conditions for sculling. Avon still pushing up on them, Jimmy and Scott just trying to hold off that challenge from Dunstan and take that second spot to go through to the A final of the men's senior double sculls. The rest will head through to the B final. Nothing to be sneezed at a B final national chance, but you'd love to have a crack at the A final, wouldn't you? So it will be the Clifton double. Clayton Potts, Liam Cox will go through to that A final. Looks like Avon have got that second spot nicely under control now as they come through to 50 metres to go. Clifton go down to the line now and take the buzzer. There they do. Avon will finish second and take their spot through to the A final. Through to the B final will go Dunstan Arm. Joining them will be Auckland 2, which Harry Newbury Lee and Logan Tyrrell, and also Avon number 1, Will Johnson and Jonty Thompson. That second repecharge is on its way down now too. They're just through into the second half of the course. Avon 3, Sam Cleland, Joshua Clark are in lane 2. Eli Kuhn and Nikki Maxon from Aramaho Whanganui, number 2, are in lane 3. Lane 4, Waikato 1, Sebastian Fulton and James Brott. In lane 5 is Dunstan Arm number 2, Sam Barnett and Hamish Yateman. In lane 6, Tauranga number 1, Luke Burquist and James Hollard. And in lane number 7 is Canterbury 1, Angus Cole and Tim Chapman. Saw them going down there before. And we just look down, make sure they're all there. I can see the Canterbury crew. I've got a question mark around Aramaho Whanganui, I think, unless they're sitting there. No, I don't know there. I can see Waikato because they're out in front, just ahead of the Dunstan Arm crew. Then we go right across the outside to Canterbury number 1. Repechage number 1 going through there in 6:57 there for Clayton Potts and Liam Cox, taking out that first repechage, the men's senior double. So scratching there for Aramaho Whanganui, and we're looking at the live stream now. You can see they're just a half a canvas lead there for Waikato, Sebastian and James, just over Dunstan, but right on the outside there, Canterbury 1, Angus Cole, Tim Chapman. They've had a pretty good season down here on Lake Ruatana for those two. Did well at South Island Champs just recently, and they're looking to put some pressure on and get themselves a bit further into this regatta with this event. 1 and 2 through to the A final. The rest will go through to the B final. So Angus and Tim, though, the silver medalists in the South Island, I thought they did well. It's just checking on that. And they're sitting out there quite nicely. So these three crews, just you could throw a blanket over them pretty much. It is still just with the Waikato crew, just over Dunstan by about a bow ball at the moment, and Canterbury just hanging in there as well. These are the three that are really showing out for the rest of them. Tauranga got a little bit of work to do. I think they're going to be through to the B final. And for Avon number 3, they'll be joining them in that B final as well. This is the second repechage of the men's senior double sculls. Day 2 here at the New Zealand National Rowing Championships for 2025. And who's going to go? Who's going to blink first? Just don't get too far behind Canterbury. Waikato just sitting there nicely, got it under control. Sitting there around about 36. Very similar for Dunstan. Who's going to go first? They've just pushed again, the Dunstan crew, and they're just starting to go ahead of Waikato. So they're starting to wind up now as Sam Barnett and Hamish Yateman as they get to the 250 metre mark. That's their point. They're off. But Waikato are hanging with them, and so are Canterbury on the outside too. There is very little between. There's only half a canvas between them. Now they're pushing out through Dunstan. Waikato will have to go with them now, and Canterbury is also to keep into the mix. It is Dunstan. Dunstan have wound up. Now where are you going from Waikato? On the outside, Canterbury now is starting to quicken the hand speed. They've moved quick too. They're both, all three of them are coming up the 100 metres to go, and Canterbury starting to get a run in their boat on the outside lane. They are now moved just in front of Waikato and over the top of Dunstan. Oh, nice timing here from Canterbury, I think. Second and third might be between Dunstan. It will look like their way between Dunstan and Waikato. Canterbury have got the run on their boat, the South Island silver medalists, coming down with 3 or 4 strokes to go. They've moved out to a clear boat length. What a nice piece in the last 100. Canterbury win this one. Second's going to go on the line to Dunstan, I think, just over Waikato. Oh, they'll go through to the A final. The rest will go through the B final, which I think will be Waikato. On the outside, joining them will be Tauranga, and down here in lane 1 will be Avon number 3. Nice timing on that sprint from Canterbury number 1 to move from third to first and win by a boat length. Women's senior double sculls, they're on their way down the first repechage. 1, 2, 3 and 4 to head through to the A final. In lane 1, Nelson 1, Naomi Robertson and Millie Treader. In lane number 2, Avon 2, Sam Rankin and Sienna Skilling. In lane 3, Dunstan Arm 1, Olivia Pybenga and Millie Scott. In lane 4, Avon 1, Claudia Kinder and Poppy Wyndham. And lane number 5, Cure Boating Club 1, Madison Neal and Sasha Robinson. And lane number 6, it's Waikato 2, Lauren Wood and Grain Welsh. And in lane number 7, it's Walsh, sorry, in lane number 7, Cure Boating Club 2, Mila Graham and Messina Sewer. And I think the scratching might be in the middle of the course. Nice shot there too. You can see the first 3, Nelson there in lane 1, just a bit further back from Avon 2 and Dunstan Arm 2, who are holding things out in the front there. I think we go across then, it will be Cure just on the right hand side of the umpire boat as they head on down. And then outside of them is Waikato. We've got 2 scratchings in this field. It's all on the inside lanes though. It's Avon and Nelson. And Dunstan Arm number 2. No, we've got a Cure Boating Club scratching by the look of that as they come through. And about 500 metres to go. So I can see Dunstan there and Ava One just on the right-hand side of them who are there. So Claudia Kinder and Poppy Wyndham leading this field down just over the top of the Dunstan Arm number 2 crew, Olivia Pybenger and Millie Scott. I don't think Nelson are there. Might be Ava number 2 down there in lane number 1. Then we go across to Waikato and Cure Boating Club. Got a time for you on that second repechage, 6:53 before Canterbury 1 between Angus Cole and Tim Chapman. 2.5 seconds back to Dunstan Arm number 2 and just 0.08 of a second between that Dunstan Arm crew and the Waikato crew. So very close here between Avon. And on the inside of them, Dunstan, we go across that outside lane looking at Cure Boating Club number 2, Mila Graham and Messina Sewer, coached by Alex Kennedy, just trying to sneak up out there in lane 7, get themselves through into that A final to finish in that top 4 that go through. So Avon looking quite handy, as are Dunstan, and then it's Cure. So now we're looking to see whether it'll be between the second Avon crew and Waikato to get the next spot to go through. 5 crews out here looking for 4 spots to go into the B final. And just very little now between those 2 crews, between Dunstan and Avon as they head past 300 metres, just come out to the 250 metre peg. Past the signage as we head into the last part of the race for them. Still looking very handily placed is the crew from Cure on the outside, back into Waikato. Waikato just holding on to that 4th spot, sitting there in lane 6, Lauren and Granane, as they head on down to also Avon number 2, Sam Rankin and Sienna Skilling. They're trying to get that spot off Waikato and head into the B final. But A final looking very likely now for Dunstan, Avon, Cure, and it'll be between Waikato and Avon. Oh, look, I just got half a stroke, not quite right there. This sitting there, and it still is with Avon and Dunstan. Rating very evenly, those 2 crews. Around 33, 34 Dunstan. They're just pulling ahead now of Avon. Cure Boating Club still in front of Waikato. Just watching between Waikato and Avon on the other side. You can't quite see in the live stream as easily, but it is with Waikato putting pressure on Avon. They're just in front of them. They're trying to hold that advantage, to hold that 4th spot through. They should be able to look across the left and see that they've got it. But they come with 100 metres to go now. It is the Dunstan number 2 of Olivia and Millie, coached by Simon Smith. 70 metres to go, taking Avon along with them. On the outside will be Cure Boating Club and Waikato doing the necessary, Lauren and Grenane, to make sure they get themselves through to that A final. And the women's senior double sculls. Coming in the line now, Dunstan will take the buzzer. Second will go to Avon. Third will be Cure Boating Club, and a tidy 4th there for Waikato and the Avon number 2 crew heading through to the B final. Repechage of the men's under 22 coxless pairs. That was a strong preliminary yesterday, wasn't it? And we got who we got out there. We should have in lane 2, Tauranga number 1, Jack McClutchy and Matthew Ryder. In lane number 3, Auckland 1, Ethan Henderson and Nathan Keeney. In lane number 4, Auckland 2, Jackson Compain and Freddie Eadie. In lane number 5, North Shore 1, Simon Gertzma and Tag Farak. And then in lane number 6 will be Waikato 2, Matthew Polton and Adam Wilson. Women's senior double, Dunstan Arm 4 are going through to the A final. The rest will be to the B final. So we can see the Auckland got about half a boat length over North Shore. Then we would go 3 boat lengths back to the rest of the field, and that would be led by Auckland 1, just inside of them to Tauranga 1, and on the outside to Waikato number 2. So Ethan and Nathan just sitting there in lane 3 and holding this advantage. They were second in their heat in the Premier pair at the North Island Champs recently. So pretty stiff competition up there for them, coming down here in the under 22s and making the best of it out there. Simon and Tug from North Shore handily placed in second. They'll hold those 2 spots, then we're going back to the next 3 to see who might dip out from there. So Matthew and Adam from Waikato. Matthew finished second in the North Island Championships recently in the senior pair with Ari Magasiva. So we've got some form coming into this regatta. These 2 crews holding on nicely out here. This, the other 3 crews in behind them starting to line up between Waikato and Auckland number 1 and Tauranga. So they're going to be fighting out for between the 3 of them for 2 spots. As they get closer down here, looking at that Auckland crew as they went up before, pretty smart looking boat. I think that's the one that's got the red and black stripes across the top of it. Pretty striking, but nice, easing out here nicely too, though, is Auckland number 2, Jackson and Freddie, coached by Peter Mills and John McDermott. They come down now with 150 metres to go and out to a boat length now over North Shore 1. So racing for lanes they are. They know they'll get through to that A final. North Shore still keeping things under control. They've just slowed their rating right down here, North Shore. Just know what they need to do, and they've got themselves in a position where that's going to happen. So they're just letting the crew from Auckland do their own thing. Well, they sit there at about 24, looks like their rating. Auckland is considerably higher than that. We go 3 boat lengths back now to Waikato, and this nice push coming through from Jack and Matthew Ryder from Tauranga. Look at them in lane 2, going right up alongside Ethan and Nathan. This is where the race is really. It's in those back 3 looking for 2 spots. Who's going through the A final? We know what's going to happen out the front. It'll be Auckland number 1. Ethan and Nathan doing nicely as they just start to slow up. They've done what they need to do. 50 metres to go. 2 boat lengths in front of North Shore, but Tauranga still pushing through out there in lane number 2. They've gone up and past the Auckland crew. 100 metres to go for them. Waikato have got it under control out there in lane 6. It would appear to take the 3rd spot, and just starting to burn off Auckland now to Tauranga to take that 4th spot to go through to the A final. They're out to half a canvas, so Auckland got time to come back again. Working hard, Tauranga. Waikato have got under control to take 3rd, and they're still extending other Tauranga boys. They'll go out and take 4th spot through to the A final. B final will be for Auckland number 1, and again finished down there in lane number 3 in the repechage of the men's under 22 coxless pair. So we'll just get you a time for that and confirm the result, and then we've got a little bit of a break. So those of you that are watching on the live stream can actually head off and do 30 minutes work, and the rest of us here can go and grab some lunch. And we'll be back at 11:56 for the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls. That repechage, 6 in the field, that should be a cracker. Time for that repechage in the men's under 22 coxless pair. Auckland 2 through in a time of 7:17.47. North Shore 1 finishing 8.2 seconds behind them, and a further 7.8 seconds back to Waikato. And Tauranga number 1 just making sure of that 4th spot into the A final, finishing 1.75 seconds in front of Auckland. So we'll be back in around about 20 minutes to bring you the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls here at the New Zealand National Rowing Championships for 2025.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Tom Shaper, Harrison Newsom, Matthew Hay, Luca Marfell, and Brianna Williams is the cox sitting in the bow. So this is the men's novice cox quadruple sculls 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the final. The rest will be eliminated. So still a good shot down there of the course. If you're wanting to know a little bit more about the history of the course, if you jump onto Rowing Hub, fascinating article there from Andy Hay a couple of days ago, interviewing one of the locals here in Tysel, Rick Ramsey, had a lot to do with this course and provides a lot more background on the history of this course, which we first started using for New Zealand National Rowing Championships 40 years ago. So lane 4 there is Hawke's Bay, lane 5, Nelson 1. Far right of screen is the Dunstan Arm Composite crew in lane 3. And just on the left of your screen there is Cure Boating Club number 1. Hannah Thompson, the cox. Hannah does a lot here for South Holland Rowing with the live stream. And away we go. Starters have let them go. Good shot there of Nelson in the middle of the course out to a nice clean start. And they'll get up pretty quickly into the high ratings. Get that start sequence going, get that boat up out of the water so we can reduce the friction, and they're out pretty quickly. Just on the inside of them is Hawke's Bay, got a nice clean start. Taking with them the Dunstan Arm Composite there in lane 3. So those two crews poking out already. Nice start there from Cure Boating Club in lane 6. And then in the outer flanks, the two Petone crews, pretty even as the umpire boat swings in behind them. And then the first repechage of the men's club single sculls. You can see them top of screen just swinging out of the bay into the starting blocks. Nice shot there looking across the lagoon as those repechage fields start to sort themselves out. Cure Boating Club, they've got a canvas on the rest of the field as they come on down here in the repechage for the men's novice cox quadruple sculls. So novices, this is their first season rowing competitively. Cure Boating Club doing nicely there and taking with them Hawke's Bay. So Hawke's Bay 1 is Noah Layton, Blake Griffin, William Griffin, Angus Lovell and Charlie Scott. And that Cure Boating Club crew, we've got Marcus Lavalley, Xavier Lavalley. Oh, that's interesting. My two sets of brothers in there in the Hawke's Bay and the Cure Boating Club. Fletcher Howden and Tommy Baldwin with Hannah Thompson doing the coxing. Then we go across into lane 2, Petone 2, James Lurwell, Valor Firestone, Blake Simcock and Joseph Simcock. Oh, there might be brothers everywhere. Mila Sowerby is the cox. Out there in lane 7 is that number 1 Petone crew, Toby Ireland, Mitchell Kilmister, Liam Jeffries and Finnegan Jones. Then we look at that Dunstan Arm Composite in lane 3, Jimmy Naylor, Harper Rawl, Keowen O'Neill, Boston, Irving, Dowling, coached by Natalie Wilson and Leon Morris. So still with Cure and Hawke's Bay, those are the two, and we're starting to get the 4 showing their noses out pretty cleanly. It's going to be a bit of a challenge for the Petone crews by the look of it as they head through that first 500 metre mark past the island, and as we look down from the umpire's perspective, we can see the Hawke's Bay crew now starting to take a lead over Cure Boating Club, and inside from them Dunstan Arm, and we see Nelson still there as well. So those four, as far as they can see at the moment, heading on their way down towards the A final. Still plenty of time to run. Men's club single sculls are in the starting blocks. That first field there in lane 1, Canterbury 1, Tim Chapman. Lane number 2 is Avon 2, Sam Mones. Lane number 3, Twizel 1, Ralph Henderson. Lane number 4 will be West End 1, Brad Salthouse. Lane number 5, Aramaho Whanganui 2, William Hurd. And then Otago Boys High School 1, Henry Lucas in lane 6, Aramaho Whanganui, Bryn Morgan in lane 7, and lane 8 will be Dunstan Arm 3, Liam Pyle, as they make their way into the starting blocks. But we're back looking at the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls. They head through the big body of water between the 500 metre island and the 1,000 metre mark, and now out to 4 seats. Looking quite clean there is Cure Boating Club. Coached by Armin Zaboda, and Hannah Thompson, the Cox, looking pretty comfortable there. Just inside from here is Nelson, who've started to move now a little bit in front of Hawke's Bay, and across the top there is the 4th place Dunstan Arm Composite as they head up towards that 1,000 metre mark, where the coaches will join them on the bikes. And still these 4 looking pretty comfortable. Petone 2 probably slightly ahead of Petone 1. Pretty evenly placed, those 2 crews, just a little bit back off the pace. Maybe Petone 1 now in front actually, but still is with Cure Boating Club, so they'll want to get through here pretty quickly and get themselves into a nice lane, just holding that lead over Nelson and Hawke's Bay and Dunstan Arm Composite. Up through those 1,000 metre yellow buoys will be very shortly. You can see the starter's hut just coming to view on the left-hand side. There it is, the Milford signs once again, and a little body of coaches there waiting to meet them. So still half a boat length there for Cure over Nelson, and Hawke's Bay just coming back into the piece now right alongside Nelson and bringing Dunstan Arm along with them as well. More of the single sculls going up the transit lane heading towards the starting bay. Coming back on Cure Boating Club, Nelson quite nicely, just about even there with them. Bauman from Cure has a quick look across, can see where they're at. They're sitting there at about 35, quite comfortably Cure, but Nelson, just since the 1,000 metre mark, which is when they must have pulled the pin, they've decided they're going to make a move, and they're now moved out to a comfortable canvas over the crew from Cure, and Hawke's Bay still going with them, so plenty of competition still to be had. Rating very similarly, these crews. Just slightly slower, I think the Hawke's Bay getting a bit more run on their boat, but those 3 crews now pulling ahead away from Dunstan Arm Composite. And then we still have the 2 Petone crews on the outside. So Petone 2 and Petone 1. Petone 2 just in lane 2 have the advantage over the Petone 1 crew. But half a boat length now to Nelson as they head on down through into the last 500 metres pretty shortly of this men's novice Cox quadruple sculls. Still your leader in lane 1 there is Nelson Rowing Club, Tom Shaper, Harrison Newsom, Matthew Hay, Luca Marfell. Coached by Kylie Johnson, Brianna Williams is the Cox. And a nice arrowhead there coming down. You can see Cure just down the right-hand side as you look at the screen, and just on the inside and top of them, Nelson is Hawke's Bay still. Coached there by Sam Cropper and Alex McHardy. Good contingent from Hawke's Bay. Nice big Hawke's Bay flag flying in the boat park. Good to see them here and making the trip down. Past the 1,500 metre mark. A couple of coaches there in the back trying to keep up with their crews. And a sparse spattering of camper grounds. There will be more camper vans. There will be more here as the week moves on. I can tell you that the men's club single sculls is just coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. That first repechage. But it's all Nelson at the moment. They're now just about out to a clear boat length over Hawke's Bay. And they have a half a boat length themselves, Hawke's Bay over the Cure crew. Nice tidy rowing from these Cox quadruple sculls. Still good conditions here. Just a gentle breeze coming across the lake. It is due to be slightly more than that mid-afternoon. We hope that's not the case. won't be affecting these crews though. So Nelson looking really good here in the men's novice Cots quadruple sculls, heading up through 250 metres to go into the yellow boys, out of the red boys, and just holding that nice advantage that they've got over now Hawke's Bay. Cure sitting comfortably out there in third, but just watching on the inside in the rating for lanes will be Dunstanarm Composite, Jimmy Naylor and Harper Rule, with Kiara O'Neill and Boston Irving Dowling. This is a composite between Dunstanarm and Harper from Cromwell. You can see Harper sitting in the bow seat there in the red and blue of Cromwell. 120 metres to go here for Nelson, looking very comfortable as they come down. They've got this under control from Hawke's Bay. They'll make sure of their spot through into that final, as will Cure Boating Club and the Dunstanarm Composite. And then working hard out there in lane 2 is Petone number 2, and in lane 7, Petone 1. Just getting the duck out of the way there for Hawke's Bay. They're on their way through. The duck's moved. Here comes Nelson, though. Just a handful of strokes down to take the buzzer they will in this men's novice Cots quadruple sculls. Over the line they go. Well done. Through to the final they go of the men's novice Cots quadruple sculls here at the National Champs. Joining them will be Hawke's Bay. Third will go to Cure. Nice finish in the end there for Dunstan Composite. And completing the field will be Petone down there in lane 2, their number 2 crew, and the number 1 crew out there in lane number 7. As we head down to have a look and see what's happening with the men's club single sculls. And it's coming out of lanes 3 and 4. So that looks to me like that's actually West End, Brad Salthouse in lane 4, making the running across to Otago Boys High School, Henry Lucas. I think if they're all there, we'll just double check that's the case. No, it's the 2 Aramaho Whanganui scullers. Just got put off a wee bit there. So it's William Hurd and Bryn Morgan actually making the running out there. In the middle, it's Otago Boys High School. In between them, just a wee bit further back there in 4th would be West End's Brad Salthouse. So on the left hand, in lane 5, William Hurd from Aramaho Whanganui. We've got a scratching in lane number 1, Tim Chapman. He rode the double earlier on, so that might have taken a wee bit out of him. So he's scratched. But we're looking at the 2 Aramaho Whanganui scullers now. 1 and 2 are going through the semi-final. Henry Lucas from Otago Boys High School is right in the middle of them and working pretty hard to try and keep up with them. There we go, back into West End's Brad Salthouse. He'd be holding 4th at the moment. Ralph Henderson from Twizel in lane 3, and then back to Avon in lane number 2. Across to Dunstanarm number 3, Liam Pyle out there in lane 8. Great shot there. You can see that Williams doing the job there for Aramaho Whanganui. Right in front by about 2 boat lengths over Henry Lucas, who's holding another boat length over Bryn Morgan from Aramaho Whanganui. He's under pressure now from Brad Salthouse from West End, and Brad's just starting to make a nice move through there in lane number 4, getting some pressure on. So he's sat there nicely in second, has Henry Lucas for Otago Boys High School, but he's under pressure from either side. 1 and 2 through to semi-final. Rest are eliminated. It's nice and clear in control at the moment now is William Hurd from Aramaho Whanganui. Doing a good job out there, just waiting to see what happens to the rest of them as they make their way through. That second repechage is underway too as well, but let's just bring this first one down and extending out there quite nicely. William says he's the number 2 crew. You never know. Continuing to push up though, Henry's holding on gamely out there. He's under pressure from the left from Brad Salthouse at West End. There's pressure coming on him as well from Bryn Morgan. Further on the outside we go to Liam Pyle in lane 8. Back inside we go to Ralph Henderson from Twizel, who's just been pushed through on by Sam Mones from Avon. But it's all Aramaho Whanganui at this stage out in front. Rating nicely in the early 30s. Sitting out there looking comfortable, William. He's holding the advantage over the rest of the field as he heads through those red boys into the yellow boys. 250 metres to go. Still holding on there, Henry Lucas, coached by Lauren Gibbs. She'll be watching how he goes. Starting to crank up there still again is Brad Salthouse from West End. Plenty of time left if he wants to make a challenge to try and get that second spot. See if he starts to go. He's working really hard out there, and also coming into it again is Bryn Morgan. Just starting to close up a little bit, but there's some work to do. Holding gamely out there is Henry Lucas from Otago Boys High School. You can see on the left of him and the right of him. And William Hurd from Aramaho Whanganui. We go back to Sam Mones down there from Avon, just moving past Ralph from Twizel. Those 2 sitting ahead of Dunstanarm number 3. But it's out in front with these 4 where the 2 will come from. 1 and 2 through the semi-final. 100 metres to go into the semi-final for William Hurd. Holding on nicely. Henry Lucas is holding that second spot, just trying to keep out West End. So watching West End now, he's starting to get into his last 100 metres. Can he get past Otago Boys? I think Otago Boys, Henry Lucas is going to hold on to this. No doubt about the winner though in lane 5 for this first repechage of the men's club single sculls. That will be William Hur from Aramaho Whanganui. Through into the semi-final he goes, and taking with him will be Henry Lucas from Otago Boys High School, takes second. Third will go to Brad Salthouse from West End. Fourth will be Bryn Morgan from Aramaho Whanganui. Nice finish in the end there for Sam Mones from Avon. Following him will be Ralph Henderson from Twizel, and then completing the field will be Dunstan Arm number 3, Liam Pyle. Men's novice Cots quadruple sculls, that repechage went through in 6:53. We now look down to the second repechage of the men's club single sculls. They're into the last half of the course. And we'll give you the field there. Everyone's starting. A Waikato 3 are in lane 1. That's Richard Fulton. In lane 2, Cure Boating Club number 3, Hamish McIntosh. In lane 3, it's Nelson 2, Ollie Hawkins. Lane 4 is St George's 2, Frank Eisen. Lane 5 is Avon 1, Lawrence Birch. Lane 6, Mercer 1, Cohen Robinson. Lane 7, Mercer 3, Alexander Sharp. Lane 8 is Avon 4, Jamie Soper. And it's sitting there with Lawrence Birch from Avon. Right out in the middle of the field, just next to him is St George's Frank Eisen, those two crews. And then we come back inside to Nelson 2, Ollie Hawkins. Those are the three sitting out there front. Back on the other side, we go to the two Mercer? The two Mercer scullers. Then a little bit further back in lane 8, it would be Avon 4's Jamie Soper. I think ahead of him in lane 1 would be Richard Fulton from Waikato, and lane 2 is Cure Boating Club's Hamish McIntosh, who would be sitting ahead of those two crews. So sitting there, whether we can see a great shot there of Lawrence Birch. He's coached by Alice Drummond and Leon Barrowcroft. This is the second repechage of the men's club single sculls. The first one went through in a time of 8:08. Lawrence has got almost a clear boat length and a bit over Frank from St George's. He's coached by John Cook. So these two scullers well out in front. Next best is going to be Ollie Hawkins from Nelson. He's out of screen, but he's sitting third. Fourth, we go across to Mercer 1, Cohen Robertson. And seventh is Alexander Sharp from Mercer number 3. He's out there in lane 7. He'll be next. Then we come inside to Hamish McIntosh. Actually, that would be Waikato's 3. Richard Fulton down there, who's ahead of Hamish. No, they've changed lanes. Cure Boating Club just down there. Hamish ahead of Waikato. Still all out in front though. Lawrence has got this under control as he heads up towards 300 metres to go for him, I think, taking St George with him, both in the red and white, both just slightly different designs on the rowing suits as they come down. 3 boat lengths back to the rest of the field. Nelson trying to make a run, but it might have left it too soon, too late. Mercer number 1. Just settling down a bit, the water out there as these guys sitting there, both of them sitting around about 32, 33, rating nicely. Lawrence is starting to move ahead of the St George sculler, Frank. And then we go back to, in third spot, Ollie Hawkins. Fourth on the outside, we go to Mercer, number 1. And then Mercer number 2 would be ahead of Cure Boating Club, ahead of Waikato, ahead of Avon number 4 in this second heat of the men's club single sculls repechage. It is the first of 5 repechages. That's a lot, isn't it? Under control on this one, though. It will be Avon. Lawrence Birch, all going well. He's got 100 metres left to run. That first repechage, as I said before, went in 8:08. This is the second repechage coming down now. 100 metres there now for St George's Frank Eisen, and these two will go through to the semi-final. The rest will be eliminated, which will be Ollie finishing third from Nelson, across to Mercer number 1, Mercer 2, back inside to Cure. And then Avon and Waikato. Hopefully they've got some other races to get down. Buzzer now coming for Lawrence from Avon through to the semi-final, taking with him Frank Eisen from St George's. So congratulations, those two scullers. Into the semi-finals they go. Just finishing now in third will be from Nelson, Ollie Hawkins. Middle of the field there for Cohen Robinson from Mercer number 1. Be joined shortly by Alexander Sharp, Mercer number 3. Then it is Hamish McIntosh from Cure Boating Club. And then back to Richard Fulton from Waikato. And on the outside lane there, Jamie Soper from Avon number 4. Third repechage into the second part of the field. And there's a few cancellations here. Scratchings, Twizel not there. We have got in lane number 3, Cure University Rowing Club. In lane 4, Wellington Rowing Club. Cure Boating Club in lane 5. And Twizel number 3, Bryn Smith out there in lane number 8. So a little bit easier for these scullers if there is such a thing. We're still looking for 1 and 2 to go through, so they've got a 50% chance, you would think. There's 4 of them in the field. And Cure Boating Club there, Ashton Corkery sitting out in front. Second there in lane number 2 is Habiki Hishikaki from Cure University. He's in lane 3. Under the watchful eye of Glenn Sinclair from Otago University. Then we go to Wellington 2, Jason Theobald, and out there in lane number 8 is Bryn Smith from Twizel number 3, coached by Calvin Maker and Sarah Henderson with a little bit of work to do. So there is really just a race between the 3 of them at this stage. 750 metres left to go as they go past that point. And with a boat length in front is Ashton from Cure Boating Club. Habiki from Cure University just sitting there nicely in second, holding on to that second qualifying spot. Early days though, because the pressure will come from Jason Theobald and Wellington. Coached there by Matthew Hall. Will probably be out there on the bike having a look at them. There's 2 bikes going alongside, you can see there. Time for the second repechage, just waiting for that to come up, shouldn't be too far away. And of course this is the third of what is 5 repechages in the men's club single sculls. Just extending is Ashton Corkery, coached by Alex Kennedy. Cure Boating Club off the Kaiapoi River. Nearly out to 2 boat lengths now over Habiki from Cure University, and still sitting there in the pocket is Jason Theobald, looking to time his run so he can nab that second spot to go through to the semi-final. He's not far off. He's just a boat length and a bit. A lot can happen pretty quickly in these singles as people get moving. All under control there for Ashton at this stage. And Habiki just holding on. Wellington sitting there in the maroon with the white horizontal stripe. You can see him. He's got some work to do. Need to go shortly. They're only got 250 metres to go. So still under control. In fact, looks as if he's just started to wind a little bit. Has Ashton from Cure Boating Club just taking his stroke rate up to the mid-30s as Habiki's sitting there now. Where will Jason go? Jason makes a move shortly. He will be about right. Habiki holding on to second from Cure University. I'm sure Glenn's watching. Great anticipation to see if he'll get them through to the semi-final. Nice push though this is from Ashton Corkery. He's taking control of this race. Just a short push. He's wound it back down again, just putting a wee spurt into the 250 metre mark, doing what he needs to do. Habiki's starting to go up now too. He's looking at that Jason Theobald coming at him and thinking, I want to make sure I get myself through to a semi-final at the New Zealand National Rowing Championships. So he's rowing hard in there in lane number 3, holding on to that second spot. But 50 metres to go. Lovely boat run from this Cure sculler. Heading on down to the finish. Just getting some encouragement shouted out to him from the sidelines. And down he comes to take the buzzer and to go through to the semi-final of the men's club single sculls. And nicely there in lane number 3 will be Habiki Ishikagi from Cure University, coached by Glenn Sinclair, heading on through to the semi-final. He'll be happy with that. Jason Theobald just missing out from Wellington, and completing the field down there will be Bryn Smith in lane 8 from Twizel. A hand in the air, well done Habiki, you've got yourself through the semi-final. And it's a very closely contested field. This is evidenced by the amount of repechages we've got. We're in now to repechage number 4 of the men's club single sculls. They've got 750 metres to go, and we'll be able to bring you the field for them, let you know who's where. In lane number 1, Hamilton 2, John O'Brien. In lane number 2, Dunstan Arm 4, Max Smith. In lane number 3, Hawke's Bay 1, Charlie Moorhead. In lane number 4, Otago Boys High School 2, Ben Thompson. He'll be looking to join his compatriot, Mr. Lucas, in that semi-final. Lane 5, Waikato 2, Harry February. In lane 6 is Hamilton 4, Kahukura Hagi. And then in lane 7, completing the field, is Mercer 2, Max Semilink, as we have a scratching in lane number 8. Very close, isn't it? Hawke's Bay, Otago Boys High, Waikato. Waikato leading them down. You've got that yellow skiff right in the middle of the field. That's Harry February. Just on the closest to the screen from him is Hamilton 4. In the red and white, that's Kahukura Hagi. And then we go back across to Otago Boys High School, Ben Thompson. Right next to him is Hawke's Bay number 1, Max Moorhead. Then we go across the bottom of your screen. As you look at it, you can see Max Semilink from Mercer number 2 out there in lane 7. Then we go further back on the outside into lane 2. Actually, just ahead of him in lane 1 is Hamilton 2, John O'Brien. Max Smith back there in lane 2, just in behind him from Dunstan Arm. And then completing the field out there is still, and ahead of them is from Mercer, Max. But it's with Waikato. Just pushed there as he came through with 750 to go. He's got clear water now, and watching Hawke's Bay, Charlie Moorhead starting to move up alongside him, trying to make some eat into that distance that's between them, and Otago Boys High School just in behind them. It is with Hamilton though on the outside as well. This will be a closer finish for that second spot because Max from Mercer started to move as well. So 500 metres to go. He's conducting the orchestra out there in the middle of the course is Harry February from Waikato 2. He's got people to the left of him and people to the right of them, and the movers coming from Hawke's Bay. Charlie Moorhead, coached by Matt Mannington, just in the last 50 metres has got himself into a clear second. So he's laid the gauntlet down to the rest of them. I want the second spot. Who's coming with me? Max still moving out there from Mercer in lane number 7. Kahukura just inside of him from Hamilton. Those two just now moving a wee bit closer to the action. Out there is still from Otago Boys High School, Ben Thompson. He's not far away. Just 3/4 of a boat length behind the second place holder at the moment, who is still from Hawke's Bay, Charlie Moorhead. Coming through now with 300 metres to go. He's still holding the lead as Harry February, but the rest are getting closer, being led by Hawke's Bay. Charlie Moorhead trying to come at him. So it is Waikato. Waikato in the red, yellow and gold and green out in the middle as they sit down there with 300 or 250 metres to go now. Still got a nice run there is Charlie Moorhead from Hawke's Bay. Max Semilink from Mercer moving up on the outside as well. Just being finding a wee bit tough is Otago Boys High School and Hamilton. It's closing right up though. He's still holding on as Waikato, but it's coming from Mercer on the outside, and on the inside it's coming from Hawke's Bay. These three scullers emerging for the rest of the pack. Oh, it's very little between second and third at the moment. I think Otago Boys High and Hamilton got too much work to do, but it is Waikato holding the lead. He looks across, does Hawke's Bay, and up he goes. Charlie's winding up again. He's going to have to chase down Max Semilink from Mercer. These are the three scullers coming past the red boys. 100 metres to go. It's still with Waikato. Hawke's Bay and Mercer fighting for second and third. Two of them are going to go through to the semi-final. The rest will be eliminated. It's still Waikato holding off the challenge from Hawke's Bay, and Max Semilink on the outside from Mercer. I think the Hawke's Bay sculler might have the advantage. Waikato is still holding the lead by a boat length as they come down to take the buzzer. He's trying to go again as Mercer, but he's just holding out here on the inside as Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay will take the second and through to the semi-final. Third will be Mercer. Oh, nice finish for those three scullers. It's a shame one has to miss out. In the middle is a game fourth from Otago Boys High School. We come back to Hamilton, back down here on the inside to Hamilton number 2, and then just finishing just in behind him in lane 2 will be Max Smith from Dunstan Arm. Well, under Waikato, under control for just about all of that race, but it was the timing in the end from Charlie at Hawke's Bay that just got that second spot over Mercer. The last of these repecharges on its way down. We can give you in lane number 2, Cure Boating Club 2, Didier Marks. In lane 3, Dunstan Arm number 2, Aidan O'Doherty. In lane 4, it's Taupo 1, Joseph Williams. In lane 5, Whakatane 1, Ash Schultz. In lane number 6, Tasman Coastal 1, Murdoch Smith. In lane number 7 is Hamilton 3, that's Alex van der Vega. And in lane number 8, Alexander Nelson from Vashon Island, from the Pacific Northwest. Good to have them here, coached by Richard Parr, of course, who has an association with Canterbury Rowing Association in the past, but more recently Otago Rowing, and good to see those guys here enjoying the course. Who's enjoying it the most, though? Let's go and have a look and see. It looks like it is Whakatane out there in lane number 5. Ash Schultz just sitting there. Right alongside him, right next to him is Taupo 1, Joseph Williams. Then we go out to Tasman Coastal. Next to him is Hamilton number 3. Back inside we come to Dunstan Arm and Cure Boating Club. So Whakatane, see him out there, Ash Schultz, white singlet with the black band across the middle, across the midriff, just holding on to this at the moment, coached by Graham Watt. Can't shake Taupo, he's right next to him. 1 and 2 to go through. These are looking 2 at the moment. Some work to do down there. Murdoch Smith from Tasman Coastal. And I'm not sure that actually lane 8 made the start. I can't see them out there. can see Hamilton number 3, that's Alex van der Vega. Harry February, Waikato 2, won that last repechage of the men's club single scull in a time of 8:06. And just moving ahead now of Whakatane is Joseph Williams from Taupo. Oh, they're babble for babble, these two, just about. There's not much between them. As long as no one else catches them, they'll be pretty happy. But they will be competitive. Just watching on that right-hand side, Tasman Coastal, he's not too far off, and he can't get rid of Alex from Hamilton. He's sitting right alongside him. Next of the rest back down here in lane 2 would be Didier Marks from Cure. He's not too far off the pace. And we go further back inside from him. Aidan O'Doherty from Dunstan Arm, number 2, would be another 3 boat lengths back in this last repechage of the men's club single sculls. So he's continued to push ahead, has Joseph from Taupo. Whakatane still holding on, but that little push coming from Tasman Coastal, just looking at Murdoch Smith down there, he's continuing to get closer. He has got time. It's only 2 boat lengths that he's away off now, and if they start to wind up, he might be within it. But just looking for power at the moment. Whakatane, he's doing pretty well. There is Ash. I think he's got something to give. He's just sitting there quietly at 30. I think he might end up going up. Joseph Williams, though, he's got the advantage. So Ash will go up if he feels he's under pressure, I think, from Tasman Coastal. They get to 250 metres. Into the yellow buoys they go. Just putting a bit more on the legs. That connection through from the fingertips to the foot plate. And it's about a boat length now for Joseph from Taupo. You can see him out there with the blue and gold on, and trying to get himself some clear water. These two look like they got under control, heading through in this last repechage. Through the semi-final will be 1 and 2. 100 metres to go now for Joseph Williams from Taupo. Pretty similar for now for Whakatane. Too much work to do there for Tasman Coastal. And on the outside to Hamilton 3, then we go back across to Cure Boating Club and another 3 boat lengths back to Dunstan Arm. But these two scullers, they'll be making up the last of the fields in the semi-finals. Very little between them as they come down, maybe 3/4 of a boat length. Almost pacing each other. Taking the buzzer now is Joseph Williams. Ash Schultz and Whakatane will join him. Then we go across to finishing third, Tasman Coastal. On the outside there, Alex from Hamilton 3. Back inside to Didier Marks from Cure Boating Club. And it will be Dunstan Arm down there in lane number 3. We move now to the Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. We have a repechage there where we're going to get 1, 2, 3 and 4 heading through to the semi-final. The rest will be eliminated. In lane 3, Star Boating Club. Number 2, Maddie Wellington, Alana Johnson, Lola Story, Eve Williams are in that crew. In lane number 4, Waihopai 1, Charlotte Klein, Caitlin Whitaker, Lila Jack and Ella Norman. Having a great season down here in the South Island, Waihopai are. In lane number 5, Wairau Composite 3, the composite between Wairau and Star Boating Club, Amy Harvey Green, Isla Ramsden, Sophie Kavanagh, Zoe Kong. And in lane number 6, another composite, Rotorua Composite with Rotorua and Whakatane. That's between Lucy Gaston, Grace Ironmonger, Ayla Rowe with Frances Hazeldine from Rotorua, as is Lucy. And then in lane number 7, it is Waikato 2, and that's the boat that's in the front. Big yellow boat on there in lane 7, just in front of Waihopai. So Waikato 2, Caitlin Cotter, Edie Crouchley, Martha DeLong and Rotara David. Good strong crew in there. We're looking for 1, 2, 3 and 4. This is going to be brutal. One's going to miss out. That's not a whole lot of fun, is it? Who's it going to be? They're pretty even at the moment too, aren't they? So we can see that it is, they've just gone ahead by about a bow, but we'll have Waihopai over Waikato. Then we come back into the Wairau Composite, just, I think, ahead of the Star Boating Club crew, and then we come back to Rotorua Composite. So 750 metres to go as we come past the 1250 metre peg. It's a very big peg. It's a sign with some lovely sponsorship signs in there from Milford. So good to see Milford continuing to support this live stream for us, and we thank them for that. This is the only repechage of the Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. Then we move on to the men's intermediate double sculls, who will be following them down after this. So this continues to move down. Putting on Waikato, aren't they? And Waihopai. And it's just Rotorua Composite just starting to drift off a little, I think. as you can see. So that if they push again, they'll give themselves a chance, but it's looking like those four we can see to the left of the screen as we move past 500 metres to go, heading through to the semi-final. Star Boating Club sitting down there in lane 3. Want to make sure about though, because I'm sure Rotorua have got a sprint in there somewhere. Waikato holding on nicely. Big contingent from Waikato. I think I saw a photo earlier this week. 100-odd athletes here and 2 big boat trailers. So great to see such a big contingent here. And they are just still sitting probably in second now as the lead is held by Waihopai, coached there by Scott Condell and Danny Young. Just inside there's Wairo Composite. Matt Hall has got the reins of that crew. And just holding nicely. Trying to just hang in there is the Rotorua Composite, but it's just getting a little bit tough just by the umpire's boat. And it still is back with Waikato now. So they'll be into the final of the Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. And that is Waikato number 2, of course. I think the Waikato number 1 crew yesterday went straight through into the final. So Waikato looking strong. And so Waihopai out there in the green, the white and the red. Still holding on to second. Waikato just pushing again on the outside, but looking very comfortable for these first crews. Rotorua Composite just starting to make a move and try and close their gap, but they're running short on room. They'll have to go real quick. This will be a great finish so they can get themselves through and in, because it's looking like Waikato, Waihopai, Star Boating Club and the Wairo Composite. So that is a big composite actually, just between Wairo, Star Boating Club and Wellington. So they'll be happy to get themselves through the semi-final. Fighting gamely out there as the Rotorua Composite, but it is going to be the crew from Waihopai that will take this repechage out. They'll finish first, closing up pretty quickly at the end. I think Waikato are just going to be nobbled at the end by the look of it, because this composite from Rotorua might just go over them to take second. It's looking very much like that. And a good finish down here in lane number 3 from Star Boating Club. But Waikato will hold third. Fourth will go to Star Boating Club. Those 4 crews are through to the semi-final, and just completing the field and finishing now is the Rotorua Composite. Men's intermediate double sculls. Repechage number 1 is into 750 metres to go. The first of 4 repechages in the men's intermediate double sculls. I'll give you the field there. Oamaru number 1, Manu Fisalau and Jacob Rohrbach are in lane number 3. Porirua 1, Jordan Spark and Jack Clark are in lane number 4. Lane number 5 is Hawke's Bay 1, Josh Mashingham and Riley Russell. Lane number 6 is Mercer 2, Liam Murphy and Daniel Chamberlain. And in lane number 7 is Porirua 2, Jack Jenkins and Albert Swanepoel. Again, 1 and 2 through to the semi-final. The rest won't be. And it's looking like Porirua and Hawke's Bay number 1 are well clear of the rest of the field. So as you see your screen there, you can see Hawke's Bay on the right-hand side, that familiar diagonal white sash on the back of Josh and Riley as they make their way down the middle of the course, and stroke for stroke almost matching their Porirua, Jordan and Jack. So these 2 crews, the advantage there is with Porirua in this first repechage of the men's intermediate double sculls. Coached by Jonathan DeBarge, and they're making their way nicely up towards that 1,500 metre mark, 500 metres to go, and just moving into half a boat length now, Porirua over Hawke's Bay. Then we go 3 boat lengths back on the outside to Porirua number 2, currently holding third, just over Mercer number 2 by about a boat length, or very little bit, maybe just ahead on the inside would be Oamaru of them, but they're well back and probably in third or fourth now, and there's 3 boat lengths between those, that chasing pack in our leaders, which continues to be Jordan and Jack from Porirua number 1. The men's intermediate double sculls, another strongly contested class. Great shots there, isn't it? Both crews rating very evenly, early 30s, about 32 as they come on down towards 350 metres to go. Well clear of the rest of the field. They've got this under control, have these 2 crews. They'll make their ways through to the semi-final, all things being equal. And then we go back. You can see pretty easy to spot those Porirua boats actually with a nice red bow on them. Looking very smart. The red bow on the end and the rest of the boat being white, except for the green tip at the end. A little bit like the St Margaret's boats here in the South Island. But in front is where they are at the moment. They've got clear water now, have a Porirua number 1, Jordan and Jack over Hawke's Bay, and looking very comfortable. Hopefully enjoying the conditions as the sun starts to make its way through. Then 3 boat lengths back we would go to in third would be Oamaru, Mana and Jacob, and then on the outside Porirua number 2, then back between those 2 crews is Mercer number 2, heading through. That first repechage of the women's, well, the only repechage the women's club, Coxless Quad, went through in 7:52. Good conditions. 100 metres to go now. Nice run on that boat, isn't it, from Porirua? Looks very spectacular coming through. The red, blue and white on the blades, dipping in and out of Lake Ruataniwha. And it's very clean, those catches. Hardly any backsplashes. They make their way in and out. Nice clean from these intermediate double scullers. And the Porirua crew of Jordan Spark and Jack Clark through to the semi-final. Joining them in that will be Josh Matchingham and Riley Russell from Hawke's Bay as they go across that number 1 crew. Then we go, well, I'm going to say 6 or 7 boat lengths back to Porirua number 2, just a boat length in front of Oamaru number 1, and another half boat length back to Mercer number 2 in that first repechage. Second repechage is a somewhat small field. There's 3 of them. So we've got some scratchings. So in lane number 3, we have Cure Boating Club 1, Liam Barrett and Ethan McGrath. Leading them down in lane number 4 is West End number 2, Joshua Drake and Eric Brownlow. Scratching in lane 5, scratching in lane 6. And in lane 7, Wellington 1, Bladen Rowe and Christian Lindsay. Again, 1 and 2 is going to go through to the semi-final, and 1 will miss out. So the work is to be done, I think, by Bladen and Christian out there in lane number 7 from Wellington, because they are being led down by West End number 2, Joshua Drake. And just in behind them by about a boat length and a half, as you can see on the screen there now, would be Cure Boating Club in the Cure Purple, Liam Barrett and Ethan McGrath. They have the advantage, these 2 crews. There's actually more cyclists on the bank than there are crews in this race. So that, I don't know how that works. There must be some double coaches or some spectators. And then you see coming to view as Bladen Rowe and Christian Lindsay, so from Wellington. So these crews working hard to see who can get themselves through into the semi-final. Some work to do there for Bladen and Christian. Maybe that's their plan, and hopefully they'll get themselves through, and maybe they've got some other races to focus on for the rest of this regatta. 7:38 was the time in that first repechage number 1, the men's intermediate double scull, race 158. This is event 34. If you're watching on your live stream, you've got Rowett up in front of you. You'll see this is event 34, the repechage for the men's intermediate double sculls. 2 more repechages to take place after this. The next one is on the course as well, and it looks like it's got a fairly small field too. Actually, might only be 3 in that. We'll get to that. Looking in command though, West End, coached by Ethan Blight and Nick Dorr. So those vertical twin black stripes on the back of the row suit and on the front. A rowing club with some great history. Just holding clear water they are over Cure Boating Club. And out of the picture, probably another 3 to 4 lengths back, is the Wellington crew out there in the maroon and white stripes. Enjoying their experience at Lake Ruataniwha. So 2 more repechages after this, which will take us through to another short break before we start the afternoon with the women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. So current title holders in the men's intermediate double sculls are St George's Rowing, and they haven't got any competitors in it this time, so there wasn't anybody in the initial heat, so there'll be a new title holder in the men's intermediate double sculls this year, this regatta, sponsored by the McEwen Group. So those of you who are in Twizel will need to be filling up with them. Well full in their tank though, in lane 4, West End number 2, they come down and take this repechage. Congratulations to Joshua and Eric through to the semi-final they go, and taking with them Cure Boating Club. Liam Barrett and Ethan McGrath will join them in those intermediate double scull semi-finals, and eliminated, but hopefully with some more rowing, Wellington number 1, Bladen Rowe and Christian Lindsay. We head on with that magnificent drone footage back down the course to have a look, check out the third repechage of the men's intermediate double sculls. And we have in lane number 3, Waihopai 1, Nathan Burt and Matthew Jenkins. In lane number 4, Mercer Rowing Club 1, Joshua Payne and Vaughan Cameron. In lane number 5, Timaru Rowing Club 1, Lewis O'Sullivan and George Talbot. Lane number 6 is Waikato Rowing Club number 3, Rylan Green and Theo Mailing. And Waikato 2 look like they have been scratched. So we're looking at Waikato number 3. In fact, there's only 4 crews out there. And it's Timaru in front, Lewis O'Sullivan and George Talbot sitting out there in lane number 5. That's them. You're looking right at them now. So you can see the blue, almost like the inverted sign of St Andrews on the back of them. That's a nice clean set of heels there from Timaru. They're well out in front of the rest of the field. Second would be Mercer number 1. Again, we're looking at 1 and 2 to go through to the semi-final. So as we pan back, we'll see the Mercer crew of Joshua Payne and Vaughan Cameron just sitting there. 2, almost 3 boat lengths back now they would be. Then we come across and we can see just in behind them on the right-hand side, Waikato number 3. And further back on the inside, just to the left of the umpire's boat, is Waihopai number 1. Well in control of this is that Timaru crew. Just making sure that they do what they need to do to get themselves through and into the semi-final. Sitting there on quite high rating, aren't they? They're sitting about 37, 38 as they head down. They've just got plenty of run on their boat, but maybe they might be able to try and conserve a bit of energy as they get closer to the finish and the job's done. Mercer still flowing along in behind them. Just a little bit slower, still rating 34, so 5 strokes lower on the rating is the crew from Mercer, and just sitting there in second. These 2 crews looking pretty comfortable though. Long way on the outside there to the Waikato crew, probably 3-4 boat lengths. Then we come further back to the crew from Waihopai. Bigger field heading in behind them for the 4th repechage, the men's intermediate double sculls, to finish this session off, and they'll get escorted down by the umpire boats. But well in control here. Excellent effort here from Lewis O'Sullivan and George Talbot. Their coaches Mac Brown and Blake Parker will be pretty happy. Job done for them. Also for Mercer number 1, Mercer off the Waikato River. Good crew from Mercer down here too. Good to see them taking part here in the National Rowing Championships for 2025. 100 metres to go now for Timaru, and they'll be loving this. Boats moving nicely, very clean in and out they are. High rating, but the boat's moving. You can see the bow just lunging out of the water with every stroke. Good to see. And then we can see the crew from Mercer just in behind them looking quite tidy as they've got less than 100 metres to go now. 4 or 5 boat lengths between these 2 crews. Both head on down to the semi-final of the men's intermediate double sculls. Timaru taking the buzzer now, and then it is Mercer will follow them. A long way back to Waikato, who will take 3rd, and then completing the field in lane 3, Nathan and Matthew from Waihopai. One to go, team. Men's intermediate double sculls. Repechage number 4. And they're all there. I can see them coming down. They're in the second half of the course. You can just see in the top of your screen coming into view. We'll bring the field for you up for you shortly as you enjoy your lunch. Slopping breadcrumbs into your computer keyboard. I'll give you something to do this afternoon, cleaning that out. In lane number 2, Timaru 2. Looking to join the Timaru crew that's just gone through. Their number 2 crew in lane 2 of this repechage number 4, Murphy Hopper Park and Baxter Hopper Park. In lane number 3, Avon 1, Jack Vossel and Luke Todd. Lane number 4, Union 1, Harry Pearce and Daniel Kara. In lane number 5, Aramaho Whanganui 2, Jordan Hallett and Kynan Brewer. Lane number 6 is North End 1, Ashton McNee and Ethan Shirley. Lane number 7 is Avon 2, Eugene Farrell and Elliot Nye. Well into the race they are, and there's a nice little lineup between 3 crews here. Avon 1, Union 1, Aramaho Whanganui, just right in the middle of the course. So lane 3 is Avon, right alongside Union, right next to Aramaho Whanganui out there in the maroon and yellow. These 3 crews ahead of the rest of them. Next to the best will be on the outside, North End number 1, back down inside to Timaru number 2. Then we go across to lane 7, Avon 2, Eugene Farrell and Elliot Nye. You can see those crews there. Aramaho Whanganui just ahead by about a boat length of Union. Then we go back to Avon, who would be another boat length back from there. It's actually only half a boat length between Aramaho and Union. Then on the outside, North End with the red and black quarters. 1 and 2 though to go through. So the challenge is there for Avon and to a lesser extent, or greater extent, North End. But Aramaho, Whanganui and Union doing a great job in the middle of the course. So it's just on the right there, there's Aramaho, Whanganui. You can see the gold blades dipping in and out of the lake. Just to the left of them is Union. They'll have the navy blue and white on their blades. So I think Union, the second oldest rowing club in New Zealand, according to the back of their trailer. Canterbury Rowing Club being the oldest. I think 1861 was when Canterbury Rowing Club was inaugurated. Aramaho, Whanganui just trying to get clear water there over Union. Avon hanging tough. Jack Vossel, Luke Todd, coached by Michaela Turfus and Sammy Duggan. They've got some work to do. Can they wear down the Union crew? They're just rating up a little bit quicker than Union. They've got some work to do to try and get that second spot, though. Going through the last of the Red Boys, heading up to 250 metres to go. Well in control, though, is Aramaho, Whanganui, Jordan Hallett and Kynan Brewer. They've got this sorted at this stage to go through to the men's intermediate double sculls in the last of these repecharges. The challenge still sits there for Avon. Union have got it under control. The two Christchurch crews battling it out there in lanes number 3 and 4. Then we go further on the outside to North End. Just too much work for them to do. Back down into lane number 2 is Timaru 2. And then right across there in lane 7 is Avon number 2. Closing up on Aramaho, Whanganui, Union. But both these crews are still well ahead of Avon. Less than 150 metres to go for them. And is Aramaho, Whanganui, Jordan and Kynan setting the tone, looking very together. Heads are still working hard, and we've got Union just sitting inside of them, coasting along nicely, and just you can just see there's more tiredness in that Avon crew, not quite as together as the Union and the Aramaho Whanganui crew, but they're working damn hard to try and get themselves through, but they're just going to be too much to do. Aramaho Whanganui, 50 metres to go. They're on the home straight and heading into a semi-final here at the New Zealand National Rowing Champs. Half a dozen strokes will get them there. Union will be joining them as well. Harry Pearce and Daniel Cara, coached by Lisa Manson. She'll be happy. The buzzer goes to Aramaho Whanganui. Union just about to take that now and head through into the semi-finals. Third will go to Avon. Slap on the back there from Union. They're pretty happy with that. Game finish on for fourth on the outside there from Ashton and Ethan from North End. Then we come back down into Timaru number 2 in lane 2. And across the top we go to the Avon number 2 crew. That completes the men's intermediate double sculls, and a short break in the program. Team will be back on board. Well, Millsy will be back on board at 1:14 in fact, for race 162, which will be the women's intermediate coxed quadruple sculls repechage number 1.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
got through the finals. And also don't forget, congratulations to the ones that never made the finals as well, or the semi-finals. Remember, we continue to tell you, blessed are the losers, for they create the winners. It's great to have 3 lots of internationals here, of course. Got the Norwegian single sculler, I think it's Norwegian she is. We've got the Washington State crew, Fashion Island, and of course we just saw a very fine performance in the Club 8s by the Japanese University out of Otago University in Dunedin. So good work for Glenn. It's done a really good job to get them over here and to get them up into a winning position in one of the big 8-packer races. The chief starter, Mr. Justin Wall, down on the 2,000 metre blocks, has got this 162 all lined up beautifully. Waihopai, Petone, Dunstanarm 2, West End, Mercer, Waihopai 2 and North Shore. It's the women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. If you're on the live streaming, you should be seeing some absolute brilliant shots coming from the drone. We continue to tell you, get your people that can't make it here, get them on the live stream and watch the shots coming out of the 2,000 metre blocks as they go through. The men's intermediate double scull, Refa 4 went through in 7:33. We're starting to get the information chucked at us now. We'll try and take them as they go out of the blocks for you. The fast lanes, look out for West End, Dunstanarm, West End, Mercer on the other side of them, right in the middle of the course. They left them go, the starter has let them go. These boats will go out at 44 strokes per minute. The bodies will be upright and they'll be short on the slide. So the more strokes they can get in, the faster they get those boats. They sit down deep in the water when they're in the starting holders. And then they've got to get up and then they've got to get running. So the idea is to be a little shorter, a little upright, and then slowly just roll to the front and use the full slide and swing the body over as they go through. It looks like all the outside crews coming out from the outside. It looks like Mercer, Waihopai, North Shore just slightly a little slow getting away. West End got away very, very quickly. Dunstanarm number 2 is very slow away, and ahead of them is Petone and Waihopai down on the inside. It's 1, 2, 4 out, 1, 2, 4 outs. West End right in the fast lane. West End that went out quick. They're only got a half a length, which will be a half a length on Mercer, who are on their right-hand shoulder. These two crews now have opened up 3/4 of a length over lane number 2, which is Petone. Petone is only a 1/4 of a length, would only be a canvas down from Waihopai. And the Dunstan number 2 crew just back off the pace by about a length and a half going through that first 300. They are also locked up with the 2 on the outside now. Waihopai 2 and North Shore 2 on the outside. They head down. They're not even got to Alcatraz Island yet. And you'll see that it is West End. West End that have opened up a little bit of a gap on the rest of the field. Oh, no, they haven't. Right on their right-hand shoulder, of course, is the crew from Mercer. So it's Mercer, West End. They've got, West End's got a half a length over Mercer going through the island. That's the first 500 down. Then we go back, friends, we go to Petone. Petone's up into second place through that first 500, and they drag with them, they drag the crew from Waihopai. Way down south where the pineapples grow, that's where Waihopai is. Then we go out the outside. We go to the 2 crews on the outside, Waihopai, North Shore and Dunstan. Look as if they've picked those 2 outside crews up now. So there has obviously got a very slow start from Dunstan. They've got one of the quicker lanes. In fact, they've got the quick lane. So they were very slow out of the blocks, and it goes back through that second 500. It is West End. West End gone out to 3/4 of a length lead now over Mercer. Mercer trying to hang on to West End in this 2-500. Then Mercer's getting real pressure put on them from Petone. Petone's got slightly ahead of them. Waihopai going well. Dunstan starting to close the gap on the first 4 crews. We're looking at 4 crews to go through to the semi-final. Everybody's got a show. We go back to the leaders, and it is West End. 1, 2, 3, West End. West End gone out to, it's a length lead, heading towards the 1,000-metre peg. They've got about a length's advantage over Mercer. Then we go down to Petone, but Mercer's got about a length over Petone, and Petone would only have a foot over Waihopai. Dunstan Arm desperately trying to get it back into it from that very slow start. Right out on the far side, there's a move going away from the 2 crews on the far side. North Shore have now gone and put a length over Waihopai on the very far side. That's the Waihopai number 2 crew. West End has kissed them goodbye going through the 1,000-metre peg. They have gone and opened up a length and 3/4 now over Mercer. Mercer can't hang on to it. That's where all the moves are going at the 1,000-metre peg. If you've got spare time, have a walk up to the 1,000-metre peg and listen to the coxswain's moves. Nothing separating the 2 crews on the inside. Again, it is Petone and Waihopai on the inside, and it's about a foot to Waihopai goes through in second place through the 1,000-metre peg. They're coming up. They're putting pressure on Mercer. The 2 inside crews, Petone, Waihopai, they're in a race of their own, and they've closed the gap up to a half a length from Mercer. West End have said goodbye. They are away. They've got 2.5 lengths over the field. It's Waihopai's a move now. There's a move coming from Waihopai. They're going to put a canvas over Petone. Petone have got a half a length over Mercer now. They've gone through to third. Dunstan, the nose of Dunstan coming back into it again, but they're still about 3 lengths down from the crews on the inside, which is Waihopai is starting to increase their lead on Petone. This is great racing in behind the crew that's sitting in front, which is West End. West End sitting in front. Then we got still Waihopai with that half-length lead over Petone. Petone have now got a half to 3/4 of a length lead over Mercer. Can't see the outside. We go back to Waihopai 2, and right out on the far side ahead of Waihopai 2 is North Shore 2. That's the field as they head in towards this last 1,000 metres. West End really shoving it to the field. There's still only that half length between Waihopai and Petone. They've taken over from Mercer. Mercer went out very, very quickly. They're back in 4th place. Dunstan trying to put some pressure on them. And then we go just slightly behind Dunstan is the far outside, which is North Shore number 2, and another 2 or 3 lengths back to Waihopai's number 2 crew. Brilliant water conditions here on Lake Ruataniwha for the 2025 Rowing Nationals. And here we are with the River Charge, race number 62 of the Women's Intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls, with the first 4 to go through to the semi-final. A lot of these semi-finals have been concertinaed up. Generally, where there was going to be 2 heats of them are down to 1 now. Instead of taking 2 from 2 heats, they can put them all in the 1 heat and take 4. Gives you a chance. Mercer's starting to come back into it against Petone. Petone have gone up to Waihopai. Petone have gone back up to Waihopai. They're going and shoved their nose in front. It looks like Mercer are going to have a crack at Waihopai too. There's still about a length and a quarter there. It is Petone that's done the big move from the 500. They were 3/4 of a length down off Waihopai going through the 1,000-metre peg. Just after the 1,000-metre peg now, Petone's brought it back. Waihopai's trying to come back. They've brought it back to a half length. It's a half a length, and there's only now 3/4 of a length back to Mercer. Mercer trying to come back into it now. But West End still sitting out in front. Petone, the gold of Petone, clearly into second place now by 3/4 of a length over Waihopai. Waihopai's still got that advantage over right out to the Mercer. And then Dunstan, they can't close the gap. Dunstan are too far back to close the gap now. And then we go back out to the Crew, North Shore on the outside, and just back a little bit further from there is Waihopai's 2 crew. We're looking at 4 crews to go through. West End, you can forget about them. If they don't put the parachute now, they'll hit the big concrete dam up the top end of the lake. It is Petone still with a half. Waihopai are coming back at Petone again. Waihopai, we're looking at 4 to go through, and Mercer across the other side. They'll go through as well. So West End, a tidy looking crew. Look how well balanced that crew is as they go down and get the buzzer. Petone still got that half length. They came back at Waihopai. Waihopai went a half a length ahead of them, and they've come back. And they're actually going away from them. Waihopai had rode their race by the time they get 500 to go. And it looks like Mercer's going to take the 4th qualification. And unfortunately, Dunstan number 2 will hopefully have another race along with North Shore and Waihopai 2. Right, the men's club, Coxless Quadruple Skulls, 4 to go through. Vision Island down the inside. Dunstan Arm Composite with Twizel. Oamaru, Hamilton, Avon 2. Hamilton 2, Otago Boys 2 and Waikato 2. I'm utterly amazed at the number of scratchings that are put in from clubs. They're absolutely unbelievable. They're entering them in too many races, guys. Hamilton out wide. Targa Boys on their right-hand shoulder, but it's right in the middle of the course. It looks like the colours of Oamaru. Oamaru sitting out in front in this men's club, Coxless Quadruple Skulls. All the training here out of the Oamaru rowing sheds in Twizel. Then we go out the far side. We go to Hamilton, and on the far side of Targa Boys. On the right-hand shoulder of Oamaru is Hamilton's number 1. So they were looking for 4 to go through. So it looks like Oamaru, Hamilton, 2 crews will go through. Hamilton's number 1, Hamilton's number 2, and Otago Boys looks like the final. But down on the inside, Dunstan Arm Composite crew with Twizel is flying home. So it's going to be Otago Boys or Twizel, nothing in it. The first 3 are set home. Looks like Otago Boys got a slight advantage over Dunstan Arm on the inside. They go together, they lock to the horns together. I don't know who got the 4th qualifier. Right, 8:14, the women's intermediate Coxed Quads. West End went through in 8:14, a commanding win indeed, 11 seconds over Petone, and then 2.39 seconds back to Waihopai. Mercer, unfortunately, that will go through as the 4th qualifier. Yeah, just going back to what has happened with the regatta they've found so far, that they have really had to concertina things up. The poor 2 secretaries, Carl and Vicky, have had to scratch their head for the last couple of days because of all the scratchings, which is trying to get it into line so everybody gets a fair chance. Not for us to comment on, but I've already done it. Men's Club Coxless Quadruple Skulls. This is the 2nd repechage heat with the first 4 going through. We have Canterbury out of 2, North Shore out of 3, Hamilton 1 out of 4, Auckland out of 5, Wairau out of 6 and Twizel out of 7. If we can get a race like the last one, we should be pretty pleased. It might be one of the events that was concertinaed down. It's a cancelled race. It is one of the races that have been concertinaed down. So we actually move on to 166, the Women's Club Single Sculls. Repechage 2 it is. Progression 1, 2 through the semi-final. The rest are eliminated. We should have West End That's their number 2 crew out of 3, Tauranga out of 4, Avon's 2 crew out of 5, Waikato's 3 crew out of 6, and Cure Boating Club's out of 7. Women's Club single sculls it is, Women's Club single sculls. It's Repercharge 2. I don't know what's happened to Repercharge 1. Women's Club single sculls. Over the page. Okay, it's Canterbury 1, North Shore 1, Hamilton 1, Auckland 1, Wairau 1, Twizel 1. We'll just check our screen and see if there's any scratchings. Looks like there may be. Looks like Cure Boating Club will be scratched out of the second race anyway. Okay, so Canterbury, it looks like it's in the middle of the course. Coming out of lane number 5, that's the crew of lane number 5 is Auckland, so it's Auckland, the men's club coxless quads. That's the Women's Club single sculls. They're fooling us again. So Auckland goes through that 1,000-metre peg. He's sitting in front by about a length and a half the stage. The crew on his left-hand shoulder, but they're a couple of lanes over, is spiring along pretty well, which is North Shore. So it's Auckland, North Shore. Squeezed up in between the two of them is the crew from Hamilton. So Hamilton's about 2, maybe 3 lengths down from these two crews. I almost think it's the crew from Hamilton that could be slightly in front. There's absolutely nothing separating Auckland and Hamilton. Auckland and North Shore it is. Auckland and North Shore, Hamilton trying to squeeze their way in between them. Then we go out to Wairau. Twizel just back off the pace ever so slightly along with Canterbury's number 1 crew. A very competitive grade, this the Women's Club single sculls. Very competitive, huge entry, so we're looking at 1 and 2 only going through to the semi-finals. I think it's the inside crew. It's Auckland. It's Auckland that's gone and shoved their nose in front over Hamilton. Gosh, these girls are sculling so well. They're clearing their water by 100 miles. But it's definitely gone to, the lead has gone to North Shore. Phoebe Dobson from North Shore overall. Auckland looks like she wants to come back into it again now. Auckland, they go through that row of boys almost locked together. Nothing between the two of them. North Shore on the inside, Auckland on the outside. Hamilton was trying to squeeze in between the two of them. Now there's a big move coming from the inside. It looks very much like it is the crew from North Shore that's just put in a little bit of a move. All of a sudden, the hands quickened up for about 3 or 4 strokes, and she's gone and put her nose out by about a canvas at this stage. You're right. You go over here. North Shore, gosh, she's a big, tall girl, this North Shore girl. We're looking at 2 to go through, and at this stage it is, I can't see Hamilton getting these 2 leaders up. North Shore and Auckland, both out of Auckland. Auckland hasn't looked across yet. She doesn't know where I hope she knows where the Hamilton sculler is, because she's cranking her hands up, but she's got a good 2 lengths to pick up on them. North Shore, and then we go from there, we go out to Wairau. Wairau is about 3 lengths down off Hamilton, and we go quite some wee way back to Twizel, who they should be a wee bit closer to Twizel because they know the shortcuts on the lake, that's for sure. Into the yellow boys. Into the yellow boys they go, and she's got a lead now of about 1.25 lengths, which is the North Shore sculler, which is Phoebe Dobson over Tiara Jackson. Then we go to Hamilton trying to squeeze. Rowena Giles for Hamilton trying to squeeze up between the two of them, but she just has not been able to make any headway whatsoever. Go back 3 or 4 lengths back to Roy, or 3 lengths back to Wairau, and another 4 or 5 lengths back to Twizel on the outside, and ahead of them in lane number 1 is Canterbury. So they go down. Just saw the movement go on. Most likely just before the 500 to go mark, there was a big push came from the North Shore girl, and she all of a sudden went from about 2 feet in front to about 3/4 of a length of a canvas, and then all of a sudden she's just held it from there. She's still about 3/4 of a length along. She has a wee gaze across because the Auckland Sculler has just closed the gap a little bit inside the yellow boys, but they'll go 1 and 2 and straight through to the semi-final. Right, the second heat has got West End 2 in lane number 3, Tauranga in lane number 4, Avon 2 and 5, Waikato 3 and 6. Cure Boating Club has been scratched out of there. Again, we're looking for 2 to go through. And we take a look down the lake, and it is the outside crew that has got the advantage over the 3 scullers. Nothing separating them. It's Waikato's 3. That's Rotara David. She's got the advantage over the 3 crews on her left-hand shoulder. Sophie Davis for Avon, number 2. Tauranga, Amy Everett for Tauranga. And West End 2, which is Isabel Lloyd for West End 2. There's nothing separating those 3 crews on the inside of the leader, which is Waikato's number 3 crew. Just keep yourself awake, guys, because we're now on to Repechage 2. Women's Club Single Sculls. Huge entries. Again, 2 to go through to the semi-final. Semi-finals are going to be very, very competitive indeed. So if you're thinking of having a day off tomorrow and going to Mount Cook, certainly come back on Thursday for semi-final day, because we're going to see the best rowing of the lot. West End is trying to hang on there. West End of the other 2 in the centre, which is Tauranga and Avon 2. West End just drifting a little bit now since that 500. The 1,000 metre peg, they've just slipped back about 1.5 lengths behind the 2 in the centre. It's with Waikato still out in front on the outside. I think they've closed on the Waikato sculler most likely a little bit. On the left-hand shoulder was that Avon 2. And Avon 2 is bringing with them Tauranga and Avon 2 absolutely locked together. West End only about 3/4 of a length back from there. But like we've said before, you can move these boats very, very quickly. From a length behind to a length in front and within 10 strokes. Waikato sitting out wide. She has a little gaze out to her left. We'll go out with her to have a wee look. And it's now coming, there's just a little bit of a gap coming 3 in Tauranga. It's Tauranga's started to move up into that second qualifying position. Now the only challenge can come is on her right-hand shoulder, which would be the Avon 2 sculler. We'd like to see the Avon 2 sculler would have to move now. Should have to move now to pick her up. Waikato still sitting in front. Avon's going to have a crack at it. She still hasn't cranked her hands up. She was going to have a go at it, but still hanging on to it is Tauranga. Tauranga's still hanging on to that second qualifying shot. Avon's going to have a go now, but she's still a little late cranking the hands up. Tauranga's got a nice run on the boat. She's going to be hard to pick up from there, Avon. Waikato sitting out in front. They'll be the second repechage qualifier. And it looks like Tauranga's going to hold on to it, I think. She's desperately trying to pick them up. Down towards the line is Waikato. That's the Waikato number 3. Rayatara David. She'll go down and get the buzzer over Tauranga. Tauranga's number 1 crew. And then the same length back now to Avon's 2. And then we go back to West End, another about the same distance back to West End. Women's Club Single, Repechage 3. First 2 to go through. Wakatani out of 3. Waikato 2 out of 4. North End 2 out of 5. And out of 6, Waikato 5. They've gone through the 1,000. The next peg that they get will be the 500 to go peg. It's coming out of lane number 4, which is Waikato's number 2 crew. So it's Waikato again. We're seeing Waikato sitting out in front with their women's club single sculls. They'll be happy to get a couple crews through, and I'm pretty sure they've most likely got a couple of crews through to the final, to the semi-final. So she's most likely got herself about a 2.5 length advantage over the crew from West End. That's West End's number 2 crew. She's got, these 2 crews were going to qualify, there's no doubting that. They go through the 500 metre peg now, and all they have to do is row it home because the other 2 crews are quite a wee way back. And that is Waikato's 5 and down the inside Wakatani. So they will just cruise home inside this last 400 metres just to make sure that they stay 1 and 2 as they're heading down, keeping themselves into the semi-finals. Great racing to guys, all you competitors done a really good job out there today. The racing's been quite good. Like I say, semi-final day is the last chance to get it to the finals, and we shall see some real fireworks. And that'll be without even lighting the fuse, you're going to see some fireworks. If you can make that final, it's the same when it comes to Māori Cup, any of the school crews that are here. If you can make a final at a Māori Cup, you are the hero of the school. More than the rugby 15. In the gold, boys, goes Waikato. This is Waikato. She's quite happy to sit there, and there's going to be no challenge on her going through that 100-metre buoy line on her right-hand shoulder. We have North End. North End will go through as well, so I'm pretty sure Jazz is going to be happy with Lola, so that's a good row from her. And Wakatani, and ahead of Wakatani is the Waikato number 5 as they head down and complete the repechage for the women's club single sculls. Oh no, it doesn't. We've got another repechage, guys. We've got repechage 4. You know what the qualification is now. You've been told it at least the last 3 times anyway. Rotorua goes out of 2, Hawke's Bay 2 goes out of 3, North End 1 goes out of 4, West End 1 goes out of 5, Hawke's Bay 3 goes out of 6, and West End 3 goes out of 7. A lot of numbers tied up there. More chance of remembering those than what you would of getting the lotto numbers. West End, the colours of West End, the white with the diagonal straps. West End from Auckland sitting out in front, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, out of lane number 5. That's West End. We're looking on the left shoulder of West End. We're looking for Hawke's Bay 3 by the look of it. Unless there's a gap there, we'll just check some colours for you. Yeah, it is Hawke's Bay. It's their number 3 sculler. She's in qualifying position at this stage. I really can't see any challenges coming in about those 2 sitting out in front again. So then from there we go from Hawke's Bay, we go up into 3rd places down the inside, which is the crew from Rotorua. And then on the right-hand shoulder, Rotorua, but 1.5 lengths down is Hawke's Bay's number 2 crew. So that must be their number 3 crew that's sitting out in front. No, it's not. It's West End, it's North End, I think. Five West End. It is North End. I didn't go far enough through, so it's North End that's going to get their other one qualifying, Jazz. Looks like George is going to go through. Georgia Graham, who's one of the senior members of the St Hilda's rowing squad. Rowing in the club grade. She looks like she's going to qualify, so Again, like I say, the St Hilda's girls have just got 2 crews through to the semi-final through the repechage. Absolutely nothing between the two of them. West End's quite happy to let the North End Sculler come up alongside her. And then the Hawke's Bay, who I thought was theirs, just back off the pace a little bit. It's still coming from Rotorua up into second here, and then Hawke's Bay in the middle and Hawke's Bay on the far side as well. West End number 3 just feeling the pinch a little bit over this last 1,000 metres, but we head towards the 100 metres to go, and she's just hanging on to a lead, West End. North End's no interest in trying to pick her up. These two crews have just sat out in front ever since we picked them up, and they'll go down and get the buzzer under those conditions. West End will go the first buzzer and North End will take the second buzzer. Unfortunately, Rotorua, the 2 Hawke's Bay crews and West End will have to have another event that they've qualified in, hopefully. Men's senior coxless pair oars. Right, the second repechage heat of the men's senior coxless pair order has been cancelled, so that's been squeezed up into the first repechage. So instead of taking 2 from each of those repechages that should have been rowed, they will now be taking 4 from the one repechage. So out of lane 1, we have Auckland 1, lane 2, Waikato 1, lane 3, St George's 1, lane 4, St George's 2, lane 5, North Shore 1, Waikato 2 has been scratched out of lane 6, Tauranga 1 out of 7 and Waikato 3 out of 8. It's the men's senior coxless pair oared. 1 drop down from the elite class, the premier class at New Zealand Rowing. And it's lane 5 that's sitting out in front, watching everybody work in behind them. So lane 5 is North Shore, Blake Bradshaw and Ethan Blight from North Shore. They're sitting out in front. Up into second qualifier is the Auckland out of lane 1, which is Ethan Henderson and Nathan Kinney. Those 2 guys sorted themselves out for 1 and 2. We'll be looking for 2 more. It looks like it's going to go right out the very far side, which should be the Waikato number 3 crew. That is the Waikato number 3 crew out there. And just back off the pace a little bit, Tauranga. I thought they might have been a little closer. And then we go to the crew from St George's. And that crew from St George's is rowing in lane 4. So I can't see the other St George crew as well. So that could be out as well. Oh, it's a nightmare. They set themselves up in the middle of the course. That's North Shore in the middle of the course. They're about 452.222 metres out from getting the buzzer. I tell you what, they may not have the lead. I think the lead might be down here. There was nothing between them. Auckland might have just moved through to the lead. They've just a wee bit more urgency coming from Auckland. North Shore's quite happy to drop right down to about 28 strokes per minute, less than that even. They're quite happy to let Auckland go through them and go through and get the buzzer, because Auckland's up on around 33 strokes per minute. As they head down through the yellow buoys, North Shore will be quite happy. Obviously, body language tells you they're quite happy to just sit there on it. And Auckland moved up, went ahead of them. And there's your 2 qualifiers so far. We're looking for 2 more. It looks like Waikato out the far side. And in the middle of the course, that's St George's number 2 crew. Unfortunately, Tauranga, I'm pretty sure they would have another race, but I hope they haven't got another 5 races like some of them around. Gosh, if you've entered in 5 events and you've got to row heats, repechages, semi-finals and finals for each event, there's 20 races. So don't go grizzling because you can't win a medal. There's the first qualifier, second qualifier. And the third. And the fourth qualifier will be St George's. Right, your program now moves on to 171, race 171 of the program, the women's senior coxless pair. First two to go through here, the rest will go through to the B final. So we've got 5 crews in the first repechage heat. Big entries here, of course, as well, and these are top grades of New Zealand rowing, and they've got big entries in the seniors. Down on the inside in lane number 3's Twizel, we go out from there. North Shore 3, Waikato 3, Waikato 2 and Oamaru 1. We're looking to take 2 through to the A final and the rest will go through to the B final. So everybody gets another row anyway. Whoop. They're not coming down through the course, but they are in the starting block, so we might be able to take this before, I think Kirsty comes on pretty shortly. Oh, another couple more races for me. Okay, so they're in the start zone. Women's seniors. Repechage 1. Just slightly touching it around. Waikato. I've got the cameras set on one crew only. Somebody must know who's in that crew. Oh, while we're seeing them in the start zone, guys, just a special thanks to the boat holders that have been out there so far the last 2 days. Brilliant. Oh, they're hard to keep these boats straight. So if the novice spectators are wondering how they steer these boats, they do have got foot steering, and a lot of them do have a foot steering, so it's steered by the stroke person. And then you'll find that some of them won't have foot steering, they won't have a tiller on their boat, so they have to do it with power. And it's, oh, great start. They really were off course, the Waikato crew in that start, but they have flown away. The cameras have continued to stay on them. Might be the cameraman's girlfriend. On the left shoulder of Waikato is North Shore. That's North Shore 3. They've gone away. Both these pairs just rocking and rolling around a little bit. No better faster than went out. As Twizel went out very quickly. This young crew from Twizel, I'm sure they will get picked up though. This is a star-studded lineup of senior coxless pairs. Now it comes 3 from the inside. It's Waikato 3. Waikato 3, that's the crew that was very shaky in the start zone. Now right up alongside them, North Shore 3, just on their left-hand shoulder, only a couple of feet they've got. Twizel back about 3/4 of a length from there, and locked up with Twizel is Waikato 2, and right on the far side is Oamaru. So they go through that first 200 out of their race zones now. They're all swinging over. They're all coming to the front of their slide, picking the water up, and it's Waikato 3 crew, Brooke Pritchards and Emily Glover. They've got themselves a canvas advantage over the North Shore 3, Alabea and Isabel Welsh, those two. And then now we come back on the right-hand shoulder of Waikato is the Waikato 2, Alexandra Pibbles and Anna Gallagher. And then we go back to Oamaru, Sophie Spittle and Hannah Strachan from Oamaru. And then we go to the Twizel combination, Cara Thine and Sadie Mason for Twizel, hanging in there through the island. We call that Alcatraz. That's where all the bad people go if you've been naughty. And they're still in front with Waikato through the first 500. They've increased their lead out to a half length now over North Shore 3. Nobody's closing the gap. Twizel are hanging in there. They're still only about 3/4, maybe a length at most behind the leading 2. But with them, they're right there, locked up with Waikato 2 on the outs on the right-hand side of Waikato 1, and Oamaru's on the right-hand side, a half a length away from Waikato 2. There's not a great deal separating the whole field, but we've only got the first 500 down. We'll see what happens at the 1,000-metre peg where all the moves are made. Half length is slowly slipped out to a half length, Waikato 3. I'm going to get a rating on them for you to see what they're doing. They're on 33.5, almost topping 34. That was a good rating, so it's a fairly powerful crew that's sitting in front. This Waikato 3 combination, they've now slipped out to 3/4 of a length lead, still over the crew on their left shoulder, which is North Shore 3. Twizel only about a length away from North Shore 3, but Twizel have picked up the 2 outside crews. They've picked up Waikato 2, and Waikato 2 have got a 3/4 of a length advantage over Oamaru. There's no change. The only change is the lead is slowly starting to creep away. They've still only got 3/4 of a length, though, on the North Shore crew. Twizel's big improvement from Twizel in the second 500. They've clearly moved themselves up into 3rd position and got within 3/4 of a length of North Shore number 3. They're coming up to the 1,000-metre peg. They're starting to move away now from the outside 2. Waikato 2, Oamaru back from there. Through the 1,000-metre peg, Waikato 3 goes through. There's just a little break in that Waikato 3 crew. They're good enough to be in front, but there's a little body break in it. They're going up to the 1,000-metre line, go through the 1,000-metre line this time now. North Shore now, Twizel now. So there's very little in it. Twizel's been the biggest mover. Can they row the second 1,000 quicker than the first 1,000, Kevin? Kelvin and Sarah do the coaching of this crew, this young, very young senior coxless pair out of Twizel. And I'm just asking the question, can they go a lot quicker in the second 1,000 if they want to? They've now slipped away by a length. Waikato 3 have slipped away a length now. Or they're just having steering problems now. Well, one crew's having steering problems. One's heading to Ashburton and one's heading to Bluff. There's a bit of a gap opened up. I think it was North Shore that had the problems. They're now just straightening their boat up again now, but they've gone and lost another 1/4 length out of it, and it's given Twizel a chance. They're within 3/4 of a length away from the North Shore number 3 crew. Then we have to go back 1, 2, 3, 3.5 lengths back to Waikato 2, and another length and a half back to Oamaru on the far side. They're in Indian file. It's like going to the Addington Trots in Christchurch. One in behind the other. They're getting away again now. Waikato's put another push in. They've opened it up a length. They've opened it up a length plus. That just a big push went in. You could just see the quickening of the hands. And this is, we're in the third 500. So they've moved it out to a length and a half now. Twizel still hanging on to North Shore 3. Twizel, I think, is slowly starting to feel the pinch now. North Shore 3 have got a length on Twizel now. Can Twizel come back at them? We're looking at 2 to qualify. I'm sure Kelvin and Sarah will have them. Twizel primed up to rattle home like a freight train. They need to be up in the first 2. Oh, they've opened it up. Oh, gosh, there's some power in this Waikato crew. You want to see the wash that's coming out of this boat from Waikato. They're only just clearing their wash. That tells me they've lifted their rating from 33 when I clocked them up to about 36 now. So they're going to come home quickly, and they're only just clearing their wash. Let's take a look at the North Shore crew. They're only just clearing their they're clearing their wash by quite some distance. So it tells me they're a wee bit slower on the rating. Hamilton have really cranked it up. They're really up around 36 now. See what they're doing with the wash of Twizel. The wash of Twizel are clearing their wash too, but they haven't cranked it up yet. You're going to have to go now, Twizel. If you want to get into that semi-final, if you can hear me, go, 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 Twizel. So it's Waikato. Waikato 3 over North Shore 2. And North Shore over Twizel. Twizel just started to work on the hand speed, but it could be too late. They've got that 3/4 of a length to pick them up. To Waikato. Waikato 3, North Shore 3. Waikato 3, North Shore 3, Twizel. Have a crack at them, Twizel. Too slow with the hand speed. They've got to go quicker. The only ones with any quick hand speed is the crew sitting in front. That's Waikato 3. They went from 33 to 36 with 500 metres to go, and they've held on to that rating all the way down through that 500 metres. Hence, they've put it out to make sure that they're going to get the buzzer first. of trying to bring North Shore. North Shore have just woken up the fact they should be cranking their hands up to keep away from Twizel. Twizel are not going to be able to pick them up from there, I don't think, but a very, very game row from Twizel. Then we have to go quite a wee way back to the crew from Waikato 2 and Oamaru back and behind that. North Shore brought it back. North Shore brought it back to a length. They go down and get the buzzer. Waikato 3, North Shore 3, Twizel length and a quarter away, and then the two that they dragged off from the 1,000 metre peg was the crew from Waikato 2 and Oamaru 1. 54. Oh yeah, this is my last one. Women's Senior Coxless Pier. That was great racing. Because of the break in the program there, or the wee break, we managed to get that from the start. And if we're going to get the races from the start, the pictures that we're seeing now, if we're going to get them from the start to the finish on finals day, you're going to get a very accurate call from the commentators. It's when we have to do it without the cameras and without the pictures. Sometimes we can be a country mile wrong. Repicharge 2 has Waikato 4 out of 2, Avon 3 out of 3, Nelson 1 out of 4, North Shore 2 out of 5, Wairau 1 out of 6, North Shore 4 out of 7, and we've got a scratching by Waikato 4, and that looks about it. So we're now down to 1, 2, 3 crews looking for 2 positions. That's it. We've got 5 crews out there, and it looks like the 2 crews have sorted themselves out. We're still getting absolutely brilliant water conditions out there. It's Avon out of this very strong senior premier Avon squad. Out of the Avon rowing sheds, that's the crew that's sitting in front, and then looks like North Shore. So North Shore look as if they're going to get another crew through to the semi-final. So North Shore sitting in behind by about a length and a half over Avon. So it's Avon sitting in front. This is the number 3 crew from Avon, Jessica and Manaya. Sitting out in front, a couple of very tall girls out of the Avon rowing sheds up against North Shore. So Avon from Christchurch, North Shore number 2 crew, Annabelle and Emma out of Auckland. So it's the top of the north, it's in the middle of the south. And they're going to go through and take it. We're looking at 2 to qualify. Unfortunately, the gap's too big for anyone to come in between the 2 of them, which is Nelson. That's Nelson up into 3rd. And then we go across the far side, Wairau, another 3 lengths back from Nelson, and another 4 or 5 lengths back to North Shore 4 on the outside. So 2 North Shore crews and the 2 Repicharges for the girls' senior Coxless Pier. They'll go down 100 metre buoy line goes Avon. Coaches Tim and Matt should be pretty happy with their girls. They're stuck to a pretty low rating all the way through the course and have had no need and no pressure go on them. North Shore crew looks nice and sharp as well. They're well clearing their wash. It tells me there's quite a bit of power in that North Shore crew and perhaps deserves to be in that final. Don't forget the rest go to the B final. They're not eliminated. And then we go to Nelson. They will go through to the B final along with Wairau and North Shore 5. I'm supposed there. Yep. men's Cox 4, and then there's a break again, and the next race up, Kirsty's coming in, starting at 2:29. So we've got Kerr Boating Club out of 2, Hawke's Bay 2 out of 3, Nelson 1 out of 4, Timaru 1 out of 5, Aramaho Wanganui's 1 out of 6, and Petoni's 2 out of 7. It's the men's novice Cox 4, very competitive event. The first 4 are going through to the A final, the rest will go to the B final. First year rowers, guys, all the mistakes have been made at other regattas. No mistakes to be made here at the Nationals. If you want to have your best row, this is the regatta to have it in. So it's Timaru, this sharp-looking crew from Timaru. They're sitting out in front, but they're under a little bit of pressure from Aramaho Wanganui. We're looking for 4 to go through, so they'll qualify. All these 4 crews will go through, except for Petone, which are way down the back of the lake. So as they come in towards the Gold Boys, and it is Timaru just hanging on to this lead. Generally, Timaru would rush home very quickly once they hit the Yellow Boys, but there will be no need to do that here. I'm sure the coaches have told them that if they're in front, and you've already got about 10 other rows for the regatta, you'll be saving yourself a little bit. Wanganui sitting in behind, only by 3/4 of a length. These 2 will go through, and then we'll take through to the, it says Nelson, it is, Nelson. And then on the inside of Nelson is Hawke's Bay 2. All those crews will go through straight to the final. No semi-final for you guys. The rest are going to go to the B final, and that looks like Petone will go through to the B final. Novice racing, by the time you get to the Nationals at the end of the season, generally, like I say, no mistakes are made, and generally they're very, very confident in what they're doing. And hence that you'll see some good racing come from them and some good times when they go through the course. Right, once the Petone crew goes through, that's it for until pretty close to 2:30, guys. Don't forget, take your rubbish with you if you're up and going. If you're feeling hungry, go around to the canteen and get a Jimmy's pie and a can of Coke. That's the truckies' lunch. Erin is down there, and Steve's over there with his ice creams, and the other outfits over there as well.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
With the Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Championships in April, here's what you need to know. There are singles, doubles and quadruple sculls. The boats have bows which cut through waves and a stern which drains water. Let's talk about the beach sprint finish where your fastest athlete guns it out to the finish line.
Well, imagine doing a 500 metre sprint on the rowing machine, absolutely maxing out, and then turning around and jumping out of a moving car and trying to run. That's basically what you're trying to do.
The boats are going at I think we were going at about 12k an hour into the beach, and you've just done a 500 metre max effort. To get your feet going and jump and land on the sand and keep going is quite an art, and it's not something that I've mastered. All the action from the New Zealand Beach Sprint Championships will be live streamed thanks to Milford partnering again with Rowing New Zealand and Altitude HD capturing some epic drone footage. So the drones will go up, there'll be good vibes on the beach, and I think it's going to be a big part of the Olympic program in the future.
Dwyer. Lane number 4, Petone 2 will be Elizabeth Cadell. And lane number 5, Invercargill 1, Mia Brown. Lane 6, Cure Boating Club 2, Hannah Shadbolt. In lane 7 is Otago 1, Olivia Duffy. And in lane 8, North End number 2, Emma Baskerville. So front of the screen you can see Emma just there in the nice yellow skiff. This is the women's intermediate single scull. So this is repechage number 1. 1 and 2 heading through to the semi-final. The rest eliminated until they get to their next event. It's fantastic conditions still, isn't it? The weather forecasters got it wrong. They're expecting some wind this afternoon, and we haven't seen that. So great to see this heading out this way. So this is the first repechage of the women's intermediate single sculls. There are 2 of them. Then we head into the gentlemen. In fact, there's 5 repechages of the men's intermediate single sculls. In early days there, we can see that it's in the middle there with Invercargill Mia Brown. Just inside up in front of her is Petone number 2. And then we come back inside from Invercargill to Cure Boating Club. That's Hannah Shadbolt. Otago 1 there, Olivia Duffy would be next. Although just ahead of her in lane number 3, North Shore 2, Lily Dwyer. Then back to Mackenzie Milne, Waihopai number 6, coached there by Danny Young and Scott Condell. And you can see on the screen, watching from home, all of those single scullers, the gentlemen I think making their way up through the bay to the holding pen as they start to take their place in there. So still leading in there, Mia Brown, coached by Nathan Brown. She's got just about half a canvas here over Petone in the high vis there. Elizabeth Cadell, very prominent today, all the Petone scullers. A lot of crews out and about, which is good to see. Still holding third there is North Shore Lily Dwyer as they head up towards that. That was a great shot there of the island, isn't it? Man-made island that. It has got a comms station on there. The speakers go out on the other side so that the rowers heading up towards start can hear what they've been told to do. And good shot there with the drone. You can see in the front of the screen there, that is Cure Boating Club Hannah Shadbolt. As we continue to look down on the outside of her is Olivia Duffy from Otago, further out to North End. In fact, there's a nice fan effect as they come through towards the 750 gone. And just down there in lane number 2, Waihopai's Mackenzie Milne. So we'll wait till they get towards the 1,000 metre mark and just see who's going to make what moves. Still holding a nice lead there is Mia Brown from Invercargill. Just out and out a half a boat length over Petone's Elizabeth Cadell. And just starting to go with them now is Lily Dwyer from North Shore and also Olivia Duffy. On the outside, but it's Hannah Shadbolt, one of the 4 heading up there now. So those 4 just starting to move away from the rest of the field. There's a gap of 2 boat lengths back till we go to the rest of them, which will be Mackenzie Milne from Waihopai. Olivia Duffy just starting to move into screen and just a bit further back on the outside. Just right alongside her now, though, would be Emma Baskerville from North End. Heading towards that 1,000 metre mark where the coaches will pick them up on the bikes, accompany them down from a distance. And always good conditions here when it's nice and flat and you can see those puddles through the bay area. If there's any wind about, that's where it starts to get a wee bit uncomfortable for the single scullers, but not today. It's fantastic, and it's even better as they come up towards this bottom end of the course, and it's very close to being a mirror effect, especially on the other side of the lake. So great conditions here on day 2 of the New Zealand National Rowing Championships. And these 4 starting to move away more from the rest of the field. So just sticking and holding that lead is Mia Brown in front. Sculling nicely there. She's just got Petone just sitting off her left-hand side. As they head up now towards that 1,000 metre mark. On the outside of her is the Cure Boating Club's Hannah Shadbolt. She's very handily placed, as is Lily Dwyer from North Shore. Out to Olivia Duffy from Otago. Outside her is North End's Emma Baskerville. Then we come right across into lane 1, very even at the same level as Mackenzie Milne from Waihopai. They've let them go in that second repechage of the women's intermediate single sculls. I'll just give you that feel while these ones come down for those that are on course. In lane 3, Otago 2, lane 4, Twizel 2, lane 5, Twizel 1, lane 6, Petone 1, lane 7 is Union 1, and lane 8 is Waihopai number 5. They're just through 200 metres at this stage in that second heat of the women's intermediate single sculls. Past 1,000 they go. The coaches pick them up. Oh, there's more coaches paying attention now. Almost out to a boat length, Mia Brown over Elizabeth Cadell from Petone, and then stretching out to almost a boat length over Cure Boating Club. So Hannah Shadbolt will be trying to hang with them, and just so that she can give herself a chance to sprint home and pick up that second spot into the semi-final. She's got half a boat length over Lily Dwyer from North Shore. And looking at Mia Brown, she's a little bit lower in the rating than the Petone Sculler next to her, but she seems to have a lot more power for the stroke that she's getting, just pushing through. And some real power at the drive as she continues to extend this lead over the rest of the field as they head away from everybody else. And still holding third is Hannah Shadbolt, just starting to eat into that lead from Petone now. So this will be interesting to see how these scullers start to end up. So just as they got through the 1,000 up to the 1250 they come, Hannah Shadbolt just starting to move. She's closing that gap now on the Petone sculler, and the three of them are moving away now from the rest of the field. There's a full boat length back now to Lily Dwyer from North Shore. Then we go on the outside to Otago number 1, which is Olivia Duffy, just a bit further back, and she's at ahead of in lane 2, Waihopai 6, who's Mackenzie Milne. Then we go right out to lane 8, Emma Baskerville from North End number 2. So this is going to be an interesting second and third finish here, I think, here the way these scullers are shaping up. They head up towards 500 metres to go. So still holding that lead. She's got clear water now, has Mia Brown. Both these scullers just stroke for stroke. They're both sitting at around 32. Hannah Shadbolt's hanging tough there. She's just half a boat length back from Petone. She'll have a race plan. I'm sure her coach, Alex Kennedy, has given her a little bit of a heads up and when he wants her to go. We're probably getting closer to that point. They're through towards the 500 metre now. 500 metres to go, and she's still edging closer and closer as Hannah Shadbolt to Elizabeth Kittle from Petone number 2. Still a long way back to everybody else now. It is with these three scullers to see who goes through the semi-final. Just falling back away now, Lily Dwyer from North Shore. She's still fourth. Then we go back to Olivia Duffy from Otago number 1. On the outside then it would be North End and back to Waihopai in lane 2. But she's just about drawn even now. It has Hannah Shadbolt with Elizabeth Kittle. So she's timing a run, is she? She's got through the 500 metre mark, and the Bowball for Bowball number 2 and 3. It's been a well-timed row so far from Hannah. She's got less than 500 metres to go to see if she can secure that spot, and they are dead even as they come to that last set of boys. It's just on the push at the moment. Mia Brown just holding her advantage. She's got a boat length and a half almost, or nearly clear water by 3/4 of a boat length back to the other two, and just pushed ahead now. Hannah Shadbolt has a bit of a look over her left shoulder, and she now can see that where she's looking, she's gone past the Petone sculler. So the pressure goes back onto Elizabeth Kittle. If she wants to go down into the semi-final, she'll need to come up with a piece in this last 250 metres. They're exiting through the last of the red boys into the yellow boys, and Hannah's got that lead now to half a boat length. Nice to watch these tactics unfold in front of us in this first repercharge of the women's intermediate single sculls. Mia Brown from Invercargill continues to extend her lead, just holding them off. She's come back again, has Elizabeth Kittle from Petone. She's not giving in. That's 250 metres to go. Hannah's looking across, can see Elizabeth. There's a nice little drag race going on between these two scullers. A lot of effort going in. You can see the work they're putting in this last 200 metres of this race for them. They can't pull in Mia Brown, but the two of them are fighting for that second semi-final spot. She's now got her bow ball in front again, has the Petone sculler. She's starting to wind up. She's putting some real effort in, is Elizabeth Kittle. Andrew Bird, the coach, will be watching on. He's still got the advantage, though, she has over Hannah Shadbolt from Cure. Can Cure come back again? Mia Brown still holding both of them off. That gap back to Petone is starting to narrow. 100 metres to go now for Invercargill. 100 metres for Petone. She's just edged clear of the Cure sculler. She'll have to go again now. Will Hannah Shadbolt from Cure. Petone are holding second now. She's out to half a boat length. She might have broken through. It's still going to be Mia Brown from Invercargill, and Petone continues to extend. She's coming back again as Hannah Shadbolt. She's pushing hard to try and pick up that spot, but I think Petone's going to hold on to it. There's no doubt about who's going to win this first one. It's Mia Brown from Invercargill. She takes that through to the semi-final, and joining her there is Elizabeth Cadell from Petone. A hard run skull. Hard luck for Hannah Shadbolt. That's a great race. Both deserve to go through, but that's the way it goes. Unfortunately, we go 5 boat lengths back to the outside. Olivia Duffy from Otago. She'll be very even on the inside here with Lily Dwyer from North Shore. Then we go to Waihopai number 6, and then completing the field will be Olivia Duffy from, Emma Baskerville from North End. Oh, great racing. And while they've been busy doing that, we've got the second repechage on its way through. We can tell you that in lane 3 it is Otago 2, Maya Still. In lane 4 it's Marley O'Keefe from Twizel number 2. In lane 5 Lucia Yates, Twizel 1. In lane number 6 Petone 1, Elma Steinfeld. And in lane number 7 from Union is Tanisha Chinnery, she's Union number 1. Lane number 8 is Waihopo 5, Holly Carey, making their way down now. It's coming out of Twizel, Lucia Yates sitting there in lane number 5. Just right opposite her is the Petone Sculler, looking to see if she can join Elizabeth. These two holding the first and second spots. The next of the best is going to be Twizel number 2. That's Marley O'Keefe. She's in lane 4. They're well clear of the rest of the field. We go back to Otago 2. Maya, she's down there. And then we go out further to Union. I think we can see Union. Yeah, we can Union. We just can't see Waihopo. So Waihopo 5 might have been scratched from that particular race. So they've got 350 metres to go. Pretty clear here, though, at this stage with Twizel number 1, coached by Kelvin Maker and Sarah Henderson. Kelvin, our caretaker, so he's taking good care of that lake. It's nice and flat, well mowed. And then we go on the outside to Petone Elma, coached again by Andrew Bird. He'll just look back from the previous race to see what's happening now with his second sculler, looking to get through into those semi-finals. And these two holding on nicely. 3 boat links back from the two of them to Marley O'Keefe, Twizel number 2. Just following them down through the 1,000 metre mark now is the first repechage of the men's intermediate single sculls. And in that race you have in lane 2, Twizel 1, Bryn Smith. Lane 3, Mercer 1, Vaughan Cameron. Lane 4, North Shore 1, Oscar McFarlane. Lane 5, Canterbury 1, Liam Collins. Lane 6, Otago 2, Brendan Isles. And in lane 7 it's Dunstan Arm 2, Brendan O'Keefe. They're making it through with about 750 metres to go. That looks to me like it is Canterbury number 1, Liam Collins has got the advantage there, right next to Brendan Isles from Otago, those two leading them down. That also has 1 and 2 through the semi-final. Out in front of us here, though, we've got the second repechage, the women's intermediate single sculls, and extending nicely here is the sculler from Petone, Elma Steinfeld, doing a good job out there, leading Lucia Yates, but these two have got the rest of them sewn up. I think we go 3 boat links back to Twizel number 2. So Twizel will have Lucia Yates through the semi-final of the women's intermediate single sculls as they go now. 150 metres to go there for Elma Steinfeld, doing a great job there for Petone. Very comfortable sculling there, and also in good position there is Lucia. We go back to Marley O'Keefe, further back to Maya Still, back there in lane number 3 from Otago 2. And then heading back down the course, we'll see Union, Tanisha Chinnery in lane 7. Just on the screen now, we can see the men's intermediate single scull. That's being led there by Otago number 2 at the moment. Brendan Isles just pulled ahead of Liam Collins from Canterbury. Oscar McFarlane is just down there in 4th position, and right in front of your screen, Brendan Keane there from Dunstan Arm. You can see him with his familiar bucket hat on. Go right across the top to Mercer 1. There you go. Down here in the women's repechage, intermediate single sculls, we've just gone over the line there, is Elma Steinfeld winning that from Petone 1, going through to the semi-final along with Lucia Yates, and third will be Marley O'Keefe from Twizel, followed by Maya Still and Tanisha Chinnery. Back to that men's race though, just drawing back alongside Liam, Brendan is Liam. He's just gone past him by half a boat length. He has the Canterbury sculler, and these are the two that are looking well clear of the rest of them. I thought there was a challenge coming from Brendan Keane and Dunstan Arm there, but it's just a bit further back now. Back further from Canterbury we go to North Shore, Oscar McFarlane. He's battling away there against Vaughan Cameron from Mercer. Down there in lane number 3, then Bryn Smith from Twizel is in lane number 2. This is the first of 5 of the heats repechages we've got for these men's intermediate single sculls. Trying to push through there in lane number 3, Vaughan from Mercer, but there's a long way to go, unfortunately. And there's a nice handy lead out in front there for Liam Collins from Canterbury, coached by Josh Schmidt. He's just holding over 3/4 of a boat length over Brendan Isles from Otago. Gareth Vaughan doing the coaching there. These two looking to head through into that semi-final. Got a time there for that second repechage for the women's intermediate single sculls, going through a 9:28. Moving into 3rd position now, Mercer gone past the Dunstan sculler. They've still got a little bit of work to do. I think he's cranked up and he's trying to get a good run on his boat, but he's got a long way left to go to pull in the Otago sculler. Brendan Isles is still second. He's got clear water to catch with Liam Collins leading him now as they head down 120 metres to go now. So this is the second First repechage, the men's intermediate single sculls, being led by Liam Collins from Canterbury through the Red Boys. He goes down 100 metres to go. Same now for Brendan Knowles from Otago, and these two looking very comfortable as they come down to the last part of the course, being followed by Vaughan Cameron from Mercer, who would be 3 boat lengths back. Now out we go to Brennan Keane from Dunstan Arm, back inside to Oscar McFarlane from North Shore. He's just ahead of, in lane number 2, Bryn Smith from Twizel. A couple of more strokes there for Liam Collins, and there he heads through to the semi-final. Joining him is, of course, Brendan Knowles from Otago. Well done, gents. We head down now to repechage number 2. We can see that we've got, are they all there? It looks like they may not be. Let's see who's all there. Should be in lane number 2, Liam Barrett from Cure Boating Club. No, he's not there. I can see Hamilton's Caden Taufa. He's in lane number 3. Then Alexandra Hattrell from Otago is there. And we've got Wellington just on the inside of him. That's correct. He's there, Bladen Rowe. And just on the outside is the, looks like the Union Sculler. It is the Union Sculler. So Takapuna Grammar not there either. So we've got Hamilton in lane 3, Caden Taufa. Lane 4, Otago 1, Alexandra Hattrell. Lane 5, Wellington 1, Bladen Rowe. And out there in lane number 7 is Union 3. Looking for 1 and 2 to go through the semi-final again. And we've got 4 vying for it. So it's 50%. You're all in. Being led though, Caden Taufa is leading them down from Hamilton, just about a boat length ahead of Alexandra Hattrell from Otago. Then we would go 2 boat lengths back on the outside to Harry Pearce from Union. Very little between him and Caden from Hamilton as they head up towards 750 metres to go. They've almost got the lake to themselves. Next repechage looks like it's just about been let go. That'll be the 3rd one. So they're underway down there. Let's see how these gents go on their one. First repechage, the men's intermediate single sculls. Liam Collins winning that in a time of 8:13. The Otago 2 finishing 2nd. Just a little bit of light afternoon rain starting to make its way across the course. That'll be cooling for the rowers. They won't even notice it. These guys have got 500 metres to go just about. They have now as it sits still with Alexandra Hattrell from Otago. You can see him there, the vertical blue and white stripes of Otago, coached by Gareth Vaughan. Back to Wellington though. Wellington looking pretty comfortable. Matthew Hall coaching Bladen Rowe, sorry. He's out there in lane 5. Still 2 boat lengths back, almost 3 boat lengths back from Alexandra. Then we go a long way out to Union number 3. Harry Pearce, and back here to Caden Taufa from Hamilton. They're through 500 metres in the 3rd repechage. I'll give you the field for that. In lane 2 is Waikato 2, Andrew Mitchell. Lane 3, Union 1, Daniel Kara. Lane 4, Timaru 2, Cooper Gordon. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm 1, Jed Tisdall. And lane 6, Union 2, Chris Brooks. Keen to see how the veteran goes today. You won't mind me calling him that. Lane number 7, Oamaru 2, because he can't hear me. Oamaru 2, which is Mana Fisalau. So they are through 500 metres. That's the 3rd repechage. Out in front of us, we see coming to a conclusion. The 2nd repechage, he's got it well under control. Alexandra Hattrell. Almost 4 boat lengths over Wellington. And then very even between the 3rd and 4th, who will be eliminated out of this as things stand. And hopefully they've got some other racing to come for the rest of the week as the umpire boat just follows them down. Bladen continuing to work hard there as he comes up to the Red Boys just to make sure he gets towards the end, and also Alexandra Hattrell doing a good job. Quick finish for him. Obviously just making sure of his time in terms of lanes, or working on his paces. As his blue blades, the white stripes go in and out, and he takes the buzzer and through to the semi-final he goes. Heading down towards to take his buzzer now is Bladen Rowe from Wellington. He's still got 50 metres to go. And then just cooling it down on the outside, Harry Pearce from Union. Just going to finish probably 2 boat lengths ahead of Hamilton's Caden Taufa. Down to take the buzzer now is Bladen, and through to that semi-final. We look back up the course as they've gone through 1,000 metres to have a look at that 3rd repechage. Let's keep an eye on what Chris Brooks is doing there. I think he's pretty handily placed, actually, just sitting out there with Jed Tisdall from Dunstan Arm 1. In fact, Chris might be ahead of him. Chris Brooks, Masters rower out of Union, formerly from Dunstan. Those two holding first and second. Then we would go back to Timaru 2, Cooper Gordon. Oh, he's just having a bit of a battle with Daniel Kara from Union. I think Daniel might just be ahead of him. Then we go back to, in lane 2, Waikato 2, Andrew Mitchell. On the outside, lane number 7 is Oamaru 2. This is the third repechage of the men's intermediate single sculls. Just repeating that field for you. You can see them there. We've got in Waikato 2 is in lane 2, Union 1 in lane 3, Timaru Rowing Club in lane 4. That's Cooper Gordon. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm Jed Tisdall currently leading. And then we go to Union 2, Chris Brooks in lane 6, and Mana Fisalau is there in Oamaru number 2. As the cameras pan onto Jed Tisdall, coached by Simon Smith, as many of the Dunstan rowers do. He's got his yellow bucket hat on, making his way up towards the 500 metre mark. Once again, thanks to Milford Asset Management for their sponsorship, kind sponsorship of this live stream. Good time in the afternoon for those of you building up towards afternoon tea. You're sitting at your desk to just grab a coffee and have a look and watch some of this rowing in this fantastic facility. What a great view that is, looking up towards the Ranges. And that's on your screen there is Daniel Kara from Union number 1. Again, though, this is the third repechage. We're looking for 1 and 2 to go through the semi-final. So Jed's got from Dunstan a 2-boat length lead over Chris Brooks, and these two are doing the job on the rest of them. It would go back to Daniel from Union, who's got some work to do to catch up the rest of them. Back from him is in Timaru 2 in lane 4. Then we'd look at Oamaru 2, Mana Fisalau over in lane 7. Not much between him and Andrew Mitchell. Waikato 2 down there in lane 2. They're underway in the next race too, which is the fourth repechage of the men's intermediate single sculls. That is in lane 3, Hamilton 2, Quinn Howard Shee. In lane number 4, West End 2, Joshua Drake. Lane number 5, West End 1, Sean Brooks Adams. Lane number 6, Luke Todd from Avon 1. And lane number 7 in that fourth repechage, currently through 750 metres gone, is Jacob Rawbach from Oamaru 1. Repechage number 2 went through in a time of 8:12. That was Alexander Hattrell, Otago 1. So there's 1 second quicker than the race prior to them. So will we get an 8:11 in this race? Maybe. Let's see where Jed finishes. He's sitting out in front. He's got 2 boat lengths over Chris Brooks from Union, and Chris Brooks from Union is under a bit of pressure from down on the inside there from Daniel Kara, coached by Lisa Mayton. So Chris, he's tenacious, but he's going to have to work hard, the veteran, because Daniel Kara seems to be making a move down in lane 3. Jed's still holding the lead. He's moved nicely since the 1,000 has Daniel. I think he's just about gone past Chris. So the 2 Union scullers are out there battling for that second semi-final spot. Then we go back to Timaru number 2, Cooper Gordon. He's sitting in the middle. He's starting to put some pressure on Chris too. 270 odd metres to go for Jed. He's well under control, looking nice and comfortable there. And the fight will have to come again between the Union scullers. Nice, strong, long stroke from Jed. You just see hardly any splash. She goes into the water. He's got a nice drive on that. And Chris just rating a little bit easier, but putting some real effort in. So not easier, but slower. Trying to get the power, make the boat do the work. Daniel's rating quicker than him, though. You can see Daniel's hands starting to move. Chris just takes a quick look across. You're going to have to wind it if you want to beat your Union stablemate. Jed Tisdall looks at both of them and sees they're all fighting out to join him in the semi-final. He's got it under control, and Chris just looking to put a bit more pressure on. He's wound up just a little bit, and more pressure going on the legs. Still in fourth, though, is Cooper Gordon from Timaru. We then go 5 boat lengths back on the outside to Oamaru, Mana Fisalau, and then back inside to Waikato 2. Out in front of us, though, 100 metres to go is Jed Tisdall, and then Chris might have just put a burst in to burn Daniel off. He's gone through into the 100 metres to go now, so it is Jed Tisdall moving out to 3 boat lengths. Chris just sitting into second. Daniel trying to wind now as he comes in the last 70 metres, but the wily old veteran on the outside, he's got the boat doing what it needs to be doing to get himself through to a semi-final. And over the line goes Jed, taking the buzzer there. Chris will do the same thing very shortly to get himself through to a semi-final just by a boat length over a game effort from Daniel Kara from Union. Fourth will be Timaru. Then we come back to Waikato, and on the outside, Oamaru, Mana Fisalau. Coming through in the fourth repechage, 750 metres gone, it's West End It's with Sean Brooks Adams. He's sitting there in lane 5. He has the advantage over his clubmate Joshua Drake, West End number 2. So will West End get 2? And that's where the interest sits here for me. Avon 1, Luke Todd sitting in 3rd. West End are 1 and 2. Back inside to Hamilton number 2. And then it's Joseph Rawbrook across the outside. So just confirming, in lane 3 is Hamilton 2, Quinn Howard Shee. Lane 4 is West End 2, Joshua Drake. Lane 5 is West End 1, Sean Brooks Adams. Lane 6 is Avon 1, Luke Todd. Lane 7 is Oamaru 1, Jacob Rawbrook. But it is a clear lead here for Sean Brooks Adams from West End 1. And then it's West End 2. And then it's Avon. That's where it'll come. The battle here looks like it's going to be between Luke and Joshua for that second spot. Back down to Hamilton 2. Quinn's got a bit of work to do, as does Jacob out in Oamaru 1. The 5th repechage, even smaller field, there's 4 in that. They're underway. They're through 500 metres now, that 5th one. That's Cure Boating Club in lane 3, Aotearoa Whanganui in lane 4, Cure Boating Club 1 in lane 5, and Avon 2 in lane 6. They're down heading towards the 1,000 metre mark. But right out in front of us with 500 metres to go, we're looking at this 4th repechage. We're looking at 1 and 2 to go through. Oh, that was a slower heat. Sorry, repechage. Repechage number 3 went through in 8:21, so that was the slowest of them so far by a good 10 seconds. See where this one ends up. Well under control. West End there, the white with the black slash. Parallel black lines running vertically across the back of their row suit. And looking pretty comfortable out there is Sean. Just trying to put pressure on him. I think it's Joshua on there, but he's well clear of Luke. I think Luke's just hit a buoy. That's just slowed him down a bit. He's got some work to do. He's trying to get himself back up to speed, but that sort of slows the boat a wee bit, really, doesn't it? So that's unfortunate. And that gives the advantage there to Joshua. So looking good for West End 1 and 2 to go through to the semi-final here. As we go out into 250 metres to go for Sean. And not just sitting nicely in the late 20s, isn't he? Just getting a nice run on his boat. And the boat's doing all the work, sitting up nice and tall. Working hard there is Joshua. Coached, both these scullers coached by Ethan Blight and Nick Dorr. So he's doing his best, Luke, to get back into the running, but that whacking that buoy doesn't do a whole lot of good, unfortunately. Good finish, and coming here with his white floppy hat on is Quinn Howard Shee down in Hamilton number 2, working hard to try and get himself in the mix, but much work to do. And then Jacob Rawbrook sitting out there in lane number 7. 100 metres to go now as the sun gleams across the turquoise blue waters of Lake Ruataniwha. It is Sean Brooks Adams sculling his way very comfortably into a semi-final for the men's intermediate single sculls. He'll come up and take the buzzer in about half a dozen strokes. 70 or 80 metres to go for his clubmate Joshua. Luke Todd gamely finishing hard to get here into a position, but he's just not quite going to be able to make it. And Quinn will finish in 4th spot. Through goes the first West End sculler. Nice little spurt at the end here for Josh to get through as quick as he can. Taking the buzzer now. And that will bring to conclusion just about repechage number 4. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of time these gents go through in. That 5th repechage is well through now. That's just heading towards 500 metres to go. Sitting with Charlie Bryan from Aotearoa Whanganui. You can see those gleaming gold blades just dipping in and out of the water very cleanly as they make their way up to that 500 metre mark. He's holding first and leading. Just on the outside of him, Hamish McIntosh, Cure Boating Club is second. So these two holding the advantage to get that 1 and 2 semi-final spot. The work is to be done by Cure Boating Club number 2, Ethan McGrath, down there in lane number 3. And then just a little bit further off the pace is Jack Wassell from Avon 2, sitting out there in lane 6. But he's starting to gain as Ethan down there in lane number 3, putting some pressure on Aotearoa Whanganui and coming up alongside Cure Boating Club. So we saw 2 Union scullers a couple of races ago battling for 1 spot. Are we going to see 2 Cure scullers doing the same thing here? We will probably know in about 250 metres time. Just waiting for a time, that 3rd repechage. 4th repechage. 3rd was 8:21. It looks like 8:24 for the 4th one, so a little bit slower again. So Charlie Bryan still leading down. Just got the advantage over Cure Boating Club. This is the last of the repechages making its way down. Still leads Hamish McIntosh over his clubmate in that second spot is Hamish. Looking at Aramaho Whanganui, just waiting to let go the women's club Coxless 4. That's just underway there in lane 1, Dunstan Arm 1, lane 2, Star Boating Club Composite 2, lane 3, Aramaho Whanganui number 1, lane 4 is Avon 1, lane 5 is Waikato 2, lane 6 is Star Boating Club 1, and lane 7 is Hamilton 1. So we'll give you the individual crews as they get further down the course. Another couple of races for me, and then it will be Kirsty taking you through to the end of the day as we come to the end of day 2 at New Zealand National Rowing Championships. As we do that, Aramaho Whanganui number 2, Charlie Braham, and Kua Boating Club number 1, Hamish McIntosh, pull away from the rest of the field here in repechage number 5. Through the last of the red boys are in the yellow boys now. They've got 220 metres to go. Then we have 4 boat lengths back to Kua Boating Club number 2, Ethan McGrath, and 3 more boat lengths back to Avon 2, Jack Wassell. $100 metres now for Aramaho Whanganui. They've been quite prominent the first 2 days. Long way to come. Good to see them here. Good contingents. I think we've got 100 from Waikato. We've got 50 from Auckland. Talking to Peter Mills before. They're enjoying their time down here. Getting a little bit closer at the end there, Hamish, but it's still under control. These two going through to the semi-final. Kua Boating Club 1. Excuse me, Hamish McIntosh will finish second to Charlie Braham, Aramaho Whanganui. That Women's Club Cox's 4 making its way down up towards the 1,000 metre mark, just about. Dunstan Arm 1, Drew Thomas, Ali King, Micah Pyle, Kate Spriggs. Star Boating Club Composite number 2, Zoe Kong, Maddie Wellington, Alana Johnson, Eve Williams. Aramaho Whanganui, they're number 1 there in lane 3. Diatakura Potaka Osborne Milner is there, along with Ava McDonough, Beatrice Douglas and Ruby Armishaw. Lane number 4, Avon 1, Cara Bignall, Kate Smith, Isabel Williamson and Sienna Godfrey Chatterton. Lane 5 is Waikato 2, Ellie Dean, Caitlin Foote, Ava Woodbury Winkle, and Savannah Burke. Lane number 6 is Star Boating Club 1, Lola Story, Ruhi Paldrell, Gracie Marshall McClaskey and Ella Wellington. And Hamilton number 1 is out there in lane 7 completing the field, which is Sarah Healy, Mahari Rademacher and Rowan Giles with Ella Cloak. Also making their way down they are, and we're looking here for 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through to the A final. It's sitting in the middle there, Aramaho Whanganui, just in behind Avon. Right next to them is Waikato and then Star Boating Club. Those are the 4 looking likely at this stage. You can see the Avon crew leading down the course here. They've got a nice spot just sitting out, probably about, Star Boating Club might be right alongside them though. These two are going to fight it out. They want lanes. Avon still hold the lead by half a boat length over Star. Then it's virtually nothing between the Waikato crew and the Aramaho Whanganui crew. On the inside there's Star Boating Club Composite. These are your 5 looking most likely. We go on the outside to Hamilton. They're just a bit further off the pace. So Avon continues to lead down into the second half of the course. Pressure going on from Star Boating Club. This is the Women's Club Coxless 4. 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the A final. The rest will go into the B final. And it is Avon still starting to pull away now, taking Star Boating Club with them. On the outside, in between both of them now, we've got Aramaho Whanganui, who would be a boat length and a half now behind Avon, and then we go across to very even now with the Star Boating Club Composite. And just watching Dunstan Arm down there in lane 1. They're not out of it. They're just hanging there, and they'll have a plan. You can be sure Simon Smith, their coach, has given them some riding instructions. The Composite crew just a little bit further in behind there from Star Boating Club. That's a composite between Star Boating Club and Wairo. So Zoe from Wairo joining the Star Boating Club rowers, Maddie, Alana and Eve. Joint coaching there between Nathan Wallace and Kay Surgener. Avon still holding the advantage though over Star Boating Club. Back inside of them to Waikato number 2. Then we look at Aramaho Whanganui and still looking at Dunstan Arm, not too far off the pace. It's going to be even. Someone's going to miss out here, unfortunately, because it's 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the A final. They all want to go to the A final at the National Rowing Championships. Next after this will be the men's senior single sculls. There is a couple of repechages of that, and that'll do me for the day, and then it will be Kirsty to take you through the finish. That first men's senior single scull is underway. Through 500 metres to go in this repercharge for the Women's Club Coxless 4. Avon get clear water now. Avon have gone out in front of the rest of the field. Very even though in the next race, in the next followers between Star and Aramaho Whanganui. Dead even between those two. Then it's Waikato 2 and Dunstan still within the mix, but they've got some work to do. It is Avon though. Avon looking very comfortable as they sit out in front. That's Cara, Kate, Isabel and Sienna. They'll be going past the Avon supporters tent shortly. There'll be a couple of people down there, give them a bit of a cheer. They've still got clear water, but they're starting to get a bit of pressure from Star Boating Club. But still, you could throw a little line between the Star Boating Club bow ball and the one on the other side from Aramaho Whanganui, and it wouldn't move. They're very even, those two crews. Waikato in between them, and still Dunstan just looking to lurch at them. They're only half a boat length back now, Dunstan. Dunstan will have to make a move shortly, though, if they're going to get themselves into this A final. There's a bit of work to be done. Avon still holding the advantage. Aramaho Whanganui and Star Boating Club. Aramaho Whanganui just pushing ahead of Star Boating Club. Star Boating Club under pressure from Waikato, and still there is Dunstan, but they're starting to find it a little bit tough. Is this the four that we've got going through the A final? It is Avon. It is Aramaho Whanganui. Star. Waikato putting pressure on Star, and it just looks like it is a wee bit too much for Dunstan. Then we go further back on the outside to Hamilton, and then back down 3 boat lengths back from Dunstan would be the crew from Star Boating Club Composite. Into up the Red Boys we go now. So Avon, they've got 100 metres to go now, and then Aramaho Whanganui come through and behind them. Then Star Boating Club a third. Waikato look pretty comfortable in fourth. These will be the 4 that will go through to the Women's Club Coxless 4 A final. So Avon well in control here. They've got Clearwater still back to the rest of the field. Cara Bignell, Kate Smith, Isabel Williamson, Sienna Godfrey Chatterton. Well done, ladies. You come down to the line. Tandem rig there on that nice looking red skull, red boat too as they finish through to the final. And it is going to be Aramaho Whanganui just, I think, over Star Boating Club. 4th and through will go Waikato. Then we go 2 boat lengths back to Dunstan Arm, across to Hamilton, back down here to the Composite crew, Star Boating Club and Wairau. First repercharge of the men's senior single sculls. Lane 1 is Mercer 1 Alexander Sharp. Lane 2 is Auckland 2 Logan Turrell. Lane 3 is Tauranga 3 Luca Harris. In lane 4 Hamilton 1 Ethan Claridge. Lane 5 is Tauranga 2 Luke Bergquist. Lane 6 Wairau 1 Finn Allison. Lane 7 is Avon number 3 Sam Cleland. And in lane 8 Waikato 3, Leander Calazan. So there's the field up on the screen for those of you who are at home as they make their way down. Looks like we got everybody there. Should be a full field of 8. We have it. We have. That's good. Wairau, Finn Allison, he's out in front. That's him you can see there. The drone's right in front of him. Great shot. Isn't that fantastic? You'd want that on your Facebook page. He's got a nice handy lead. Over Leander Calazan out there in lane number 8 is pretty handily placed, but Finn's right out and the rest of them we're looking for 1 and 2 through to the semi-final. So Finn's making a good job of this, coached by Kay Surgener and Matt Straker. He's well out in front, and the rest are fighting for the second spot. So it's going to come from Waikato. Sam Cleland there from Avon's in the mix as well. Then we come across the other side. We can see Tauranga. We can see Hamilton fighting for that next spot. So just on the inside of Wairau, that's Luke Bergquist from Tauranga 2. Then we go to Ethan Claridge from Hamilton 1. Those are the ones in the mix. Tauranga just ahead of Hamilton 1. Then we go further back into lane number 2. It's Auckland 2, Logan Turrell. He's just ahead of in lane 1, Alexander Sharp, Mercer 1. Then we go into lane 3, Tauranga 3, which is Luca Harris. And then we go on the outside where all the action is, where the rest of the field is, all trying to chase down Finn Allison, who's done some real work to get himself in front by probably 4 to 5 boat lengths. Second now is still with Tauranga. Still hanging out there on the outside is Leander Calazan with the cap on back to front, making his way down the course. He has a wee bit look over the left. You can see in front of him to his left-hand side is Sam Cleland from Avon. So the advantage now going with for that second spot is Leander, just over Tauranga. Luke Bergquist fighting hard. He's looking to push a challenge off from Ethan Claridge as they make their way up through 500 metres to go. It's still being led handily here by Finn Allison. Working really hard out there. Has he done enough to hold everybody else off? We'll wait and see as he gets closer. But enjoying these conditions, no doubt. A lot of hard training on that Wairau River. As you can see the green and white colours as they make their way down, heading towards 350 metres to go, sitting quite comfortably there at about 31. He looks outside of him, you can see Waikato on the right-hand side. The left-hand side, you can see Tauranga. He goes further left, you can see Hamilton. And then just a bit further back is Avon. It's going to be, I think, between Waikato and Tauranga for that second spot. Finn still holding on nicely. The next Repechage men's senior single sculls is through 1,000 metres, making its way up to that mark to pick up their coaches. And he's gone in front now, has Luke from Tauranga, just got over the top of Leander. So Leander will have to come again if he wants to get that second spot. And just watch down here on the left-hand side of Luke. It's Ethan Claridge from Hamilton. He's not out of it yet. Plenty of time for him to put pressure on Luke. So the second spot is still up for grabs. Finn Allison's holding on nicely to this first lead out that he's got. Had since well before the 1,000, and he's done all the work. He's under control. He won't let anything go though. And it's Luke Burkwood still just pushing back into second, but it is Ethan Claridge having a crack at him. Will Leander Calazan come again on the outside? Too much to do, I think, for Sam Cleland from Avon. Then we go back down to Alexander Sharp. Mercer, he's following him behind Auckland 2, Logan Turrell, and also out of it at the stage, Luca Harris from Tauranga. So Finn Allison still holds the lead. He's done the work in the last couple of 100 metres. Luke Burquist, he's working really hard there in second spot. I think he's got the advantage now over those other two scullers. It's a bit much for them to do. He's got the run on his boat. The hands have been moving for the last 100 metres. He's got some real power coming, trying to hold on to that second spot. He's got clear water over the chasing two. So Finn looks back. He's in the last 70 metres, just starting to ease off a little bit, but you want to make sure of it because Luke's getting closer, taking in charge of that second spot. 100 metres to go now for Leander, who's third. But this is the first repechage of the men's senior single sculls. The women's club 4 went through in 7:45. That was pretty sharp. Buzzer now for Finn Allison. Commanding for him. He'd be happy with that. Through to the semi-final. Joining him, Luke Burquist. He did the work in the last half of the race. Third will go to Leander Calazan from Waikato. Then we look to Ethan Claridge from Hamilton. Through the middle of the field becomes Avon Sam Cleland. Down here into lane number 2 will be Logan Turrell from Auckland, and he'll be followed by Alexander Sharp from Mercer, and completing the field will be Luca Harris from Tauranga. This is the last repechage for the men's senior single sculls. And we can give you in lane 1, Tasman Coastal Club number 1. That is Murdoch Smith. Lane 2 is Aramaho Whanganui Rowing Club number 4. That is Eli Kuhn. Scratching in lane 3. Lane 4, Tauranga 1. That is James Hollard. Lane number 5, Lewis Mates from Cure Boating Club. Aramaho Whanganui, Nikki Maxim is in lane number 6. That's the number 3 crew for Aramaho Whanganui. And this is Jed McIntosh from lane 7, Dunstan Arm number 4. Sitting right in the middle there. James Hollard from Tauranga. He is just having a nice battle there with Lewis Mates from Cure Boating Club. But Lewis has got the advantage. So he'll have to chase him down, Will James, although we're looking for 1 and 2 to go through the semi-final. Those are the two that are looking pretty obvious. The rest of the field have got some work to do. The best of them will be Jed McIntosh out there from Dunstan in lane 4. So they've got 500 metres to go. It is with Lewis from Cure Boating Club over James Hollard from Tauranga. Outside the one to watch, Dunstan Arms, Jed McIntosh, and he's just starting to get some movement going on that single scull of his. If I was sitting in the James Hollard seat, I'd be a little bit concerned because he won't give up, Jed. He's got that red Laszlo underway, and see how he goes. He's got a boat length to catch up. Nice lead at the front there still from Lewis Mates from Cure Boating Club as they head up towards 300 metres to go. And they're well clear of the rest of the chasing pack. Nikki Maxim from Aramaho Whanganui, right alongside Eli Kuhn, his clubmate from Aramaho Whanganui. And then we go back to Murdoch Smith from Tasman Coastal. Just a gentle breeze wafts its way across the lake. You can see the ripples there as it does that. Not quite as easy to see the puddles, and moving quite comfortably now, these 3 scullers. So still some work to do for Jed. He's just coming up to the 250 to go. Will that be the trigger point for him? Through into the Gold Boys he goes. And still holding second comfortably is James Hollard from Tauranga, coached by Simon Aubrey. And well out in front is Lewis Mates from Cure Boating Club as they head into the last part of the course. James just moving that green hull of his skiff nicely up to Jed McIntosh to have a crack now to see if he can get that second spot. Holding still nicely with 100 metres to go. He sees the red buoys, does Lewis Mates. As now does Lewis, and they've done comfortably here. I think these two will go through to the semi-final. And the rest will be eliminated, unfortunately. Another half a dozen strokes for Lewis Mates to pick up the victory here in this repechage, and through the semi-final he goes. Taking the buzzer now, joining in there, a nice row there from James Hollard from Tauranga, and just finishing third will be Jed McIntosh and Dunstanar number 4. Then we go a good 7 or 8 boat lengths back down to Eli Kuhn from Aramaho Whanganui, who will finish ahead of his clubmate Nicky Maxim, and then completing the field will be Murdoch Smith from Tasman Coastal. Just a short break here in our team until 3:17, when we will bring you, or Kirsty will bring you the women's senior single sculls first repechage, and she'll be back on air when that gets underway.
Sorry. All good. Thank you, Ian. Just catching up with where we are up to as I bring you through to the last section of racing here on day 2 of the New Zealand Rowing Championships. Looks like Canterbury Rowing Club are leading the women's senior single. This is Becky Tuke down in lane number 3. We're looking for 2 to go through to the A final. So looking to join Canterbury is Sadie Mason from Twizel. She's sitting in that second place and not actually that far off Becky Tuke. She would have probably about a length and a quarter down. And then we go over the far side. And that will be Lexi Timpson from Wairau number 1. So that would be your 1, 2, 3, and then back into Lauren Wood from Waikato, and then Tegan Negus, maybe not there. Let's have a look. See, no, she's not there. She's scratched out of that. So no Tegan. So it is still Canterbury's Becky Tuke leading this repechage of the women's senior single scull, repechage number 1. She's got about just over a length clear here of the Twizel sculler, the local lady Sadie Mason, coached by Kelvin and Sarah. And that's she is in lane number 5, looking very smooth there as they come down towards the last 500. Beautiful conditions here at the lake in the afternoon of repechages, heats and repechages day at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals. We have got 2 heats of the women's senior single, then we move into 2 repechages of the women's senior single, then we move into 2 repechages of the men's club coxless pair oar. So down to the 250 we come, still the same for first and second. We're looking at Becky Tuke from Canterbury, coached by Josh Schmidt. Over in lane number 5 is Twizel number 1, Sadie Mason, coached by Kelvin Maker and Sarah Henderson. And then we are looking over at Wairau, Lexi Timpson, coached by Kay Surgener, Matt Straker over in lane number 7. Sitting about 3 lengths back from her in lane 6 is the last sculler in this repechage, Lauren Wood from Waikato. So Twizel trying to pull up here on Canterbury's Becky Tuke. She's putting in a bit of work here as they come down to the last 100. And Canterbury's just seen that response from Sadie Mason and she's taken it up. So Becky Tuke is wanting to hold on to this win. And this is for an A final position. This is not for a semi-final. So top 2 here go through to the A final and the rest will go into the B final. So taking the win here is going to be Becky Tuke. And we're about a length and a quarter down in second place. A great result there for Sadie Mason from Twizel. She will also go through to the A final of the women's senior single, which is quite an outstanding effort, really. Then we go back to Waikato's Lauren Wood. And also Lexi Timpson will also go through to B final. So it's repechage number 1 of the women's senior single sculls. We have repechage number 2 down by the 1K. We'd be looking for North Shore's Atlanta Bruce, Twizel number 2, Kiara Tyne, and Dunstan Arm number 2, India Nichols. So there's 3 scullers there for 2 positions into the A final. The 3rd sculler will go into the B final of the women's senior single. Waikato number 2, generally Mark Graf has scratched out of this race, so just the 3 scullers looking to qualify through, and at the moment it's Atlanta Bruce, coached by Ella Campbell from North Shore. She is down there in lane number 3 and is leading this repechage of the women's senior single scull. We can tell you that Canterbury came home in a time of 9:05.22. So North Shore comfortably out in front here of India Nichols. And then sitting in third place would be the Twizel Sculler in lane 4, Kiara Tyne. So those three are how they will come down through this third 500. Really strong puddles there coming from our leader out in lane number 1, Atlanta Bruce from North Shore Rowing Club. She's looking pretty comfortable here. Good conditions on the lake as we enter mid-afternoon here and the last of the repechauges at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals. How'd you go? So just having a look at Atlanta Bruce from North Shore here. She's sitting around 31, 32 on that rating. You can see a few wind patches out on the lake there, so she'll just be sitting up nice and strong through that finish, trying to maintain her boat run. Out there on the outside, you can see India Nichols from Dunstan Arm. That looks like one of the Māori Cup winners' boats from the under-17 single. So good to see that out there on the course, and also looking to qualify for an A final here in the women's senior single sculls. So good work from India Nichols from Dunstan out there in lane 6. So Atlanta just about to go through the change of buoys from red to yellow, and that will tell her that she's inside the last 250 here of the repechauge in the women's senior single sculls. We'll see whether she can beat 9:05.22, which was Becky Tuke's time from Canterbury. Not that it will show too much. These scullers, if they're pretty comfortable in their qualification position, won't tend to go too fast down to that finish line. So she'll just protect her position against India Nichols, and India in turn will make sure she holds on to that second place ahead of the sculler from Twizel. So down to the finish comes Atlanta Bruce. She's got about another 5 or 6 strokes left to go. She'd have a 2-length lead over India Nichols from Dunstan Arm. Dunstan Arm will also go through to the A final of the women's senior single scull. And then we go back to Kiara Tyne from Twizel, number 2. She will go through to the B final, which is still an exceptional effort to be in an A or B final of the women's senior single. So well done to Kiara as she comes down to the finish. So we move back up to the 1K. We have the men's club pair all now. Repechauge, we've got 2 of these. This is repechauge number 1. We have Takapuna Grammar from Auckland's North Shore in lane 1. West End from Auckland in lane 2. Avon 5 and 3. Nelson 1 and 4. Waikato 1 and 5. Chuo University in 6. West End in 7. And Waikato number 4 is in lane 8. We are looking for 2 to go through to the semi-final of this event, and the rest will be eliminated if they don't finish in that top 2. So the drone just heading up the course to pick up this race. They are into the third 500, and it's looking like Nelson's travelling really well. And right down on the inside would be West End.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same
Can't see
Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
race between Chuo University and West End, but Nelson clearly out in front there. They're going to take the first spot into the semi-final. We're looking for that second crew, so it's between West End and Chuo University to go through into the semi-final. The rest, unfortunately, eliminated from this event. So let's see what happens between West End and Chuo as they come down towards that last 100. Nelson have still got clear water here, so Ryan and Ethan, coached by Bob Gilchrist, are rowing away here. They're pretty comfortable. They've got a handy margin. They don't need to do anything rapid to try and hold on to this win. And we'll just watch them as they come through that 100. It could be West End. Oh, it's super close. Oh, they've gone through. It's just West End. Maybe half a canvas ahead of Chuo University. So Haruki and Yuki need to take that rating up if they want to row through West End. West End, we're holding on to that lead at the moment. Just watching them come through now and now. So it is going to be West End. I think West End's going to hold them. They're going to go through to the A final, and Chuo University, unfortunately, eliminated out of this event. So great finish there. The last 10 or 15 strokes from Joel and Jack. Then Chuo University have come across. Then we go over the outside to the crew from West End again. West End 1, Alexander and Liam. And then back into Avon 5, Harry and Sam in lane 3.
Whatever information you need me to get you, just let me know. And I'll
Yep. Repechage 2 is on your live stream screen at the moment, and this is the men's club Peror. Same progression as Repechage number 1, top 2 into the semi-final. The rest unfortunately eliminated. Lane number 1 is St George's 4, lane 2 Avon Rowing Club number 4, lane 3 Waikato Rowing Club number 2, lane 4 North Shore Rowing Club number 3, lane 5 is Wellington 1, lane 6 Avon 3, lane 7 North Shore 2, and lane 8 is Wellington number 2. Again, top 2 into the semi-final. As these men have already raced their heats, this will be seeded as per lanes, so you would expect 3, 4, 5 and 6 to emerge as favourites here to qualify through, but you just never know if someone's going to have a blinder out there and put themselves into contention. Right, let's go out onto the course, see if they're all there. North Shore and Wellington are the two that I'm looking at. Theo Brown and Callum Jarvis from North Shore. And outside of them is Guy Curry-Stanton and Ted Henderson. So no lane 7, no North Shore number 2 out there. We can confirm that Nelson's time was 8:09.76. And back out on the course. Oh, this is a good race here. These two are pretty well clear, but they're going head to head down the course. This is great to see. So North Shore and Wellington in a bit of a battle here to get the first place into that semi-final, get a better lane perhaps against some strong competition tomorrow. But it is North Shore and Wellington, and then we go back to Waikato. Then we go over to Avon number 3. We've got West End, and on the inside, St George's. So inside the third 500, these men come, and there you can see Wellington doing a big push at the moment on North Shore number 3's crew, Theo Brown and Callum Jarvis. That Wellington crew just slightly ahead at the moment is Guy Curry-Stanton and Ted Henderson. So let's see who's got the sprint in them. This is a great race here for these men as they come inside that third 500. Just going to have a wee look. Beautiful drone footage there, aerial footage of these two pairs inside the third 500 of the Repechage and the men's club pair. Wellington on 34. On the left, on the upper end of that picture in the white boat is the crew from North Shore Rowing Club in Auckland. They are trying to hang on 32, just a little bit shorter through the water than that crew from Wellington are. Wellington pretty well drilled here, got quite a nice length as they come up onto the feet. Nice, tidy, strong puddles that are getting released at the back of that stroke there. And they're just maintaining and conserving and protecting that first position against North Shore, who are doing everything they can to pull themselves up onto them as they come down to the down to that last 500 metre mark through they go there. You can just see that on the far bank. And it is still Wellington over North Shore. Then we go back to Waikato sitting in third. Then we have St George's, Avon 4 and Avon 3 on the far side. As well as outside of them is Wellington number 2, William Hall and Josh Cassidy. Down we come inside the last 500, heading towards the 250. Pretty choppy conditions, these guys. You can just see that swell on the water. They just need to keep it quite clean. But here we go. This is going to be super strong as they come down. I can see North Shore taking their rating up now. And Callum Jarvis and Theo Brown are not finished. They're having a go at Wellington. Wellington have just responded now. So we have a race on our hands yet again as we come down to the last 250. These two crews will go through to the semi-final, but they're going to have to be careful here in this dirty water that they don't respond too rapidly. They've got to keep it clean, keep it long, don't panic in a pair. And Wellington are responding. Looks like that Bellman's just struggling to take that rating up with the Wellington. Oh, there we go. So just a really big dirty stroke from North Shore stroke. He caught some really rough water there. That's cost them about a quarter of a length as Wellington now push out. So they just caught a little bit of a clip of a wave there, and that cost North Shore the momentum that they had as they were coming right up onto the bow seat of the Wellington sweep rower there. But Wellington have done enough now to stay calm. They will win this. They'll take the win off North Shore, and North Shore will come through for second place, and in the end it actually ends up being clear water to the Wellington crew. This is their bread and butter, rough water and not being able to get on the water, so taking that on was a gamble right from the start. So Wellington was always going to be pretty strong in this event in tricky conditions. So it's going to be Wellington into the semi-final, North Shore into the semi-final. Waikato will be unfortunately in third place but eliminated. You've got Wellington number 2 on the far side, back into Avon and back down on the inside to St George's. Next up on the race sheet, repechage number 1 of the men's novice double sculls. We're looking for top 2 into the A final. The rest will go to B. We have 5 crews racing. Yet again, not 100% clear if they're all there, but hopefully they are. Hawke's Bay number 2, Timaru number 1, Aramaho Wanganui number 2, Dunstan Arm number 1, and Kua number 2. Top 2 will go directly into the A final. The rest will qualify for the B final, which is wonderful to see that they're not going to be eliminated. We can tell you that Wellington in the previous repechage came home in a time of 8:33, so a lot more wind shift out there on the course. I don't think they're that much slower than what Nelson were, but Nelson were significantly quicker on their time, so it is a little bit tricky out there, a little bit more windier, and let's hope that these novice doubles all have a good race and can manage these conditions. Right, out onto the course we go. I'm going to suspect that Timaru and Aramaho Wanganui might be doing pretty well, but let's see if I'm right. Almost right, 50% right. We've got Timaru and Hawke's Bay are the 2 crews, with Hawke's Bay looking to be in the lead, Lockie Leach and Tom McCarty, and then the Timaru crew of Parker Anderson and Thomas Crawford. So these 2 crews looking really good for that A final. Then we go back to Aramaho Wanganui in 3rd place. But look at this race for novice doubles. This is sensational from these young guys. This is really going to test their skill level to stay calm and stay inside their boat and row to their own technical ability instead of reacting to what the other crew is doing. But Hawke's Bay number 2 looking really good here. Sam Cropper and Alex McCarty are the coaches. of this novice crew of Lockie and Tom. And now we see Timaru also pushing up, and that's the crew of Parker Anderson and Thomas Crawford, well coached again by Brian Smith and Mac Brown. So just gone out to clear water here now. This is the crew from Timaru. They've gone out to a 3/4 of a length, maybe just on a length, but you can see that water just starting to pick up a little bit here. They need to keep it super clean as they come down inside that last 500. They're still holding that length advantage over Hawke's Bay. Then we go back to Aramaho Wanganui, then Dunstan Arm, and then Cure. So that's the single march as they come down towards the finish. It's Timaru, Hawke's Bay, Aramaho Wanganui, Dunstan Arm, and then a few lengths back to Cure. Quite a strong wind now picking up here as we come down to the 250. And Hawke's Bay have come back now. This is fantastic sculling from these novices. This is what I really hope doesn't happen to my crew on Friday, with all due respect. But what fantastic racing from these young guys. Incredibly well drilled from both these both these crews, really working hard through these white caps as they come down inside the 250. And now Hawke's Bay are having a go at Timaru. Timaru had a length on Hawke's Bay, and now Hawke's Bay are just handling these conditions a little bit better, maybe rigged a bit higher off the water. Timaru getting caught around the finish there. Still very, very well drilled for novice, but just a little bit lower on that rigging, just struggling with that water a bit as they come out of the finish. And it's not going to matter too much. They'll both go through to the A final, and they've done exceptionally well. But as they come down towards the finish, it just looks like Hawke's Bay are a little bit calmer, a little bit higher out of the water there, and able to extract their blades a little bit cleaner as they come out at the finish. But still, Timaru not giving up. They're only half a length back, and we're still coming down to the finish. Timaru really fit and really strong, but Hawke's Bay just rigged a bit higher and able to manage those conditions a little bit better. So fantastic racing from novices. Super impressed with these two crews as they come down to the line. And is Timaru going at them again? This is amazing. I think Timaru's just gone through them. I thought Hawke's Bay had this by 1/4 of a length, but here comes Hawke's Bay again. Oh. I don't know who won that. I thought it was going to be Timaru on the line. They took another dirty stroke, and then Hawke's Bay went through them. So that's up to the judges. But both of them, what fantastic crews for novice. They definitely deserve a pat on the back. Aramaho Wanganui coming in for 3rd place. Then we're going to go back about 4 or 5 boat lengths to the boys from Dunstan, and then a similar margin back to the boys from Cure out there in lane number 7. But sensational rowing from Timaru and Hawke's Bay. I don't think I could pick who was first. I could ask Felix, but I think we'd both be guessing. I think he thinks Timaru. I've put Timaru as well, but that's nothing against Hawke's Bay. That was literally just a stroke on the line, I think.
Yeah, what a race. That's sick. Oh, 3 crews in this one.
My novice done. All right, repechage number 1 of the women's club pair should be on the course at the moment. Doubles?
Yeah. Doubles.
I've only got looks like I'm missing a sheet here, so it is race 191 if I can find that on the program. We don't have that sheet, so it is another men's novice double coming down. Apologies to you, I'm going to be calling this rather blind until I look on the course, but we will go out and see how these guys are doing. Aramaho Wanganui is doing really well, and I think that's also a Cure crew that is also in contention for that top 2 into the A final of the men's novice double sculls. Thanks, Felix. So we've got Cure, Hamilton, Aramaho Wanganui. Just these 3 crews are racing. 2 will go into the A final. And to me, that's pretty clear that it's Aramaho Wanganui's Ross and Adam. And then down on the inside to Cure, Tommy and Fletcher. Thank goodness your hands work quickly on a phone. That saved me. And then back to Hamilton for third place, so that is unlikely to qualify as we come down towards the 250. So it is going to be these men from Aramaho, Wanganui and Kure that will go through. 9:34 was Hawke's Bay. Oh, we got it wrong. It was Hawke's Bay that won it. So Hawke's Bay took the win by 0.41 of a second in 9:34.54. So it goes to show that when it's on the line, they do need that computer to tell them who went through in first. So it was indeed Hawke's Bay that took that win out, and Timaru was second. Out here, we've only got 3 crews in the other repechage, and it's Aramaho Wanganui number 1. They have got a couple of boat lengths comfortably now over Kure, who have got a similar margin over Hamilton Rowing Club. So I think we've only got 2 races left, and then we're done for the day. Unless I'm wrong. Probably just in time, I would say, with these conditions. We're just going to get the program finished. But down we come, Aramaho Wanganui, comfortable here, 2.5 boat lengths over Kure, similar margin from them back to Hamilton. So moving through to the A final of the men's novice double sculls will be Aramaho Wanganui and Kure Boating Club as we come through the last 100. After this, we've got half an hour's break before the women's club here. So we are just taking a wee break for now.
Back, folks. So welcome back, folks. After the regatta being on hold, we are now back underway. So this event here is the Women's Club Coxless Pair Oars Repechage 1. To be honest, I'm a little bit confused. The progression to the semi-final is the first 4, and well, there are 4 boats in this race. So let's see what they do. I don't know if they're going to treat it like a real race or just a bit of a training race. So let's see how they go. I'll introduce the crew. So in lane 3, we have Nelson 1, Francesca Palmer, and Ilsa Martin, coached by Tim Babbage. In lane 4, we have Waikato 4, Ava Woodbury-Wrinkle and Savannah Burke. In lane 5, we have Hawke's Bay 1, Hannah Field and Libby Winheiger, coached by Mike Harrison. And in lane 7, we have Waikato 3, Ellie Dean and Caitlin Foote. So right now it's the far side of Nelson 1, Francesca and Ilsa. They're doing well, but it's kind of tight in the middle here. I think Waikato 3 of Ellie Dean and Caitlin Foote, they're treating it more like a training row, more relaxed there. They know they're going through, so why push? Rest yourself. Enjoying the scenery, but here we go. But the race is happening in the middle here, so we have Waikato, Hawke's Bay and Nelson all kind of locked up. It's more Nelson so far, but they are treating it like a race. Some tough conditions for pairs here. The wind, you know, a bit of a cross headwind. So, yeah, anything can happen. You just don't want to flip, especially in, you know, repechage. Don't get help and then you won't go through. But some good, calm racing here. I think everyone's kind of got their stroke rates down, sitting at about probably around 26, 25. So I think they're treating it a more relaxed race, bit of a training row. But it's still good to get experience of racing under your belt in stressful conditions. So Nelson got a bit of clear water here. They're moving nicely. Francesca and Ilsa, coached by Tim Babbage. I do like Nelson. You know, I've got some grandparents there in Richmond. So, no, it's a great place and a nice rowing club rowing in the harbour there. So, yeah. Waikato as well. It's a battle for second, really. Waikato and Hawke's Bay. Oh, Hawke's Bay are just crossing into... Oh, there might be a crash here, folks. Just hang on. Oh, no, they are. Well done to Hannah for fixing this, fixing the straightness there. So Nelson, they're pulling away here. They've got maybe about half a boat of clear water. Then it's going to be Waikato and Hawke's Bay. They really are. Their stroke rate's probably sitting around 24, 25. To be fair, in these conditions, you want a lower rate, but more efficient moving boat than a high rating boat and something, a bit average. But all the steering's a bit interesting from Hawke's Bay here, but they're looking good, nice and relaxed. But Nelson have pulled away. They've probably got a boat of clear water here, and then we move back to Waikato in second. Ava Woodbury-Wrinkle and Savannah Burke in the women's club pair. Hawke's Bay are now in third. I think their steering is a bit off, but in these conditions, it's hard. It's hard. So good on them for racing this, and it's good to see that everyone goes through. Taking the scenery, you're rowing in one of the most beautiful places in the world, so why not? But so look at Nelson here, rowing really smoothly, blades off the water, looking really calm and collected here. They've probably got about a boat and a half length of clear water here. Oh, bit of a crab, so they have closed it. Waikato are now moving to Nelson. So that's Savannah and Ava. They're doing well. Nice and clean. Yeah, probably stroke rate sitting around 23 to 24 here. Waikato Rowing Club, they row at Lake Karapiro. That's where Marty is this year. Got an amazing coaching staff. Like you look at Nick Barden, Megan Glenn. Just amazing elite high performance unit there. So, in terms of winning, they breed success. So it's great to see. Nelson have moved away more, though. They're coming into about the K. They've got about 2 boat lengths of clear water here. So, yeah, they're looking really good. They've actually moved, doing more of a bit of a push here. So but Waikato and Hawke's Bay are looking more relaxed. I think the main thing that Hawke's Bay need to focus on is their steering, but hey-ho, it doesn't really matter if everyone's going through. So Nelson here, they have dropped their stroke rate again. It's interesting to see what they're doing in this race, if they're practicing or doing small little bursts, I don't really know. But they've probably got about 3 boat lengths of clear water here. And then we go back to Waikato and Hawke's Bay. They're locked up for second here. It's great to see. Hawke's Bay obviously got some famous athletes from there, Tom McIntosh and Emma Twigg. So, you know, maybe they're watching. Who knows? But no, they're looking great. Yeah, Nelson are looking really clean here. They probably dropped the stroke rate down. They're just calm and collected. They know they're going to go through. I think they're more worried about flipping. So, especially in these conditions, it's cool to keep calm and collected, and I think that's what they're doing. Waikato are in second here. They've probably got about half a boat length in front of Hawke's Bay. And Hawke's Bay, yeah, they're relaxing as well. No sudden burst from anywhere here. I think everyone knows they're going through, so why push? But they're looking really clean nonetheless, practicing in rough conditions. The only club that would be good at that is probably Wellington. But nah, here goes. Oh, Nelson here. They've got about 4 to 5 boat lengths of clear water here. They look like they're treating it more like a race, but they're definitely long and strong. Really good with a catch. Good tap outs at the finish, and it's, yeah, great to see. There's a nice little drone shot of the field there. Amazing drone footage from altitude in Milford here, so it's, yeah, great to see. The live stream is definitely being increased in quality. Yeah, so everyone's kind of relaxing here. Nelson won, cruising now. The stroke rate is really down. There's a nice close-up of them here. Yeah, long and strong rowing, amazing stuff. They don't need to stress. They just need to get the boat to the finish line. They're probably looking around now, looking at the scenery. So it's good to see. Yeah, really long and strong. So that is Francesca and Ilse, coached by Tim Baber. So give yourself a round of applause for that. Really hard conditions here, but they're looking really long and strong, really working well together at the catch, pushing with their legs together. And yeah, really good tap outs, early squaring. It's great. It's quality rowing. So moving back, just showing the distance of how far between the crews. Then we go back to Waikato in second. They've probably about 2 to 3 lengths of clear water. They're looking really long and strong as well. No one making a push here. I think they're just going to bring it to the line. But yeah, probably about a boat length of clear water here. Really nice drone footage of, you know, a bird's eye view. Hawke's Bay, really long and strong. They're probably sitting at about 22, 23, 24 maybe. But yeah, no, looking really cool. Yeah, Nelson, probably about 100, oh, not 100, probably about 75 meters of clear water. So they're going to bring it home. Nice and relaxed. They don't need to stress. They're going through. Rest themselves for tomorrow. Yeah, Hawke's Bay. Oh, Hawke's Bay, a bit of a crab there. But Waikato, yeah, looking good. All these crews are looking good. This is real tough racing conditions. Cross headwind, that's the hardest you can race in, especially times. They're going to be slow, but it's great. Hopefully this weather does not continue for finals day. There's a nice shot of Nelson there, rowing really long and strong. No blades on the water there. Great coaching from Tim. Nelson should be pretty proud of themselves. So here come Nelson now. They're about to cross the line. I'd give them a round of applause. Even racing in these conditions is tough, so everyone goes through, but still tough racing conditions, and they're rowing really nicely. So that is Francesca and Ilsa about to cross the line for Nelson. Rowing really long and strong, and they're about to cross the line now. And well done, Nelson. So now we bring it back to Waikato, bringing it as well. Yeah, here come Waikato, Hawke's Bay as well. So Waikato are going to come into second here in this rapid charge. They're going to meet in the final again. But here comes Hawke's Bay. They're going to cross the line in third. And these crews will all meet in the semi-final again. So Waikato is the final crew here. Coming in fourth. They don't need to stress. They're going to go through. I think we should all appreciate how good the drone footage is. It's changed how we view rowing. It's given us a new perspective of racing. So yeah, it's just great to see those people at the 1K there using drones. Yeah, making the sport better to watch and overall growing the sport that we love. So yeah, it's great to see. So here we go. It's the last event of the day here. We move to the men's intermediate 4. So it's Waikato 1, then we go to Avon, then we go to Canterbury, then we go to Takapuna Grammar, and then we go to Hawke's Bay, and then we go to Petone. Drone footage now. Oh, a big lead from Takapuna Grammar here. The crew of Lucas, Leonardo, Leon, and Charlie. Coxed by Ashley Burke, coached by Jamie and Sam Grant. Yeah, really good distance. They're probably 4 to 5 boat lengths of clear water. So the progression of this event is the first 4 go through. So right now that is looking like Takapuna. Then we go to Canterbury. Then we go to Avon. Oh, and then it's the battle for 4th here. So this is going to be great to see. Right now, it's looking like it's Hawke's Bay, but it's going to be close. It's between Hawke's Bay, Petone, and Waikato. So it's going to be the battle for 4th. The first 3 are looking clear. That's Takapuna, Canterbury, and Avon. So the crew of Canterbury of Mark McDermott, Christopher Napper, Sean Fleck, and Liam Collins. Liam Collins, a pretty good single sculler. He's the favourite in the South Island. It's good to see he's gone through to the semi-final, I believe, of the men's intermediate single. So right now, the battle for 4th, I think Hawke's Bay are in the lead. They've probably got half the length between Petone. But Petone and Waikato are locked up. So they're about to come into the last 500 here. This is where they need to make a move, especially in this headwind. If you can get ahead, it's pretty hard to bring it back. So Hawke's Bay are in the ideal position here. Takapuna Grammar have extended their lead, so they've probably got about 75 meters of clear water here. They're looking really calm and collected. They're going to go through into this A final. So who will be joining them? So Canterbury are looking pretty strong as well, Avon as well, but Hawke's Bay have extended their lead. They've made a push here to put Petone in their place and make sure they go through, not them. But yeah, here's a drone shot of Takapuna Grammar. They're looking really good here. They've probably got about, 100 meters of clear water. They can relax now, I'm pretty sure. They're going to go through, and they're just about to go through the yellow buoy, so that means they're going into the last 250 meters. A nice drone shot of them there. You can see that's Canterbury going through second. Avon have closed the gap between them and Canterbury, so they've brought it in a little bit of clear water, but the bow ball's on the stroke, so they've probably got a length on them. But Hawke's Bay have moved up to Avon. Oh, a bit of a rocky, cut the momentum there. But Batoni can't seem to close the gap, and I think they're going to run out of water here, but who knows? Have they got the ability to get a bit of a sprint going? Takapuna Grammar are about to cross the line. They've probably got about 100 meters to go here. The crew of Lucas, Leonardo, Leon, Charlie, Talon, coxed by Ashley, and coached by Jamie and Sam. Give yourself a round of applause. You've got a ticket towards this A final. And here we go. They're about to cross the line now. And then we go back to Canterbury and Avon, and I think it is going to be Hawke's Bay. Oh, Petone are making a bit of a sprint, but Hawke's Bay are responding. Canterbury about to go through, and Avon as well, but Hawke's Bay have got a really good sprint. They're leaving Petone behind. I think they've run out. Petone have ran out of water. Hawke's Bay are going to go through this A final. Petone are just going to miss out. And here goes Hawke's Bay. They're crossing the line now, and they will get that final ticket to the A final. Petone come in 5th, and Waikato come in 6th. So congratulations to those crew who's got to the A final. So that is Takapuna, Canterbury, Avon, and Hawke's Bay. Congratulations to them, and that ends an insane day of racing. So tomorrow we start our semi-finals, and then we move on to what everyone wants to see, those finals. Who's bringing home those gold medals, who's bringing home those silvers, and who's bringing home those red coats. Thank you very much, and Felix signing out.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients, so we are all invested together. Whether it's KiwiSaver, investment funds, wealth management, or advice, speak to a team with world-class expertise who are committed to the pursuit of outstanding results and are proud to have brought you today's live stream. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.